A ray of morning light broke through the darkness, sprinkling on the magnificent ancient city wall. The Dashwan dynasty has been established for nearly 1,000 years. The government is corrupt and the bureaucracy is decadent. The faint golden light illuminates the county city and every building, whether magnificent or dilapidated, but it cannot illuminate the dark and corrupt hearts. Chen Mu was wearing a standard official uniform, with a broad-bladed sword hanging from his waist. He walked in the narrow alleys. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making him frown slightly. He walked forward for a while. On both sides of the wider road, he saw 7 or 8 corpses lying in a mess. They were in a very tragic state, as if they were chopped by random swords, and they were almost unrecognizable. There was even a lot of flesh and blood on the wall on one side. "Hey, it's the Black Sand Gang. Looks like they're all wiped out now." Another officer standing next to Chen Mu sighed and said, "No one dared to mess with the Black Sand Gang in this area a year ago, but after their boss fell, they declined step by step. Now even a few kittens have been wiped out." "Shoo, stop talking. It's none of our business. Sweep the floor." The third officer made a gesture to silence, then picked up his weapon and stepped forward to clean up the street. Chen Mu looked at the tragic scene, frowned, but finally just shook his head. He had seen such a scene more than once in the 2 years since he came to this world. This county city, which looks magnificent, is actually a mess filled with chaos, disputes and killings. Gang fights like this, where entire families are wiped out, are common. Even in the seemingly solemn and magnificent inner city, corpses are thrown out every day. These officers are said to be on duty, but in fact they are only responsible for sweeping the floor afterwards. Chen Mu once saw a colleague who said a few more words because he was drunk, and the next day his body inexplicably appeared in the ditch, and the superiors did not care at all, and did not even ask a question. "Sweep the floor." Chen Mu raised his sleeves and fan to drive away the pungent smell of blood, and then followed a few colleagues. In fact, in this chaotic county town, the work of a runner is already very good. As long as you don't talk nonsense, mind your own business, don't contradict your superiors, and be honest and law-abiding, you are basically safe, unlike those poor people who are worried. He can get this job as a runner thanks to his father, who he has rarely met. His father was an old runner and knew some people. When he was seriously ill, he found ways to arrange a job for him as a runner, and then he died. But this job as a servant didn't allow Chen Mu to live long, and he later died of a serious illness. The current Chen Mu is no longer the original him, but a soul from Earth with the same name Chen Mu, who inherited this identity. Although Chen Mu was just a small figure in his previous life, he had worked hard at the bottom for many years and at least had the ability to read people's expressions and understand words. So even though he suddenly came to this strange world, he quickly settled down and spent 2 years in peace. Several people came forward and worked hard to deal with the corpse. Chen Mu, like the others, pretended to clean up while following them, feeling around on the corpse. This kind of touching is basically a tacit understanding among the policemen. Although it is generally difficult to find anything, and basically any silver has been taken away, if you are lucky, you can occasionally find some. For these low-level policemen, even if they can pick up a few scattered copper coins, it is worth being happy. Chen Mu searched the clothes of the corpse he handled, but found nothing. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of his accomplice Lu San not far away, who was putting something into his pocket. "Why do I always have nothing?" Chen Mu was a little puzzled. He had handled at least 200 corpses in the past 2 years, but he had never found any silver. There were almost no silver in money, only 2 or 3 times in total, and the amount was very small, just a few scattered copper coins. Everyone had a tacit understanding, and he would not ask Lu San what he touched, but it was obvious that there was something. Chen Mu, who was a little skeptical, handled the corpse on his side. He touched all the way down and suddenly felt a strange touch. He really touched something, which seemed to be a paper booklet. Chen Mu's heart suddenly shuddered. He could take money and valuable pendants like jade pendants, but he couldn't take strange things casually, especially paper things like this, because he didn't know if it would cause trouble. But after hesitating for a while, Chen Mu still lifted it up a little and looked at the booklet along the gap. He saw that it was a tattered yellow paper booklet, and he could vaguely see the words. "Wind knife technique." Chen Mu's heart moved slightly, but he concealed his movements with his hands and quietly put the booklet away. If there were any account books or maps found on the corpse, it would be best to pretend that he didn't know. First, it would be useless to him, and second, it might cause trouble. But if it was a broken knife technique, it shouldn't be a big problem. Most of the time, it was not wanted by others, otherwise it would have been taken away by the murderer at night. Lu San and others also noticed Chen Mu's actions, but after looking at each other, they tacitly didn't come to ask. "Let's go." After a while of busy work, several people moved the body to a small wooden cart, and then pushed the cart out of the city. Not far from the north of the city is a mass grave. Chen Mu, Lu San, Li Lu and others transported the body all the way to the place, and then threw it on the spot, without burying it. There are wild wolves here at night, so it's just right to feed the wolves. When they have time in the future, they can hunt a few more and sell a few wolf skins for wine. Of course, the fact is that the three of them don't want to stay outside the city for a long time. In the city, their skins as servants are at least useful. Outside the city, there will be chaos and no one will care about who is who. Staying for a quarter of an hour longer will be more dangerous. After throwing the body in a hurry, several people returned to the city all the way. Only when they entered the city did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Er, what do you say today? Let's have a drink together. Lu San looked at Chen Mu and asked with a smile. His name is not Lu San, but his surname is Lu and his given name is Song. However, he is the third child in the family, so everyone calls him that. Chen Mu has an older brother who died early. My elder brother is the second oldest in the family, so others also call him Chen Er. No. Chen Mu waved his hand. He certainly wanted to drink and eat meat, and listen to music in brothels, but he was really short of money. The job of a constable was said to be relatively stable, but in fact, he could not get much money. Basically, it was all deducted by the officials above. What he got was barely enough for daily food and drink. If he wanted to be more lavish and have a good time, it would not be enough. What's more, Chen Mu's family now has a sister who is 7 years younger than him. She has to hide at home all day and dare not go out. It is like having one more person to support. He is far less well off than Lu San and others. Lu Song looked at Chen Mu who was about to leave and smiled and said, Chen Er, your sister is almost old enough to get married. Why don't I help you find a way to let her marry a rich family? In the future, she will have no worries about food and clothing, and you can also get some money, and your life will be much more comfortable. What do you think? Having worked with Chen Mu for several years, he knew Chen Mu's situation. At the beginning, Chen Mu's father was seriously ill, and he spent all his family's money on medical treatment. Now he can't get much money as a policeman, and he has to support a sister who is not convenient to go out to work. It can only be said that compared with the poorer people at the bottom, he has enough food and will not go hungry, but other aspects are not as good as expected. When Chen Mu heard Lu Song's words, the smiling face of an innocent little girl appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly and said, wait another 2 years, she is still too young. When he came to this world, he was still seriously ill. Only Chen Yu, who was only 12 years old, was with him. She was busy passing him water and feeding him, so that his body slowly got better. Although they didn't have the same feelings as before, after 2 years of getting along, he had already accepted this sister. Moreover, even though he was new here, he couldn't possibly exchange her for money. That kind of behavior was no different from that of an animal. Okay, if you have any ideas, just tell me. Lu Song didn't force him. He patted Chen Mu's shoulder with a smile, and then took Li Lu to have a drink. After temporarily separating from Lu Song and others, Chen Mu walked along the alley, first to the street, took out 10 Xian coins at the corner of the street, bought 2 rough-faced steamed buns, and then went home. This price. Chen Mu weighed the few Xian coins left in his pocket and shook his head slightly. According to his past memory, more than 10 years ago, 1 Xian coin could buy a steamed bun, but now it has risen to 5. It's not that the price of steamed buns has increased, but that Xian coins have been privately minted and randomly minted, and gradually become worthless. This also directly affected the lowest-ranking servants like him, because the silver money issued has always been settled in Xian money. Although it has symbolically increased by 1 guan in recent years, it cannot be compensated by the decline in the value of Xian money. I don't know who has lost the part in the middle. Soon, Chen Mu returned to his home in this world. It was located on the outskirts of the South City district, a row of somewhat dilapidated tile and earth houses in the slums. It was called a row, but in fact there were only 2 rooms in total. One was a firewood room for cooking and storing sundries, and the other bedroom was used for living. The 2 dilapidated wooden doors were obviously old and bolted from the inside. Chen Mu knocked on the door and said, I'm back. Only then did he hear the movement and joyful voices coming from the house. Gudong, gudong. It sounded like someone was trotting barefoot on the ground, approaching all the way, and then the bolt was pulled open. Brother! A little girl wearing a coarse cloth flowered jacket and only as tall as Chen Mu's chest appeared from the door. She stepped on the ground barefoot, looked up at Chen Mu, and showed a cute and innocent smile. Chen Yu is already 14 years old this year. For ordinary girls, she should have reached the age of budding, but she has been a little malnourished since she was a child. She still looks thin and weak, not like a 14-year-old girl, and her skin is a little yellow. In this world, it is obviously impossible for ordinary people's families to raise a peerless beauty, but Chen Yu's foundation is not bad in Chen Mu's opinion. If she can be richer and better raised in the future, she will probably become a clean and beautiful lotus. But now she can only live a hard life with him. Why are you running around barefoot again? Chen Mu rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. He didn't have a sister in his previous life, but now he has a sister who is cute, obedient, and lovely. This is the only comfort he can have in this chaotic and cold city. Chen Yu looked up and said with a smile, "Wear it when you go out. It will be a pity if you wear it too much at home and it gets worn out." Chen Mu picked up Chen Yu and put her on the Kong in the inner room. He reached out and touched her little feet. It felt cold to the touch. He couldn't help but blame her. It's going to be winter soon. What if you get frostbite? Just mend it when it gets worn out. He knew the reason why Chen Yu was reluctant to wear it. The previous pair was completely broken, and her feet had grown a little bigger, so she couldn't wear it anymore. So Chen Mu bought her a new pair. The little girl was overjoyed and treated them as treasures. She was reluctant to wear them every day. Anyway, she stayed at home and didn't go out. Okay. Chen Yu answered with some entanglement. If you get your feet frozen, you will have to buy medicine, which is a waste of money. Chen Mu handed her the steamed bun and asked her to wash her hands before eating it with a stern face, but the little girl wanted to run to wash her hands barefoot, so Chen Mu simply brought the wooden basin over. Chen Yu washed her hands and feet, and took the steamed bun with a red face and started to eat. She looked at Chen Mu with eyes full of admiration. Chen Mu was not so good to her before, but since he had a serious illness, he suddenly became better and better to her. Although no matter how he treated her, he was her only brother, but she still liked her current life, even if she stayed at home every day and couldn't go out, eating the most ordinary white rice steamed buns, but she was still happy in her heart. It's been a long time since I took you out to play. Chen Mu looked at Chen Yu's appearance, thought for a while and said. Since he came to this world and discovered the chaos and danger outside, he strictly ordered Chen Yu not to run out, and even threatened her that he would not want her if she dared to run out. The little girl cried for a long time, and finally coaxed her. 4 months. Chen Yu said while eating steamed buns and counting with her fingers. Chen Mu smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll take you out to play once in a while." He couldn't bear to keep a little girl of this age locked up at home all the time. It was not completely impossible to take her out. After all, she could make her face dirty, mess up her hair, and wear more worn clothes. Then he could carry her on his back. It would be best if he could take her with Lu San, Li Lu, and other familiar colleagues. That's how he took her out for a play last time. Although there is still a little risk, being locked up at home all the time is no different from being in jail. Okay. Chen Yu was surprised when she heard what Chen Mu said. But after the surprise, she looked at Chen Mu cautiously and said hesitantly, If I let me go out to play, will it cause trouble for my brother? Chen Mu rubbed her little head and did not answer. He said, "Stay in the room after you finish eating. I'll go out to play with you. Go to the woodshed." Okay. Chen Yu nodded obediently. The woodshed is very spacious. Because there is almost no dry firewood, there are only a few scattered around. Firewood has gradually become more expensive these years. It is said that a group of woodcutters who used to cut firewood disappeared in the mountains west of the city. As a result, many other woodcutters were scared and dared not go there. Now only some brave people who want to take risks and make more money while the price of firewood is rising go out of the city to cut firewood and carry firewood. Therefore, the source has become less, and ordinary families also save as much as they can. Chen Mu carefully took out the booklet he had touched before from his pocket. The cover of the booklet was a little tattered, and only the 3 words, "Wind Sword Method," could be seen clearly. Chen Mu carefully identified the first word for a while and felt that it should be the word Kuang, which should be called Kuangfeng Sword Method. A sword method. Chen Mu looked at the sword method in his hand and fell into deep thought. In fact, the story of getting a secret book of moves, practicing hard behind closed doors and becoming a master does not exist in this world. Even this shabby secret book is not worth much. The reason is very simple. If you want to practice kung fu, whether it is fists, palms, legs, fingers, or swords, guns, sticks, etc., you must have the guidance of a real practitioner. If you just get a secret book and want to practice by yourself, no one will be responsible for hurting your muscles and bones. As a policeman, Chen Mu actually practiced swordsmanship in the City Guard Division. But the head of the City Guard Division only taught some basic freehand fighting of horizontal and vertical chopping, and did not teach advanced swordsmanship skills. So Chen Mu practiced for 2.5 years after coming to this world, but at most he could only deal with some ordinary people who did not know the proper moves. Chen Mu once asked Lu Song, Li Tai and others, and the answer he got was the same. It is not difficult to get a secret book of swordsmanship, nor is it expensive. You can usually buy it in a pawnshop for more than 10 taels of silver, but it is a foolish dream to want to practice with just a secret book and the fixed moves on it. You have to go to the martial arts school in the inner city and be taught by a martial arts master, and learn all kinds of force-generating postures. That's the right way. But the problem is, the money charged by the martial arts school is extremely expensive. It can be dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver, and all kinds of medicines and powders for injuries have to be paid for by yourself. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Even Lu Song and Li Tai, who have good family backgrounds, can't afford to go to the inner city to practice martial arts, let alone him. Now he can't even take out 2 taels of silver for everything on his body. Go to the shop to sell it, I guess you can get 2 or 3 taels of silver, which is a windfall. Chen Mu pondered in his heart. But he was not willing to accept it. In this chaotic world, intelligence and talent are meaningless. Being clever may cost him his life. Only by being cautious can he survive. But he has no money and no power. There is almost no hope for him to get out of the bottom. If he can learn a sword technique and have martial arts, it will be completely different. Not to mention that those gentry and powerful people are willing to hire him as a security guard. He can also have a high status in the gang. In the city guard alone, he will have the opportunity to be appreciated by the superiors and promoted from a low-level runner to a head runner. A head runner is different from a runner. Strictly speaking, a runner is not an official at all. He is just hired by the government to be responsible for daily patrols, but a head runner is another concept. The leaders promoted by the city guards are real officials and can even be considered as minor officials of the 9th rank. They are completely different from ordinary people and have completely different status from the police. Some weaker gangs even have to pay some money to the leaders to maintain their relationship and avoid the leaders from getting into trouble with them. Let's give it a try. After thinking about it, Chen Mu opened the booklet in front of him. Anyway, if you don't practice this kind of sword skills well, you will just sprain your muscles at most. You can recover after a few days of rest. It won't be a big problem. If it doesn't work, just write down the content and then sell it to the shop for silver. The Wild Wind sword technique belongs to the Sun Wind lineage among the 8 branches of Qian Tian Koan Di. The form is chaotic but the intention is not. Thousands of winds have passed, and the tendons are entangled and the bones are scraped. If you can practice it to perfection, you can practice array of Wild Wind sword force. There is no picture on the first page of the secret book, only this paragraph of text description. Chen Mu turned to the next page thoughtfully, and saw a figure standing with a knife leaping on the yellow paper. The knife in his hand was guided by a dotted line, and it seemed to be crooked from bottom to top. The small words at the bottom described it as the first style of Wild Wind. Chen Mu looked at it carefully for a moment, then stood up, drew out his own sword, and swung it according to the picture. He practiced horizontal chopping and vertical chopping for 2 years, and this knife swing was quite decent, but he felt it was very strange, and the force was not even as good as his usual pure horizontal and vertical chopping. As expected, what Li Tai and the others said is true. With just a book, you can only practice the postures at most. But how to exert force and how to change and transform it, without a martial arts master who has inherited the same lineage to teach you step by step, it is too difficult to figure it out. Chen Mu sighed in his heart. Although it is very difficult, since he has decided to try, he will not give up at the beginning. Chen Mu continued to flip through the pages and saw 3 pages in a row, which were the subsequent changes of the first form of chaotic wind. There were 3 in total, and different changes such as oblique slashing, horizontal slashing, and slashing were performed according to the different response methods of the opponent. After memorizing several changes one by one, Chen Mu began to practice them. After practicing for a while, he completed these movements preliminarily. He only figured out how to exert force, and he was not sure whether it was contrary to the orthodox way. In this way, he practiced the first move in 3 variations for a long time without knowing what was going on. After that, he felt that it was not as good as the horizontal chopping and vertical chopping he usually practiced. If he used this half-baked move in a fight with others, he might not only not have any advantage, but also suffer a great loss from others. It should still be a problem of the direction of the force. Just 1 page of the book does not have much information. Chen Mu pondered in his heart. After this exercise, he also confirmed that he was obviously not the kind of martial arts genius who could understand all the key points of a set of moves just by a few diagrams and practice them directly out of thin air. If the following moves were also half-baked, even if he barely practiced them, they would not be much different from the ordinary horizontal chopping and vertical chopping. This sword technique might only be exchanged for 2 taels of silver to buy meat. Brother, drink water. Just as Chen Mu stopped practicing inside, a voice came from the side. Chen Yu came over on tiptoe in a pair of clean flower shoes, holding a rough pottery jar with some water in it. She looked up with her cute little face and said, "It's boiled." Chen Mu smiled gently and took the pottery jar. He had warned Chen Yu several times that water should not be drunk carelessly, but boiled. In this backward world, the length of life is directly related to eating and drinking carelessly. He took a few sips from the pottery jar, handed it back, and touched the little girl's head. "Brother, are you practicing kung fu?" Chen Yu asked curiously when she saw the booklet and the pattern of moves on it placed by Chen Mu on the stove. "Yeah." Chen Mu nodded. "I thought it might be an opportunity to change my fate, but now it seems a bit optimistic. If I want to really practice martial arts, I may have to save money little by little, and then go to the martial arts hall in the inner city to learn from a master." However, just as Chen Mu was about to put the booklet away, he suddenly froze. In his sight, he saw a few words floating in the air. He blinked in shock, but the words did not disappear, just floating in front of his eyes. Martial arts, wild wind sword technique, undergraduate, experience, 2 points. After confirming that this was not his own illusion, Chen Mu finally smiled. Chen Mu always believed that everything has its cause and effect. He came to this world and became a low-level servant, living a hard life with a sister who was 7 years younger than him. For more than 2 years, he had not made any fortune except for the salary that was deducted by the superiors. The bad luck accumulated over the years finally brought him rewards, allowing him to touch a sword technique book, and then got a small modifier that can improve martial arts. Well, it should be possible to add points by consuming experience points, but the experience points may not be enough now. Chen Mu studied it for a while and roughly understood the function of this thing. As long as he practiced the Kuangfeng sword technique, even if no one was guiding him and he practiced it incorrectly, as long as he practiced, he could get experience, and then accumulate experience. He could directly improve the realm of Kuangfeng sword technique. In other words, even without the guidance of a martial arts master, he could slowly practice this skill until he mastered it. "Brother?" Chen Yu looked at Chen Mu in confusion. She looked at Chen Mu, who suddenly waved his hands at the empty space in front of him, and then he was thinking for a while and then laughing, which made her feel a little scared. "Oh, I'm fine, I just thought of something." Chen Mu looked at Chen Yu and smiled, then he couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed her face hard, saying, maybe it won't be long before we don't have to live a hard life anymore." Chen Yu looked at Chen Mu with her big eyes, blinking twice, not quite understanding where Chen Mu's confidence came from. "Okay." But she still smiled and agreed. It didn't matter whether life was hard or not. She felt that it was okay, as long as Chen Mu could be safe and sound. Both his parents were gone, she was a little comfort in Chen Mu's heart, and Chen Mu was also her only light. After letting Chen Yu return to the bedroom, Chen Mu picked up the sword and started practicing again. However, compared with the various hesitant attempts before, this time he practiced the sword without any delay, and he didn't care whether the strength was used correctly. In short, he just practiced according to the moves. After practicing for a while, as expected, Chen Mu saw the words experience +1 appear in his sight. Very good. Chen Mu smiled, everything was basically consistent with his judgment. "I just don't know how much experience I need to accumulate to upgrade the Kuangfeng sword skill from not yet entry level to a higher level, but as long as there are results, day by day, there will always be a day when I can practice this sword skill, unlike before when I had no direction at all." The days passed quickly. 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, in addition to working as usual at the city guards and patrolling with Lu Song and others, Chen Mu basically spent the rest of the time practicing the Kuangfeng sword skill. It is not easy to gain experience in the Kuangfeng sword skill. It can be said that every bit of experience is almost earned with sweat. He almost has to practice hard for nearly an hour to gain 2 or 3 points of experience. But no matter how slow it is, this is real experience value, and it was not a random practice without direction. Finally, this afternoon, Chen Mu, who was sweating profusely from practicing again, had accumulated a full 100 points of experience in the wind blade technique. Martial arts, wind blade technique, beginner/plus, experience, 100 points. As expected, there was a change on the modifier. A plus symbol appeared behind the uninitiated sword technique. Chen Mu took a deep breath, looked at the interface seriously, and then with a thought, he clicked on the plus. Buzz! A dim golden light flashed by. Martial arts, wind blade technique, beginner, experience, 0 points. As the interface changed, Chen Mu suddenly felt a huge amount of information pouring into his mind. Originally, he had no idea how to exert force in the direction of each move of the wind blade technique, but his moves were corrected one by one in this information. It was as if he had practiced hard for several months according to the most correct practice route. When all the changes disappeared, Shenmue took a deep breath and held his sword. Suddenly, he had a completely different feeling. He knew every one of the 12 styles of the wind blade technique and all its variations by heart. How to use force, how to change, everything became clear, unlike before when he knew nothing. I've got the hang of it. Just this slight touch is probably as good as 1 or 2 months of hard training in a martial arts hall with a martial arts master. But I actually practiced hard for 7 days. Shenmue murmured in his heart, then swung his sword forward fiercely, using the first style of wind blade technique. This time, it was completely different from his previous performance. The moves that seemed a little weird suddenly became extremely refined, stretching the legs, tightening the abdomen, and slashing diagonally. This sword swing actually brought a gust of wind. It's indeed completely different from ordinary freehand fighting. Shenmue nodded secretly. Just this one sword move, after all parts of the body have been fully utilized, is more powerful than the horizontal chopping and vertical slashing he practiced before, not to mention that there are several variations after this move, and the subsequent moves can be further connected after the changes, unlike ordinary slashing, which can only rely on pure strength to chop randomly after one sword. According to the description of the Kwangfeng sword skill, this sword skill is divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. According to the correct way of practice, most people can get started in a few months, and minor success in 1 or 2 years. At this time, holding a sword can defeat 2 or 3 armed bandits who do not know martial arts, and it will take 5 or 6 years to achieve major success, and often 5 or 6 opponents will find it difficult to get close. As for perfection, this step is extremely difficult, requiring the mastery of the true mystery of Kwangfeng and the cultivation of the sword momentum. Once practiced, it can be at least 10 people. It is basically easy to participate in the martial arts examination and pass the martial arts student examination. Nowadays, the civil service system is corrupt and the world is in chaos. The civil service examination system is already in name only. Not to mention the lower-level students, even if they reach the level of jurin, they are basically the examinations were reduced to money transactions, and without power and influence, it was basically impossible to reach the level of jurin. In comparison, the martial arts examinations were different, because they controlled the military power, so even if the quotas were controlled by the aristocratic families, as long as they had the strength of that level, they could still be promoted, and even be won over by all parties. If you can pass the examination to become a wuxing, you will basically be promoted to a cha-tu. Even if you fail, as long as you show the strength of that level, you can still become a cha-tu. Shenmue thought in his heart. If you can practice external skills like Kwangfeng Daofa to perfection, you basically have the hope of becoming a cha-tu. As long as the position is vacant or you are appreciated by the superiors, you can basically get the position. At worst, you can slowly accumulate some qualifications and have a chance to sit. And if you can practice to perfection and practice the sword power, then being a cha-tu is a sure thing, because as far as he knows, even among many cha-tu, there are very few who can practice the sword or sword skills to have power. You know, people who have practiced to this level could easily pass the orthodox martial arts examination hundreds of years ago and get the title of Wu Shang, and then directly join the court. Now, the officialdom is broken, and the civil and military examinations are in name only, which leads to more selling of official positions, and the orthodox path to promotion in the court has basically been abolished. To practice a sword technique to perfection, people with average talent and comprehension can achieve it after more than 10 years of hard practice, but to practice momentum, only 1 in 100 can do it. Shenmue had a casual chat with several policemen who had a good relationship with him in the city guard department a few days ago, and learned that among the 5 policemen in the city guard department where he is now, only 1 has practiced momentum and became a policeman by strength. Among the other 4, the oldest policeman Zhao Zong is even over 60 years old. He has practiced swordsmanship all his life, but he has not been able to understand the sword momentum. The Zhao family can be regarded as powerful in the local area. If Zhao Zong can practice sword momentum, he may have a chance to become a policeman. They can't comprehend that little bit of inspiration, so they stop moving forward, but I'm different. As long as I can be patient and practice slowly, sooner or later I will achieve small success, great success, and finally perfection. I'm afraid it will only take me a year at most to reach perfection. A glimmer of light flashed in Shenmue's eyes. He has already entered the basics of swordsmanship, and to practice to small success, he needs 300 experience points. According to the previous practice method, it will only take about a month. After that, even if the experience required increases step by step, it should only take about a year to achieve great success and perfection. Once his swordsmanship is perfect and he has practiced the sword power, whether he participates in a martial arts exam to gain a reputation, or quietly shows some strength in the city guards, he will be promoted to a leader, and his status and position will be different from now. He has been in this world for more than 2 years. In this crisis-ridden bottom, he has been living cautiously for so long, and he doesn't mind enduring such a life for another year. Moreover, compared with the days when he could not see hope before, this feeling of having a goal is completely different. Days passed one by one. Soon, 2 months had passed. Shenmue still followed the routine, patrolling normally, and then went home to practice with his sword. The identity of a policeman was still relatively important to him. On the one hand, it was the only source of income. On the other hand, with this identity, he could avoid trouble from hooligans and even gangsters. It was not feasible to quit his job to practice with his sword. One day, Shenmue finished his patrol and returned home. But he unexpectedly found that in addition to Chinyu, there was another person in the house. Third aunt? Why are you here? Shenmue walked forward with some surprise and asked a middle-aged woman with a sad face. His father was the eldest, with a younger brother and a younger sister, that is, his second uncle and third aunt. The second uncle was unlearned and had been taught a lesson by his father. He basically didn't have much contact with him, and even didn't come when his father left. The third aunt was closer. She used to come to visit often. After his father left, she occasionally came to give some rice, flour and soybeans, so Chenmu always respected this third aunt Chen Hong. Usually when he was not at home, only Chen Hong would come over and Chen Yu would open the door for him. Xiao Mu. Third aunt has no other choice but to ask you for help. Chen Hong had a haggard face and was wrapped in a headscarf. She pulled Chen Mu over and couldn't help crying. Chen Mu asked carefully and found out that it was Chen Hong's son, that is, his cousin Zhang Hai, who had an accident. Zhang Hai had the same temperament as his second uncle, and was also uneducated and idle all day long. He met a beautiful woman in the alley this time and couldn't help flirting with her. As a result, the other party was furious. He was beaten first, and then the city guards were alerted. They arrested the man directly and threw him into prison without asking any questions. Third aunt, I told you that the world is in chaos now, and my cousin should be more restrained. How dare he do such a mess? I'm afraid I can't help with this kind of thing. Chenmu frowned after listening to Chen Hong's chatter. It seems that the person Zhang Hai offended obviously has a background. He easily mobilized the city guards and threw him directly into prison. This must be at least a relationship with the chief of the police. He is a police officer, usually cautious and not a sly person. He wants to rescue people from prison, which is a fantasy, and he doesn't have such a big face. Chen Hong sobbed and said, I know, the person Xiao Hai offended this time is said to be the fourth room of the son of the Nan family in the city. I have asked some people, but they are unwilling to intercede. This time I came here just to ask Xiaomu to go to the prison to intercede, at least to get through this, and wait for people to forget about this matter, and then find another way. While speaking, Chen Hong trembled with her hands and took out 2 ingots of silver from her arms, which looked like about 20 taels. Shenmu knew that the family of this third aunt was not bad, and the third aunt's husband was a butcher business, but 20 taels of silver was definitely not a small amount, and it was estimated that it took out a lot of family assets. Seeing Chen Hong's tearful face, Chenmu thought of the rice and flour he had sent to her in the past, sighed in his heart, and finally took the silver and said, I can only try to ask, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. This silver was not given to him, or rather, he didn't have the face to ask the jailer to show mercy to Zhang Hai. He could only hand over the 20 taels of silver to the jailer to see if he was willing. The jailers and jailers were also under the jurisdiction of the City Guard Division, and were one of the 3 shifts. However, they didn't interact much on weekdays. Moreover, in this world, there were basically few living people in prison, and there was no need to deliberately toss them around. They just needed to stop sending food and water, and the people would be gone in a few days. The jailers basically won't deliver food and water unless they get any benefits. Chen Hong wanted Zhang Hai to stay in jail for a few months until this matter was over, but it might not be that easy, but she couldn't persuade him, because Chen Hong only had Zhang Hai as her son. Thank you. Chen Hong responded tremblingly, and for a moment she couldn't even speak properly. She sat there slumped in tears. Chen Mu sighed in his heart. If he had become a prison guard now, this matter would have been much easier to do. At least he could find a prison guard to ask about the specific situation, but now he is only a small success in swordsmanship, and it is far from being possible to become a prison guard. It was Zhang Hai who had this disaster. He was ignorant and couldn't control his mouth on weekdays. Fortunately, he just said rude words and didn't do anything, otherwise he would have been dead by now. You accompany third aunt, I'm going out for a while. Chen Mu said to Chen Yu next to him, and then left home again while it was still early. The prison in Nanchang district is located behind the Nanchang City Guard headquarters. Chen Mu rarely comes here. Although he is also a city guard officer, he belongs to the Jujoli City Guard in Nanchang district and does not work in the city guard headquarters. Moreover, the city guard headquarters and the Jujoli City Guard headquarters are also far away. Compared with the Jujoli City Guard headquarters, the city guard headquarters is much more strict. There are even officers in the Jujoli City Guard headquarters who play dice and gamble for a few big money, but you can't see them at the headquarters. It is said that the chief officer of Nanchang district is a woman, and she has a beauty that can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground, but I have never seen her. After Chen Mu walked into the city guard headquarters, he looked at the towering pavilion in the center. He has been in this world for 2 years, and he has only seen the officers of the Jujoli City Guard headquarters a few times, not to mention the chief officer of his superior. In the spacious city guard headquarters, officers walk around from time to time, but they basically walk with their heads down, with a solemn expression, without whispering or looking around. Chen Mu also lowered his head slightly, quietly bypassed the front half of the headquarters, and came to the prison at the back. Once he arrived at the prison, the atmosphere was different. In the room next to the prison, several jailers were gathered together, playing dice. Compared with the solemn and dignified city guard general office, this prison was much more leisurely, and no one came in on weekdays. "Brother, what's the matter?" A jailer looked up when he saw Chen Mu's officer's outfit. Chen Mu pretended not to see the gambling of several people and said, "I'm looking for the prison boss." "Oh, the guard is inside." The jailer pointed in a direction. Chen Mu thanked him, and the other party just waved his hand indifferently, and then continued to play dice with his colleagues. Walking along the aisle and passing a few steps, Chen Mu came to a relatively clean and tidy room, but there were several rows of shelves in this room, filled with various torture instruments, which seemed a bit daunting. The jailer Wei Nan was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, and when he heard someone coming in, he opened his eyes a little. "Master Wei." Chen Mu saluted the jailer. The jailer's status was basically the same as that of the police chief, and he was also his superior. "Yeah." Seeing Chen Mu dressed like a police officer, Wei Nan responded casually. Chen Mu walked up, talked about Zhang Hai's situation, and then handed over the 20 taels of silver given by Chen Hong. "Oh." Wei Nan took the silver, waited a few times, and after thinking about it, he put it in his sleeve and said, "Someone has told Zhang Hai to suffer a lot, but if his family is so tactful, they will keep the food and water for him every day, but I can't guarantee what will happen to the person in 1 or 2 months. The world is in chaos these days. If any bandits are caught outside, they are basically killed on the spot. Very few are sent to prison. Basically, those who are imprisoned in prison are those who have a good family background outside and keep sending money. As a prison boss, he can't be compared with the police officers walking outside. He just relies on this to make money." "Just your word," Chen Mu said with a smile. If he hadn't come today, Zhang Hai might not just suffer a little. If he was tortured casually and starved for a few days, he would basically be half dead, and it is also possible to die. Although these 20 taels of silver cannot save people, at least they will not lack food and water for 1 or 2 months. However, even if the storm is over, Chen Hong's family will worry about getting the person out. It will not be so easy. The person is in there. Let Lucy take you to see. After receiving the silver, Wei Nan waved his hand, and seemed unwilling to talk to Chen Mu anymore. Chen Mu bowed and took his leave. After coming outside, he quickly found Lucy. Lucy didn't say anything, and led him directly into the prison. After going down several flights of stairs, the environment immediately became dark and damp, and a foul and moldy smell filled the air, making people very uncomfortable. "Here." Lucy pointed to the 4th cell. The first 3 cells contained 3 skinny men who were neither human nor ghost. When they saw Lucy and Chen Mu come in, they didn't say anything, let alone make any movements. If their green eyes hadn't turned around, they would have been almost dead. In the 4th cell, a man was lying in a pile of tattered straw. He was quite fat and had a lot of blood on his body. "Cousin?" Chen Mu walked closer and called out softly. Zhang Hai, who had been lying there motionless, finally raised his head staggeringly, looked at Chen Mu dazedly for a while, then recognized him, and said weakly, It's Chen Mu, hurry, save me out. Third aunt asked me to bring you a few words." Chen Mu did not respond, but first delivered the few words that Chen Hong asked him to bring, and then explained the current situation. "Anyway, you can only endure it here for the next few days." After hearing this, Zhang Hai immediately showed a look of despair. You can't just stand by and watch him die. My family has sent you a lot of rice and flour, and I never stopped it. My mother was thinking about finding a husband for you some time ago. You can't do this. Chen Mu stopped talking. In fact, he didn't like Zhang Hai very much. Even the former Chen Mu, in his memory, did not get along well with Zhang Hai. It seemed that Zhang Hai did not look down on his cousin Chen Mu. Even if he became a police officer later, he felt that he would probably be a poor police officer for life like his father and would be of no use. But thinking of his third aunt Chen Hong, Chen Mu was silent for a while, and still said, "The person you offended is of great importance. I can't do anything about it. The same goes for my third aunt and uncle. You can only hold on through this moment, and maybe you can wait for a turnaround." Having said that, Chen Mu turned around and walked outside. Zhang Hai was left lying there with lifeless eyes, muttering, "What's the point of sending them those rice and flour? What's the point of being a poor policeman in this day and age?" Chen Mu's father had been a policeman all his life, and in the end he was still a poor policeman. He had no money to arrange his funeral when he died. It was his mother Chen Hong who helped to arrange it. All the relatives on his mother's side were poor and broke, and she had long been told not to associate with them. If she could save more money and use it to make arrangements, maybe she could save him. Leaving the prison, Chen Mu hurried out. He didn't want to stay in the city guard general office for too long. The atmosphere here was a bit depressing. However, when Chen Mu walked back to the front yard and returned to the towering city guard tower, he inadvertently glimpsed a person wearing a white flying fish suit standing on the fourth floor of the city guard tower. Although they were a bit far apart, he could still recognize that it was a woman, and her appearance should be quite young. It is estimated that the legendary beauty that can make fish sink and geese fall is not groundless, even if it is flattery. Is that the chief officer of South City District? Chen Mu only glanced at her with his peripheral vision and quickly retracted his gaze. Among the 4 districts in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, only the chief officer of South City District is a woman, but no one dares to underestimate this chief officer because of this. After all, the chief officer may have risen to the top through connections, and the officer may be just a half-baked one, but it is impossible for a dignified chief officer to manage the City Guard General Office of South City District with only the power behind him without strength. He couldn't help but think that in addition to various external skills such as swordsmanship, there are also the rumored internal skills. As far as he knows, internal skills do exist, but no matter how difficult it is to practice or how many requirements are required, they are much higher than external skills. Any medicine powder may cost dozens of taels of silver. Practicing internal skills is almost like burning money, so it is not widely spread. But the real strong are also those who practice internal skills. Even if the external skills alone reach the peak, practicing a sword skill to achieve the sword power can reach 10 people's enemies. That is the limit. Practicing internal skills, the internal breath is long, the physical strength is long, and it is said that it can even be 100 people, or even 1,000 people. This chief clerk must be a strong man who practices internal skills, but it's a pity that I can't get the practice method of internal skills. Chen Mu shook his head. He didn't care about how beautiful the chief clerk was. He only cared about the method of internal training. He didn't know whether the system could also use experience to force the practice of internal training methods. His thoughts were a little bit flying, but Chen Mu quickly calmed down. He shouldn't aim too high for now. He should first practice the Quangfeng sword skill to perfection, and then try to go one step further. Once he has a certain strength and status, he can try to seek the method of internal training. Chen Mu quickly walked out of the City Guard General Office. Standing on the balcony of the City Guard Tower, the chief officer Su Hongyu was looking down at the entire City Guard with a trace of worry. Her eyes passed over Chen Mu's back without stopping, just like the officers who hurried past like water on weekdays, and did not attract her attention at all. Chen Mu did not stop and hurried home. Because the City Guard General Office was a little far from his home, and it was already late, once night fell, even if he was wearing the clothes of an officer, it would still be unsafe to walk at night. It was very likely that he would be involved in some disaster because of accidentally bumping into something or accidentally encountering something, and the next day he would become an unnoticed corpse in the ditch. Chen Mu quickened his pace and arrived home when it was still daylight. Chen Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Chen Mu finally come back, she hurried to greet him. Third aunt. Chen Mu nodded at Chen Hong and said, "The jailer has accepted the money and said that he will not torture my cousin too much in the next 1 or 2 months. But after 1 or 2 months, we have to find another way." Chen Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard what Chen Mu said and said, "That's good, that's good." She had been thinking about rescuing people these days, but she hit a wall everywhere and couldn't find anyone to intercede. Now she took a step back. Fortunately, the jailer was easy to talk to, so she could finally save Zhang Hai's life first. As for 1 or 2 months later, she could only take one step at a time. Chen Mu helped Shen Hong sit down. Don't worry too much about this, third aunt. Things will work out in the end. Maybe things will turn around in a few days. In fact, if Shanghai could get into trouble later, when he became a police chief, he would naturally have some say. Even at his age, if he could develop the sword skills, it would be possible for him to be noticed by a figure like the chief police officer. Then there would be a chance to get Shanghai out of jail, but maybe he would. This is a disaster destined for her, and she can't do anything about it for now. She doesn't even want to get involved, so as not to disrupt her well-considered plans. Shen Hong sat down and calmed down. After all, she was old, and after learning that Shanghai was temporarily safe, she quickly calmed down. Well, we can only take it one step at a time. Shen Hong also sighed and said, I spoiled him since he was a child. Xiaomu, it's getting late, why don't you and Yuer come to my house and have a simple meal? Shen Mu saw a glimmer of hope in Shen Yu's eyes, but he still shook his head and said, no, it's a little late, and it will be night after dinner. Then we have to stay at the third aunt's house for one night, which is too troublesome. Shen Hong waved her hand and said, no trouble, it's just right for you to go to my house. As she spoke, Shen Hong suddenly paused, as if she thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xiaomu, do you still remember Yuying? She is the daughter of Xiaohai's fourth uncle. She came to your house when she was a child. Chen Mu was a little confused. This memory is a bit old, it happened before he came to this world, but he still has all the memories before, but they are a little vague. When Shen Hong mentioned it, he searched in his mind and still found the figure of a little girl. I still have a little impression, what's wrong? Shen Mu asked. Shen Hong thought for a while and said, Yuying's child, her father passed away last year, and now she lives with me. She is old, and you have not yet started a family. I thought about finding a marriage for you, what do you think? Shen Yu listened at the side and blinked. Shen Mu wanted to refuse, but after a little thought, he found some memories about Zhang Yuying. She seemed to be a very cute little girl when she was young. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't want to get married for the next 2 years. Besides, I haven't seen her for many years. I don't know what she looks like now. Shen Hong smiled and said, she is a grown-up girl now, no worse than you are. Well, it's better if you don't go today. I haven't talked to Yuying about this yet. I'll talk about it when I get back. Speaking of this. Seeing that it was really late, Shen Hong stood up and said goodbye. Shen Mu took Shen Yu and sent her to the door. When Shen Hong's back disappeared, Shen Yu tilted her head and looked at Shen Mu, saying, brother should find a sister-in-law. Shen Mu closed the door and reached out to touch her head. No hurry. Actually, now is not the right time. When he has mastered the sword skills and becomes a leader, it will be fine even if he has some ideas and carefully selects. But on second thought, by then he will have a position and there will be many people who will curry favor with him. It's okay to take a look now. Shen Yu whispered, when my brother has a sister-in-law, he will not need me. Shen Mu laughed immediately after hearing this. How can he not need you? Yuer is the most important. After coaxing the little girl into the house, Shen Mu went into the woodshed and continued to practice swordsmanship. The sky was dark. Shen Hong quickened her pace and soon arrived at a wide street and walked into a yard. The yard was not big, just a small yard with one entrance. In addition to the main gate, there were 3 rows of houses in a circle, each row had 4 rooms, and a total of 12 rooms. Although it looked a bit old, it was still clean. People who lived in such a yard were generally not powerful families. It could only be said that compared with the poor, they were slightly richer. Generally speaking, there were 4 or 5 people living in the family. As soon as Chen Hong entered the yard, a rather greasy middle-aged man came over with a worried look on his face and asked, what's wrong? He was Zhang Hai's father, and he was also a well-known Zhang the butcher in the street market. Relying on his skills in slaughtering pigs and cutting bones and dividing meat, he was considered to have no worries about food and clothing. But this time when Zhang Hai got into trouble, he was worried and had nowhere to turn. After all, he was just a butcher, at most he was a regular delivery man for some masters, and he knew some low-class people. If it really involved the city guards and the prison, then there was nothing he could do. No, after all, gangsters and thieves, even some gang members, can't possibly get people out of prison. As for the real masters with some power, he is not qualified to ask for mercy. Alas! Shen Hong sighed, followed Zhang the butcher into the house, and then told him what happened. Upon hearing this, Zhang the butcher first breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed and said, alas, your nephew has been a policeman for so many years, and he really doesn't know any noble people who can help him say a few words of favor. When your eldest brother was still alive, I told you not to let your nephew be a policeman. In this world, without a family background, money and power, you can't make money as a policeman, let alone get promoted. It's better to fight for your life in those gangs, maybe you can even make a name for yourself. Chen Hong wiped her tears and said, being a policeman is always a stable thing. I don't ask for much money. It's okay to live in peace. What's more, if Xiaomu is not here, I can't even give the money to the prison boss. Zhang the butcher shook his head and said, forget it, let's not talk about it. Go and call Yu Ying to have dinner. Before Chen Hong walked out, a girl about 16 or 17 years old walked in. She was quite heroic, with a teardrop mole under the corner of her eye. As soon as she entered the room, she asked, Aunt, you're back. How's brother Hai? Chen Hong talked about Zhang Hai's situation again. Zhang Yueying sat aside and listened, comforting him, at least it's okay now. But there was still something she didn't say in her heart. Cousin Zhang Hai was so fat, maybe it was a good thing for him to be released from prison, he could lose weight, so she couldn't say such irresponsible words. At the same time, she also shook her head secretly. She had long felt that Zhang Hai was so ignorant and idle that he would get into trouble sooner or later. She had kindly reminded Zhang Hai once before, but Zhang Hai didn't listen to her, so she gave up. She just didn't expect the incident to happen so suddenly. Fortunately, it didn't involve her family and her. Chen Hong sat there and was sad about Zhang Hai for a while. She waited until Zhang Yueying brought the food to the table. Then she came to her senses and remembered something. She asked Zhang Yueying, Yueying, you and Xiaomu haven't seen each other for many years, right? Zhang Yueying thought for a while, and a boy's appearance emerged in her memory. It was Chen Mu when he was a child. Although she didn't see him again later, she could barely imagine what he looked like when he grew up. He should be more attractive than Zhang Hai, but he didn't seem to be very smart. At that time, she asked about counting chickens and ducks, and the other party was stumped and couldn't answer at all. Chen Hong suddenly mentioned Chen Mu, and she immediately thought of Chen Hong's plan. So she didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Hong and waited for the next step. As expected, Chen Hong said later, Xiaomu is a very good child. Although his family is a little poor, he has a stable job as a policeman. You are also of age. I think. Aunt, I am not ready to get married yet. Zhang Yueying said with a slightly red face, besides, I know some writing and counting. I think it would be best if I could manage accounts in the future. Brother Mu is a policeman, so he doesn't need someone to manage accounts. Although she is also a housewife, she still knows a little about the outside world. For example, if the policemen at the bottom have powerful families, they can spend money to build relationships and slowly rise to the top, or go to the inner city to learn martial arts and practice skills, but if they have nothing, then basically there is no chance to get ahead, and the salary can only make ends meet. She knows some writing and counting, and she is beautiful. Even if she doesn't marry a powerful family, she should at least marry a restaurant owner, a pawnshop owner, etc., who can write and calculate accounts on weekdays. It's better not to marry a relative. Chen Hong was embarrassed when she heard this. Butcher Zhang shook his head and said, Yu Ying is quite good at writing and calculating. She never made mistakes when calculating the meat for me. What can she do if she marries your nephew? You should stop worrying about it. I will help you find a suitable family someday. Don't let her down. Zhang Yueying lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this, Chen Hong could only sigh helplessly and let it go for now. It was dawn. In the woodshed, Chen Mu danced with a knife, which flew up and down, causing a whirring sound. He didn't know how long he had practiced until the prompt experience +1 popped up on the system panel. He stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. A month had passed since Zhang Hai's accident. During this month, Zheng the butcher and Chen Hong had been trying to find ways to rescue Zhang Hai, but there was no movement. He was still in prison, but it was okay for the time being. As for the matter of Yu Ying's sister mentioned by Chen Hong, she never mentioned it again, and Chen Mu didn't ask about it. It was probably either Zhang the butcher who stopped him, or that he didn't think much of him. He didn't feel unhappy about it. After all, he was just a low-level servant, and it was normal for him to be looked down upon. Although he was on the right path now, he hadn't shown his talent yet, let alone expanded to the point where even the King of Heaven had to look up to him. Everyone has their own aspirations, and they don't force it. In short, after practicing swordsmanship for nearly a month, he finally accumulated 1,000 experience points after accumulating experience points bit by bit. It took 100 experience points to upgrade the Quangfeng swordsmanship to the entry level, and 300 experience points from the entry level to the minor success level. As for the minor success to the major success level, it took a full 1,000 experience points, which also consumed his hard practice for nearly 2 months. In fact, I am now on the right track in swordsmanship. Even if there is no one to guide me, I know how to practice. As long as I have time to hone my skills, even without a system, I can slowly practice to the major success level. But Chen Mu shook his head. He could actually save some experience points and try to use them later, but he still didn't plan to do so. On the one hand, if he practiced swordsmanship every day, it would take at least several years to practice the Kwangfeng swordsmanship to the major success level. The span is too long and too long. On the other hand, he needs strength too much now. A minor mastery of the wind blade skill is not very reliable in this chaotic world, but once it reaches a major mastery, it can at least deal with the siege of 5 or 6 armed bandits, and even the most dangerous night patrols can be more confident. After all, many policemen, including some gang thugs, and even some security guards hired by wealthy families, are often at the level of major mastery of fists, feet, swords, or other skills. Those who really practice momentum are all masters of considerable status. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu's mind moved and he used up all the accumulated 1000 experience points. Buzz! Instantly, his whole brain went blank. From the beginning to the minor mastery of the wind blade skill, he was instilled with the memory of practicing hard for at least a spring and autumn, and this time, from minor mastery to major mastery, it took several years to achieve it through spring, summer, autumn, winter, cold and heat. It was as if he was actually there, practicing hard day by day, month by month, practicing with the sword in the spring breeze, practicing under the summer sun, practicing on the autumn frost, practicing in the winter snow. Spring and autumn repeated, and several years passed in an instant. When Chen Mu regained consciousness, his entire back was soaked with sweat, so much so that he didn't know how long he had been standing there in a daze. But when he tightly grasped the sword in his hand again, a feeling of being able to control it with one's own fingers arose spontaneously. To get started with swordsmanship, you only need to practice the right direction and details of the force, and practice the basic moves. When you have mastered the swordsmanship to a small extent, you will have mastered all the moves and subsequent changes, and will be able to adapt to changes in actual combat, and use all kinds of the changes of moves can be performed coherently, which means that he is a martial artist on the right path. As for the great success of swordsmanship, this means that he has completely mastered the art of Kwangfeng swordsmanship. He is no longer bound by moves and changes. He has the ability to draw inferences from one move to another. He is flexible and changeable. Whether it is one-on-one, one-on-many, or against different types of opponents such as fists, feet, swords, etc., he can deal with them skillfully. He is already a truly powerful fighter. Once he starts to perform, 2 or 3 armed bandits will be killed directly by him, and 5 or 6 bandits will find it difficult to get close. Finally, I have some strength. Chen Mu felt the power he had at this time and couldn't help but smile. Strength is the foundation of walking in troubled times. With this ability, it can be said that there are many more situations that can be dealt with. Even if he has lost his identity as a policeman, he doesn't have to worry about those gangsters causing trouble. At this level, he is fully capable of working as a thug for some forces, or working as a guard for others to earn some money. Of course, Chen Mu would not be complacent because of this small achievement. The mastery of swordsmanship only gave him a little self-protection power and the ability to survive on his own, but he could not completely change his status. Unless he practiced the Kwangfeng swordsmanship to perfection and developed the momentum that only a few warriors could comprehend, he would have a foundation. Whether he wanted to take a step forward to become a messenger or leave the city guards to make his own way, he would have the ability. Ha! Chen Mu calmed his breath, then took out a piece of dried meat from under the stove, chewed it and swallowed it with water. He had spent a lot of money in the past 3 months. He took out all the little money he had barely accumulated over the past 2 years to buy meat. After all, practicing swordsmanship was tiring, not only to gain experience points, but also to exercise his own body, so he had to absorb more nutrients. And the effect was also remarkable. At least under Chen Mu's clothes, after more than 3 months of hard training and occasional meat supplements, his entire outline has become bigger. Although he has not yet turned into a figure with protruding muscles, at least he is no longer as thin as before. However, the silver money he has saved with great effort has basically been used up. Chen Mu is thinking about finding a time to take the Kwangfeng sword method to the shop to sell it. Anyway, he has memorized the diagrams and it has no value. In fact, he is also thinking about buying a few more martial arts books from the shop if he has the chance to see if the system can read them for him. It's a pity that although this thing is not very valuable, if you want to buy it, you have to start with 10 taels of silver, which he can't afford now. And if you sell it, you can only sell it for 2 or 3 taels of silver. It can only be said that the shop is not an ordinary black heart. Okay, it's getting late, so we should go to the city guards first. Chen Mu thought about it and put away the booklet on Kwangfeng sword technique. He cut off some of the remaining dried meat and hid the rest. Then he opened the pot, filled it with porridge and rice, and went to the inner room to call Chinyu to eat. He ate meat, so he couldn't let his sister starve. But he couldn't supply too much. It wasn't the right time yet, so the brother and sister could only save it. After some time, they wouldn't have to worry about such things anymore. Chenyu woke up from her drowsiness and stretched her body, waist, then opened her little arms to let Chenmu hug her, but as she got older, although she was poor and malnourished, her body was slowly developing, and Chenmu rarely did too intimate actions. But Chenyu stuck to her, and finally had no choice but to hug her and let her eat well. After that, he changed into his police uniform, stepped on the police knife, and walked out the door. Chenyu locked the door behind him, and watched Chenmu's back disappear through the crack of the door, and then reluctantly slipped back into the house. The U city where Chenmu was located was actually very large. It was not only divided into two cities, the inner and outer cities, but the outer city was divided into 4 parts, the southeast, northwest, and each part was divided into 10 li. The size of each li was not much different from a township outside the city, but it was called li in the city and called township outside. Therefore, in addition to the 4 city guards in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, each li also had a city guard branch, which was managed by a police officer, with several police heads and dozens of policemen under his jurisdiction. Chenmu was in Jushiali, which belonged to Jushiali City Guard. Nowadays, the government is corrupt and chaotic. The city guard has almost become the private army of some forces in the inner city. They often don't care about the security of the city. They will only take action if there is an order from above. Jushiali City Guard is located on the north side of an open square. The square is the vegetable market in Jushiali. It is crowded during the day. In the past, there were occasionally some bandits sentenced to death by beheading. They were beheaded here for public display, but in recent years, there have been fewer and fewer. Going north from the vegetable market, there is a row of tall bluestone walls. There are some cracks on the wall, and it feels a bit dilapidated. Compared with the City Guard General Office, it is obviously much more mediocre, but it is still more solemn than the houses and courtyards of ordinary residents. Jushiali City Guard in the bluestone courtyard wall does not have any high-rise buildings, only some relatively clean houses. Chenmu walked into the City Guard's department and first changed his duty card for today's duty, which is also called signing in. Then he went to the yard behind the house to look for Lu Song, Li Tai, and others who were on the same shift. However, when he turned into the yard behind the house, he saw that today seemed a little different. Many of the policemen who usually drank big bowls of bitter tea here gathered together and surrounded a young policeman in the middle, which was very warm. Chenmu raised his eyebrows slightly. The young policeman surrounded by everyone was called Renyen. He also knew him, but he was not in the same group with him, so he didn't interact much on weekdays. But he was 2 years younger than him and was the youngest policeman here. Chenair is here, come, have some tea and rest your feet first. Lu Song and Li Tai, who were sitting under a huge locust tree, saw Chenmu coming over and immediately greeted him with a smile. Chenmu walked over and sat down next to the two of them, then noticed that the runners gathered around Renyen were mostly younger people. Older people like Lu Song and Li Tai, who were around 40 years old, didn't come over. Chenmu took a sip of bitter tea from the bowl and looked around. This is. Lu Song laughed and said, Renyen is blessed. His father accidentally met a nobleman not long ago and established some connections. The day before yesterday, he arranged for Renyen to learn swordsmanship at the Kaishan Martial Arts School in the inner city. Now, all the young people in our company want to come over and see if they can also get some guidance from Renyen. I see. Chenmu showed a hint of realization. Nowadays, if there is an opportunity to advance, it will naturally attract people to fight for it. Older officers like Lu Song and Li Tai may not be interested. They don't think they can practice any kung fu anymore because their energy and physical strength are declining. But the younger ones naturally have the dream of soaring to the sky and rising to the top. However, Chenmu was not very interested in this. On the one hand, there is a system, which is incomparable to even the most skilled martial artists. On the other hand, Renyen himself has just started learning, so how can he instruct others? Even if he really learns some skills, whether he can teach others is another matter. Teaching others and practicing by oneself are two different things. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to think that you can practice kung fu by currying favor with Renyen and asking him for some advice. But in this world, there are always people who flock to it as long as there is a little hope. Chenair, at your age, if you have the opportunity to practice swordsmanship, you might be able to learn something. We don't have any ideas at our age. Why don't you go and take a look? Li Tai smiled at Chenmu. Chenmu shook his head and said, Kung fu is not that easy to learn. If you don't practice well, it's no different from ordinary free fighting. He didn't know much about real martial arts before, but now he has mastered the swordsmanship and knows a lot. At least the entry level is not much different from free fighting with horizontal chopping and vertical slashing. Even if it is a little better than free fighting, in real combat, the sword has no eyes, and a touch will hurt, and life and death are still unpredictable. At least you have to practice to a small level to be considered to have some level. To practice to a small level, it usually takes 1 or 2 years of hard work. If the talent is a little worse, it may take several years. Although he doesn't know how talented Ren Yan is, it is still a long way to go to this point. Indeed, Kung Fu is not that easy to practice. Lu Song also said with a smile. He was old and knew some people who learned martial arts in the inner city martial arts hall. After practicing for a year or two, they did have some skills after they came out, but there were too many people who were hacked to death by random knives, so the difference was not that big. The conversation of several people was not loud, and it was not noticeable in the corner of the noisy courtyard. However, Ren Yan, who was surrounded by people and flattered, noticed Chen Mu when Chen Mu entered the courtyard. Although it was a bit far away and he couldn't hear what Chen Mu and Lu Song and others said specifically, he could distinguish a few scattered words in mouth shapes, and he immediately felt a little unhappy. Chen Mu was the youngest among the Juzhou city guards except him, but he invited Chen Mu to drink together several times, but Chen Mu refused and never gave him face, which made him very unhappy. He felt that Chen Mu was bullying him because he was young. Now, his family was lucky and had an opportunity to arrange for him to go to a martial arts school to learn swordsmanship. After the news spread, the officers in the yard were trying to get close to him and flatter him. Even the older officers smiled at him more. Only when Chen Mu entered the yard, he didn't come over and looked at him with no respect. At that moment, Ren Yan felt unhappy, but on the surface he smiled and walked a few steps towards Chen Mu, saying, "Brother Chen said that if the kung fu is not practiced well, it is no different from free fighting. I have only learned it for a few days. Why don't you ask Brother Chen for guidance?" Click. Chen Mu was naturally not interested in fighting with Ren Yan. What's more, Ren Yan was younger than him. To him, who had lived 2 lives, he was still a child. So he shook his head and said, "It's just an outsider saying some jokes. Brother Ren Yan is lucky to have this opportunity. If he can practice a sword technique in the future, he will naturally rise to the top. This is more like human words." Ren Yan's face looked better. He nodded at Chen Mu and turned to chat with other policemen. In the future, he was going to learn swordsmanship, rise to the top, and become a leader or even a chief. There was really no need to be serious with Chen Mu, an ordinary policeman. It was said that Chen Mu's family was still very poor, and he would not be on the same level as him in the future. Many policemen in the courtyard did not talk much about the brief exchange between Chen Mu and Ren Yan. They just smiled. Only some younger policemen secretly looked at Chen Mu and felt that Chen Mu did not understand the timing. If he did not take the opportunity to curry favor with Ren Yan now, when Ren Yan rose to power in the future and really became a leader, how could he care about them? But no one would remind Chen Mu of anything. Anyway, everyone had their own ambitions. If they were willing to be policemen for life with those older policemen and live at the bottom, there was nothing much to say. Even Lu Song and Li Tai did not say anything. It's just that both of them were a little surprised, because they were familiar with Chen Mu and knew that Chen Mu was usually cautious in his work, but he should have some ambitions in his heart. They didn't expect that he was so ordinary today. Maybe he encountered something and suddenly figured it out and was willing to live an ordinary life? Actually, that's fine. If there is no ambition, then there will be no risky things. Even if these low-level officials are so poor, at least they can live a stable life and have enough food. It is a job that they can do until they are old. Okay, it's time to patrol, otherwise we will be scolded if we are seen by Qin too. Lu Song finished drinking the bitter tea, stood up and greeted Chen Mu and Li Tai. Okay. Chen Mu drank half of his tea, stood up, and went out of the yard with Li Tai and Lu Song to patrol. With the 3 leading the way, the other officers in the yard quickly dispersed in 2s and 3s, but many people looked at Chen Mu's departing back and shook their heads secretly. Jiu Tiao Li is not small. The most prosperous street is also full of restaurants and people. The patrols of Chen Mu, Lu Song, Li Tai and others are basically just patrolling the more prosperous and important streets. The purpose is only to deter some ruffians and hooligans from causing trouble in the bustling restaurants and streets in broad daylight. After all, many restaurants and streets, in addition to paying money to local gangs every month, will also pay money to the city guard. They don't ask the city guard for protection and safety, but at least they need to be able to save face. Of course. These silvers will never flow into the hands of low-level officers like Chen Mu. Basically, the officers take the lion's share, and then the officers below will share some of them. After a casual inspection, Lu Song somehow got interested and pulled Li Tai and Chen Mu to the restaurant to have a drink. However, after being rejected by Chen Mu, they finally changed to drink tea. Although in today's world, it is nothing for the police to go to the restaurant to have a drink openly, even if they are unlucky and get caught by the police chief. If they met, at most they would just scold him, nothing would really happen. However, Chen Mu had always been cautious and would rather be patient than make mistakes, so as not to leave any handles. After all, if he was really caught as a typical example, it would be unreasonable to make a fuss. After Chen Mu said that, Li Tai also felt that it made sense, and Lu Song did not force it. Several people came to the restaurant, and under the flattery of the waiter, they sat down by the window, and then ordered a pot of tea, and a plate of peanuts and fennel beans, while eating and chatting. But they heard a noise outside. Chen Mu turned his head to look out the window and saw a group of people fighting not far away, which caused passers-by to retreat. One of the groups was obviously defeated and was beaten back step by step. Together with some street vendors who were unable to close their stalls, they were also affected in the chaos. It was unknown who was beaten and who was robbed. In short, it was a mess. Even so, whether it was Chen Mu, Lu Song, Li Tai and others, the three officers sat in the restaurant and watched from afar, but no one stood up to go over to take care of it, and they just drank tea and watched. This kind of thing is too common. Generally, as long as it does not involve roadside restaurants, streets, or pawn shops, and is just a fight in the streets, basically no one cares. Unless someone dies in broad daylight, then the city guard department may deal with it. Moreover, whether it is Chen Mu or Lu Song and others, they can see at a glance that the two groups fighting are gang forces, and the officers of the city guard department will not intervene in such a fight. I'm afraid the Black Snake Gang is going to fail. Lu Song squinted his eyes and looked at the fight in the distance, identifying the identity of the group that was retreating step by step. Oh? What do you mean? Li Tai ate a fennel bean, looked over with some surprise, and said, "Isn't it said that the Black Snake Gang has more than 100 people, and there are a lot of good players in the gang, and they have been doing well in the past year?" Chen Mu also looked at Lu Song, waiting for the next words. He also knew about the Black Snake Gang. It was a relatively powerful gang in Jiujiao. Even the street where he lived and several neighboring streets belonged to the Black Snake Gang. Every month, they would come to collect the so-called living expenses. Of course, the Black Snake Gang would not come to ask for money from him as a regular servant. Every time the gang members saw him, they would nod. "Hey, don't you know? The Black Snake Gang suffered a disaster not long ago. The gang leader was seriously injured, and several incense masters under him were killed or injured. Now I'm afraid they can't hold on for a few days. Look at that group that is chasing them relentlessly. I remember it was called the Red Gold Gang. A few months ago, it was still unknown. Now it is said that it has annexed a lot of the Black Snake Gang's territory. I think it won't take long before it replaces the entire Black Snake Gang." Lu Song smiled and took a sip of tea. Li Tai was slightly moved when he heard Lu Song's words, and said, "So, the Black Snake Gang is finished?" The leader of the Black Snake Gang is a remarkable figure. It is said that his pistol skills are as fierce and sharp as a poisonous snake. He is a person who has practiced the power of gun. He once killed dozens of people with a single gun. In our city guard bureau, I'm afraid only the commander can defeat him. Not only Li Tai, but even Chen Mu had an impression of the leader of the Black Snake Gang, because the other party once came to the city guard bureau to mention someone for something, and even the commander above him could not suppress the other party. In the end, the commander stepped in and gave an explanation in person. Lu Song shook his head and said, "Who knows what happened? Maybe he was plotted against, or maybe it was something else. Anyway, I'm afraid we will have to deal with the Red Gold Gang in the future." Chen Mu couldn't help but ponder when he heard this. To be honest, he was not interested in gang fights, but if the Red Gold Gang swallowed up the Black Snake Gang, then the area where he lived would be managed by the new Red Gold Gang, which was indeed impossible to ignore. The Black Snake Gang was quite easy to talk to him as a policeman. They never made trouble in front of him, nor did they ask him for any shelter money, but if it was the Red Gold Gang, he didn't know what their attitude would be. But now he has some strength, plus he has the identity of a policeman, so he is not too afraid, but just doesn't want to get involved in trouble. The world changes, that's how it is. Chen Mu shook his head and said, "If he was not a policeman and had no strength, this kind of gang change would directly affect his survival. Brother Lu, do you know anything about the Red Gold Gang?" Li Tai lowered his voice, looked around carefully, and then asked quietly. Lu Song shook his head, "I don't know much. I only know that the Red Gold Gang is not large now, but there are many good players in the gang. It is said that there are 2 or 3 deputy gang leaders who have cultivated momentum. It is not appropriate to ask more." Li Tai also knew the limit. Knowing too much would also cause trouble. Just knowing a little would be enough. At least at present, the Red Gold Gang's apparent strength is not worse than their City Guard division. Of course, there is also a general division above the City Guard division, and the Red Gold Gang is just a gang in Zhoujiao. Even if its strength is better than the City Guard division, it can only keep out of the way of the City Guard division and give each other face. The few people chatted for a while, ate all the fennel beans, and then left the restaurant again, patrolled again, and finally returned to the City Guard division to hand over their respective cards. At this time, there were also 2s and 3s of servants in the City Guard division who came back to take over the shift. But just as Chen Mu said hello to Lu Song and the others and was about to leave, he saw a man in a blue uniform coming over. Unlike the gray clothes worn by the low-level officers, this blue uniform was obviously much more exquisite. Not only was the fabric of a higher grade, but the patterns embroidered on it were also different. This was the uniform worn by the head of the city guards. There were only 5 heads of the city guards in the entire Zhujiali city guards. The man who came was called Qin Bei. He was the direct superior of Chen Mu's team and was in charge of Chen Mu's team. Sir Qin. As Qin Bei walked along, many officers present saluted respectfully. Qin Bei looked serious, walked in with a square step, and walked in calmly. Then he turned around and looked at the officers and said, "I have something to say. Those who are not here, please inform each other." As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down and waited for the next words. First, no one should interfere in the fight between the Red Gold Gang and the Black Snake Gang. No one should get involved, whether or not someone dies, it is none of your business. Second, if you find any other unusual actions by the Red Gold Gang, you can report it to me or the officer. Qin Bei spoke in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, some of the officers present had strange looks in their eyes, while others remained calm, as if they had known about it for a long time. For example, Chen Mu, Lu Song and others were not surprised at this time because they knew something in advance. However, Qin Bei's announcement meant that the Red Gold Gang would really take over the Black Snake Gang's position slowly. The first rule of not interfering was equivalent to tacitly agreeing that the two gangs would be in a good relationship. Annexation, the second, is an attitude towards the new gang. The purpose is not to really monitor them, but to spread through them to tell the Qi Jin gang that although the city guard will turn a blind eye, they should not act too recklessly, otherwise the city guard will still intervene. Yes. Lu Song and others responded. Qin Bei saw that everyone responded respectfully, so he nodded, then put away his stern look, turned to look at Ren Yan who had just returned not far away, and waved with a smile. "Ren Yan? Come, I have something to tell you." Ren Yan immediately walked over as if he was flattered, and followed Qin Bei into the classroom, but he could not hide the smugness in his eyes when he swept across the many officers outside. Although they were still officers, the attitude of the head officer Qin Bei towards him was obviously different from that towards others. Seeing this, many other officers were envious for a while, but they could only envy him. After all, who let Ren Yan's family know the nobles in the inner city? He could go to the inner city martial arts hall to learn martial arts. Even if he was not talented and comprehensible, he would definitely be a good player after a few years of learning. His status would be greatly different. Maybe he would be a new chief officer in the future. It was normal for Qin Bei to have a different attitude towards him. Some young officers who were close to Ren Yan before hoped that Ren Yan would take care of them more after practicing martial arts and rising to prominence, so that they could also have a chance to change their fate. Leaving the city guard, Chen Mu was still thinking about the Red Gold Gang. Judging from Qin Bei's attitude, the chief officers above might have dealt with the Red Gold Gang. In short, no matter what changes there were in the future, he was still a small officer, so he tried his best to go his own way and not get involved or make friends. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark, and Chen Mu also quickened his pace and walked home. But when he walked to an alley he often walked, Chen Mu suddenly wrinkled his nose and smelled a faint smell of blood. Thinking of the fight between the Red Gold Gang and the Black Snake Gang today, he thought it might be caused by the melee between the two gangs, so he didn't investigate it too much and quickened his pace to pass through quickly. But just as Chen Mu was about to pass through the alley, a cold light suddenly flashed in his peripheral vision. Almost instinctively, Chen Mu drew out his sword in an instant, slashed it diagonally to the right with a gust of wind. The skills he improved through experience points were not rootless duckweed, but the result of real hard training. Even in the skills that came out of thin air, there were many experiences of fighting against enemies, which made his eyesight and hearing much sharper than before, and he was much more sensitive to sharp weapons such as swords. Attacking from the right was a blood-stained machete, which seemed to have some sword skills, but no one expected Chen Mu to be so fierce and decisive, and no one expected Chen Mu's sword skills to be so proficient and profound. With just a flash of cold light and a brief encounter, the opponent was stabbed in the chest and abdomen. Shenmue also saw the appearance of the opponent at this time. He was a sturdy man wearing a coarse cloth gown. He actually recognized the opponent. He seemed to be a leader of the Black Snake Gang, but his appearance was very tragic at this time. Not only did he have several wounds on his shoulders and arms, but even his left eye was bleeding, as if it had been stabbed blind. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The leader of the Black Snake Gang endured the severe pain and said with difficulty. In his remaining one eye, there was a trace of horror. He never thought that a small, gray-clothed messenger would suddenly. The sword skills he showed were so impressive that he would not have won even in his prime without getting hurt. He was being hunted by the Red Gold Gang, and was seriously injured and blinded. He was already on the verge of death. Now he was so daring that he wanted to take someone down with him before he died. He didn't care who it was. It would have been better if an officer came. He might have been able to help the Red Gold Gang and drag the city guards into trouble, causing some trouble for the Red Gold Gang. But he ended up hitting a wall. Misunderstanding? Shenmue's eyes were extremely cold. If it weren't for his great sword skills and quick reaction, he would have been killed or even beheaded. The other party was trying to kill him. This was the closest he had ever been to death since he came to this world. If he hadn't awakened the system, he would have been a corpse by now. No matter how calm and composed he was at other times, he felt cold in his heart at this moment, and squinted his eyes to stare at the other party. Ahem. I thought you were from the Red Gold Gang. The incense master of the Black Snake Gang coughed up a mouthful of blood and explained with some difficulty. But halfway through his words, he suddenly swung the knife in his hand and slashed at Shenmue viciously. He was already seriously injured, and just now he was hit by Shenmue's counterattack. He was almost dead. Even if he was not found by the Red Gold Gang in a few moments, he would bleed to death. At this moment, he saw that Shenmue was so young, but his knife skills were comparable to his years of hard training. He was even more jealous and malicious. He wanted to attack him unexpectedly and dragged Shenmue to the back. Humph! However, Shenmue snorted coldly. He had been on guard against him for a long time. He just turned sideways to avoid the sneak attack, and then swung his knife diagonally with his backhand, and counterattacked with the second force of the storm and Aishanchi. The incense master of the Black Snake Gang was already seriously injured and was at the end of his strength. He had already used up his last strength to swing the knife. Now he could no longer avoid it, and there was a bloodline on his neck. Ah! The incense leader of the Black Snake Gang looked at Shenmue unwillingly, with a hint of resentment in his eyes, but then he fell down, twitched and kicked his legs, and soon he stopped moving. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Shenmue's hand holding the knife shook slightly. Although he had dealt with hundreds of corpses in the past few years since he came to this world, and there were many tragic ones, he had seen a lot, but this was the first person he killed with his own hands, and he had no grudges against him before. But Shenmue soon let it go. This is how the world is. There are people who rob and kill people even if there are no grudges, and even want to kill you if they don't like you. Without strength, he is now a corpse. If you want to kill him but die under his knife, there is no reason to explain. After quickly calming down, Shenmue was calmer than before. After all, he was used to dealing with corpses. At this time, he was not at a loss, but leaned down and quickly looted the other party's body. Soon, Shenmue found 5 ingots of silver and 2 gold leaves in his arms. The silver was about 50 taels, and the 2 gold leaves were estimated to be worth 20 or 30 taels. Adding up, it was about 70 or 80 taels, a huge sum of money he had never handled before. It's worthy of being a first-hand corpse. This is the first time in recent years. After all, he was a leader of the Black Snake Gang, and he was considered to have some status. After so many years of plundering and accumulating, he probably hid all the money on his body and planned to run away, but he was chased by the Red Gold Gang all the way. This was a good deal for him. After touching the corpse, Shenmue looked around and saw that there was no one, so he quickly disappeared into the streets. After about a moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the alley. They looked at the Black Snake Gang Shangju, who was lying in a pool of blood, and were silent for a while. Someone squatted down, checked the wound, and whispered, "The wind passes without a trace." This seems to be the swordsmanship of the Xuanfeng lineage among the 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi. Judging from the strength and accuracy, it is estimated that he has at least mastered it. We don't have such a person in our gang. He stood up and asked someone, "Shangju Chu, do you want to check it out?" The man called Shangju looked at the corpse in front of him and pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The swordsmanship is mastered. That's it, it's better to have less trouble than more. Anyway, the person is dead, and we can report it. These days, there are all kinds of people. If the other party was picked up by a small character, then maybe we still have to check it out, but if we run into someone with mastered swordsmanship, then there is no need to bother with it anymore. After all, a person who has mastered the swordsmanship is either a gang leader, a martial arts master of a certain force, or even a leader of the city guard. If there is no grudge, there is no need to provoke him. I just don't know who this person is. Shenmue quickly returned home and closed the door. Shenyu looked at Shenmue, who hurried into the house without saying a word. She sniffed slightly and smelled a little blood. Her big eyes showed a thoughtful look. She followed him into the house quietly and whispered, "What's wrong with my brother? I encountered a little trouble, but I'm fine now." After Shenmue closed the door and listened carefully to the movement, his mood calmed down. He touched the silver and gold leaves hidden in his pocket. It was a huge sum of nearly 70 or 80 taels. For ordinary people, it was a sum of money that they could not earn in their lifetime. Moreover, the world was in chaos these days, and many people sold themselves into slavery because they could not survive. Often, a girl of 8 or 9 years old was worth less than 10 taels of silver, and a man was even cheaper. With 50 taels of silver, it is enough to buy a small courtyard in the relatively peaceful area of Jushiali near the city guards. Generally, only the owner of a restaurant or pawnshop, or the leader of a small gang, or the head of the city guards can afford to live there. It is impossible to say that there is no ripple in my heart after getting such a sum of money. But Shenmue is different now. His sword skills and strength have given him confidence and mentality, so that he can still suppress the waves in his heart with such a sum of money and analyze the situation calmly. He wants to kill me, so it's only natural for me to kill him. Even if he finds out about me later, it's okay. Others may not know that he carries such a large sum of money on him. Besides, even if they know and come looking for me, it's nothing. With my current ability, 70 or 80 taels of silver can still keep him at bay. If he was just an ordinary low-level constable, and he took advantage of the opportunity and wanted to embezzle the 70 or 80 taels of silver, it would definitely be quite risky. Once he was found out, not only would he have to hand over the money obediently, but he might also be in a lot of trouble. He might even have to consider giving most of it to the chief constable above to get the chief constable's protection. But now it's different. He has the strength of a master swordsman. He can be a leader in the gang and is qualified to be a chief substitute in the city guard. 70 or 80 taels of silver can still cover him up. And besides, the other party wanted to kill him first, and he killed him. So it was all reasonable in terms of emotion, reason, and fist. Thinking of this, Shenmue became calmer. This money is enough for me to move to a better house with Yuer, and the future life will be much better. But it's better not to be too ostentatious. Let's hold back for now and see the situation. When I kill someone, there is no one around, and no one knows my strength. They only know that I am an ordinary servant, and no one may think of me. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. He has lived in this old house since he came to this world. It has been in disrepair for many years. There are no windows and it leaks from time to time. In the past, he thought about moving to a better place with Chunyu when he became rich. Now he finally waited for it. But in order to avoid trouble, it's better to wait for a while. On the other hand, he can be more generous with his daily food and clothing, which will not be seen at home. At least he can give the little girl rice, flour and meat for every meal, and he can also replenish blood and strengthen his body. While Shenmue was thinking, Shenyu circled around Shenmue and finally found a little bloodstain on the corner of Shenmue's clothes, which had not yet dried. She paused for a moment, but did not say anything. Instead, she turned back to the front and deliberately stretched out her nose to sniff Shenmue in a coquettish manner, saying, "Brother, there is a smell on your body. Take off your robe and I will wash it." Okay. Shenmue was thinking and did not pay attention to Chenyu at the moment. He took off his uniform and handed it to Chenyu. Shenyu then ran to the woodshed holding the robe. Shenmue recalled the thrilling scene at the entrance of the alley. He reached out and touched the sword weapon, muttering, "I do have some strength now." The incense master of the Black Snake Gang can be considered a good fighter, but he couldn't last more than a few rounds in my hands. Of course, he was seriously injured and his sword skills were scattered and weak, but it was also because my whirlwind sword skills were refined and strong. The great success that the system forcibly raised is, in a sense, probably purer than the great success recognized by the outside world. Shenmue had always considered whether the great success of sword skills evaluated by the system and the great success of sword skills generally evaluated by the outside world could correspond one-to-one. Now it seems that the system's standards are probably higher than those of the outside world. In other words, his great success of sword skills is more solid than that of ordinary people. With this in mind, Shenmue immediately looked forward to the scene when his sword skills were perfected and he practiced a wisp of whirlwind sword power. He didn't know how much his sword skills would improve at that time and what kind of strong fighter he would become. Maybe he is nothing in the whole Yuching, but in the 9 streets of the outer city, there are probably not many who can beat him. Practice with the sword. Shenmue exhaled, pulled out his sword and took a look. Seeing that it was still stained with some blood, he immediately went to wash the blood, and then began his daily practice at dusk. Nothing happened that night. Shenyu washed clothes and cooked for Shenmue as usual. At night, she pestered Shenmue to tell stories as usual, and fell asleep with Shenmue's random stories of strange stories. Shenmue was not asleep at night. He vaguely heard some movement outside, but it was just some footsteps passing by. No one paid attention to his 2 small houses, and no one cared about a city guard who lived in the house. During the day, Shenmue also breathed a sigh of relief, basically confirming that nothing was wrong, and then went to the city guard to change the card as usual. Coincidentally, when he arrived at the city guards to change the card, he was patrolling with Lu Song, Li Tai, and others. When he passed by the alley he walked through last night, he saw the corpse lying there almost as it was at the entrance of the alley. It seemed that the Red Gold Gang had not done anything. Hey, this person seems to be the incense master of the Black Snake Gang. Lu Song looked at the corpse with a little surprise, then walked over and searched up and down, but found nothing. Finally, he spat in dismay. Tisk, it's really clean, there's not a single scent. In the past, he would not dare to spit at an incense master of the Black Snake Gang like this, even if it was just a corpse, but now the Black Snake Gang is on the decline, and the incense masters and gang leaders are basically all dead, and the former prestige is no longer there. Shenmue said nothing, and carried the corpse with Lu Song and others, and sent it out of the city and threw it into the mass grave. The Black Snake Gang probably won't make it. On the way back, Lu Song also sighed. It's like this for gang members, fighting and killing all day long, with your head hanging on your waistband. Although you can make some money, you don't know when you will die. It's not as stable as us policemen. Although we don't have much opportunity to make money in advance, we live a much more secure life. Li Tai said, I have a distant cousin who also joined a gang. He dared to fight in the first few years and made a lot of money, but then one day he never came back. No one saw him alive or dead. In my opinion, it's better to live a stable life as a policeman. What do you think, Chen Er? He looked at Shenmue with a smile. Lu Song also smiled and patted Shenmue's shoulder, saying, You don't seem to have a family yet. When there is a chance, I will find a marriage for you so that you can live a stable life. No hurry, no hurry. Shenmue smiled. Lu Song winked at Shenmue. What do you mean by not in a hurry? You kids shouldn't have. Well, right? You don't know what it feels like. Why don't you go and have some fun now? Li Tai laughed when he heard this and said, Old Lu, you are really brave. I have to go talk to my sister-in-law. Lu Song said dissatisfiedly, I arranged this for Chen Er with good intentions. Why are you making trouble? Come on, if you dare to ruin my show, I will tell everyone about the time you got drunk and pulled off the widow at the West End. You dare. Li Tai glared at him, then moved around guiltily. Shenmue just laughed at the quarrel between Lu Song and Li Tai. He didn't have the money to go to the romantic place before, but now he has the money, but he has more important things to do. He doesn't want to delay practicing the sword. The sooner he can practice the Kuangfeng sword technique to perfection, the sooner he will have more confidence. He will have everything he needs, and there is no need to rush. The development of the situation is as Shenmue expected. The Black Snake Gang was soon completely defeated by the Red Gold Gang. They disappeared completely in a few days and nights, and no gang members were seen again. The power that gradually controlled this large area of streets and alleys changed from the Black Snake Gang to the newly rising Red Gold Gang. During this process, there was no ups and downs at all about the death of the incense master. No one even mentioned this matter, let alone finding him. It was just like the beggars who froze to death in the ditch on weekdays, and no one cared about them. Shenmue still acted cautiously and did not use the money to do anything big like changing to a new house. He just bought more rice, flour and dried meat to improve the family's meals, and bought a new cotton-padded jacket for Chinyu. The happy little girl almost jumped onto the roof beam. That's it. Another half-month passed in a flash. Something that surprised Shenmue came. His third aunt's family got Zhang Hai out of prison. It was said that Zhang the butcher had found an important person in his family. He didn't know how hard he begged, but it finally worked. After nearly 2 months, Zhang Hai was released from prison. This matter was not handled by Shenmue, so he didn't know the news until Chen Hong came to his house after a few days. Third aunt, you come whenever you want. You don't have to bring these rice and flour every time. I didn't help you much. Shenmue invited Chen Hong into the house and said as he looked at the bag of rice she was carrying. His cousin Zhang Hai came with Chen Hong. Compared with more than a month ago, he was obviously much thinner, but because he was released from prison, he probably rested at home for several days and his complexion had recovered a lot. At this time, he followed Chen Hong into the house, looked at the small and dilapidated house, and then looked at Chen Mu, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and shook his head secretly in his heart. After he went back, he heard that Chen Hong wanted to marry his cousin Yu Ying to Chen Mu, but how could his cousin marry into such a place without even a decent yard? Fortunately, Yu Ying did not agree. Chen Hong insisted that he come over and thank Chen Mu in person, but he did not think there was anything to thank him for. Chen Mu might have made some efforts, but he did not do anything except transferring silver to the prison boss. Chen Mu noticed that Zhang Hai's attitude was different, but he did not care. Now his strength is steadily improving, his life is getting better and better, and his mentality is naturally more stable, and he does not care about other people's eyes. Is it not possible for me to bring some rice and flour to see my niece? You are not afraid of being hungry, but I am afraid that Yuer will lose weight, Chen Hong said with a smile. Zhang Hai was rescued, and her mental state was obviously restored to the past, not as lifeless as last time. Third aunt. Chen Yu came out from the back and called out sweetly. During this period, because Chen Mu improved the family's meals, her complexion was obviously much better than before, and she even looked a little more watery. Her face also grew a little more, which surprised Chen Hong, and even Zhang Hai was slightly stunned. Yuer is getting more and more beautiful. What delicious food did she eat? Chen Hong held Chen Yu's face and joked with a smile. Chen Yu sat there with a silly look, but did not answer. Chen Hong took Zhang Hai to sit in Chen Mu's house for a while, but did not stay for long. She soon said goodbye and left. This time she came mainly to tell Chen Mu about Zhang Hai's matter, and also to thank Chen Mu for what happened before. Chen Mu sent Chen Hong and Zhang Hai out the door. When he turned around and closed the door, he looked at Chen Yu and said with a smile, "Your third aunt asked you what good food you had recently. Why didn't you say that you had fish and meat these days?" Chen Yu shrank her head and said, "What if my cousin knew that he would want to eat even if he stayed at our house? Third aunt is fine, but my cousin can probably eat as much as 5 yuers in one meal." Chen Mu was amused and confused. Although he thought Chen Yu might be fooling around, it was good that the little girl could resist showing off to others. On the other side, Zhang Hai, who had left Chen Mu's house, just followed Chen Hong into an alley and couldn't help but bury. He complained, "Mother, how could you think of marrying Yu Ying to him? You see, his family is so poor. Yu Ying won't have a good life if she follows him." He paused here, thinking of Chen Yu, and said, "Well, but Sister Yuer is getting more and more beautiful. If she can marry a good family, he might be lucky enough to be promoted. Having a sister with good looks is not a bad thing." "Nonsense." Chen Hong glared at Zhang Hai and said, "Your cousin is a servant. Even if he doesn't have much money, he lives a stable life and no gangsters dare to cause trouble. This is a kind of ability. Yuer is still young, so don't have any bad ideas." "Yes, yes, yes," Zhang Hai responded perfunctorily. Although he and his cousin Chen Mu had no grudges, he always felt that Chen Mu did not do his best for him in the prison incident, so he became more and more dissatisfied. But in fact, if Chen Mu was a courier or even a police officer, even if he only said a word or asked a few questions about this matter, Zhang Hai would probably be very grateful. But just because Chen Mu was a small low-level policeman, even if he really tried his best, Zhang Hai didn't think Chen Mu did anything. Things in the world are always like this. Days passed. Chen Mu practiced sword every day, rain or shine, and his experience points slowly accumulated. From the great success to the perfection of the Quangfeng sword technique, a lot of experience points are required, a full 3,000 points, which is at least half a year for him to accumulate. It is a long way to go, but fortunately the direction is clear and there are no obstacles. As long as he works hard and perseveres, he can steadily cross the threshold. Although the outer city is as chaotic as ever, he has been able to rely on observing words and expressions and acting cautiously in the past, and has spent more than 2 years in peace. Now that he has the strength, he does not cause trouble or take care of things, so naturally no trouble can find him. Firewood room. The sword in Chen Mu's hand flew up and down, and when he waved it, there seemed to be a gust of wind, causing the dust in the firewood room to fly, but all the dust was rolling outward with him as the center, seemingly chaotic, but orderly. He practiced like this for an unknown period of time. As the experience +1 popped up in his sight, Chen Mu slowly put away his sword and stopped. 6 months. He sighed. Unknowingly, nearly 6 months have passed since the sword technique was perfected. Since he got the book of the wind sword technique and opened the system, he has been practicing sword for nearly 9 months. Chen Mu called out the system interface. Martial arts, wind sword technique, perfect, experience, 2,917 points, still a little short. Shenmue nodded slightly as he looked at the accumulated experience. He can gain more than 10 experience points every day when practicing swordsmanship now. Now he is not far from 3,000 points. Judging from the situation, it will take at most 7 or 8 days to get enough. Brother, you got up so early again. Shenmue yawned and appeared at the door of the firewood room. It's getting late. Shenmue made way and said, I'll have to rest for a while before I go to work. Okay, get out. Shenmue pushed Shenmue out. She was going to light a fire and cook. Shenmue was pushed out of the woodshed by Chinyu. He smiled in his heart, but he didn't go back to the bedroom. Instead of resting, he opened the door and went outside, stretched his body, and breathed a few breaths of fresh air outside. He stood at the door for a while, listening to Chinyu busy in the woodshed. When he was about to go back to the house, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the alley not far away, which seemed to be mixed with crying. Early in the morning, Shenmue shook his head. Listening to the noise, it seemed to be the voice of Old Man and his granddaughter in the south of the alley. Old Man actually had a good life. He had a son and a daughter-in-law. The couple ran a small business and had no worries about food and clothing. As a result, his son and daughter-in-law suddenly disappeared not long ago and could never be found again. Because he had a granddaughter to support, Old Man had no choice but to go back to his old job and go out of town to chop wood with an axe, but he was old and had not been out of town to chop wood for several years. As a result, he accidentally broke his leg after only a few trips. It happened that the Red Gold Gang annexed the Black Snake Gang. A large amount of housing money was collected. In this world, if ordinary families encounter 1 or 2 disasters, they will basically never be able to stand up again. Shenmue sighed in his heart. Hearing the noise over there, he did not go over, but just stood at the door and looked over there from a distance. He could vaguely see 2 men dragging a little girl about 10 years old out. Then a lame old man limped out and chased after him. He was pushed and fell to the ground. Old man, your family has owed the living money for 4 months. You really think we are made of mud? If you can't pay the money today, it's only natural to use your granddaughter to pay off the debt. The voice of one of the men came from far away along the alley. Some families nearby had heard the noise early, but no one opened the door. At most, they peeped out through the cracks in the door, and even more families didn't even look and stayed in the house. Old Man's granddaughter cried and struggled desperately, but she couldn't pull the 2 shirtless men and was dragged farther and farther. What a sin! What a sin! Old Man fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but his crutches flew to the side and he couldn't get up with his limp. He could only watch his granddaughter being dragged away, tears streaming down his face. Shenmue was also very unhappy watching this scene. Although the Black Snake Gang was also quite rude at first, they would not force people into a desperate situation for those who really couldn't pay. But the Red Gold Gang was much more rude, and they pushed people into a desperate situation, even doing it in broad daylight. The order in the outer city was getting more and more chaotic. The Red Gold Gang had acted so despicable that the city guard department ignored it. In fact, he had seen a lot of such things. Based on the cautious idea of being poor and taking care of oneself, he had ignored them in the past, but this time, after all, they were neighbors in the same alley, so it was a little different. Just at this moment, while struggling and crying, Old Man's granddaughter saw the only open door in his alley, and him standing at the door, and cried out, "Brother Chen, save me." That was all. Shenmue shook his head and took a few steps forward. After all, they were familiar neighbors. If he was still as poor and destitute as before and could only take care of himself, he could only choose to remain indifferent. But now, things are different. In broad daylight, how can you be so rude? Shenmue went straight to the 2 men from the Red Gold Gang and said to them in a deep voice. Although Shenmue was not wearing a police uniform at this time, the 2 men knew him. After all, Shenmue was the only policeman in the 2 alleys nearby, and the Red Gold Gang had occupied this place for some time, so they were basically familiar with each other. Brother Chen, it is only natural to pay back debts. You can't stop us from collecting debts, right? The 2 men laughed with a fake smile, but there was not much fear in their tone. If they met the police, it would be completely different, but Shenmue was just a low-level policeman, and he had a relationship with them that was just a matter of nodding to each other on weekdays. How much do you owe? Shenmue said lightly. The 2 men looked at each other, and one of them shrugged and said, not much, just half a tael of silver. Okay, put the man down, and you can go. Shenmue raised his hand and threw out a silver bean, about half a tael. The 2 men were surprised when they saw this, but after looking at each other, they picked up the silver beans and bowed to Shenmue, saying, since Brother Chen has spoken, we naturally have to give him face. We will leave the person to you. Although they could get more money by selling Lao's granddaughter to a man, they were just low-level gangsters of the Red Gold Gang after all. If they clashed with Chen Mu, they might not get any benefits in the end. They dared to bully the civilians in the alley casually, but being a messenger was different after all. As they said that, the two men put down Lao's granddaughter, nodded to Chen Mu, and then turned and left. Chen Mu stood there and watched this scene quietly. The two men were quite sensible, so he was not interested in further investigation. Chen, brother Chen. Lao's granddaughter stood there blankly, still with a crying face, and was completely at a loss. Chen Mu waved his hand at her and said, "It's okay, go back." The little girl stood there stupidly. When she heard Chen Mu's words, she turned around stiffly, but she saw Old Man, who had picked up his crutches again in the alley behind her, limping towards her with his crutches. "Grandpa." She finally came to her senses and threw herself into Old Man's arms and burst into tears. Old Man didn't bother to comfort his granddaughter. Instead, he knelt down in front of Chen Mu with tears in his eyes and said tremblingly, Little Chen, thank you so much this time." Chen Mu sighed in his heart, stepped forward to help Old Man up, and said, "Uncle, there is no need to do this." Old Man took Chen Mu's hand with trembling hands, then pulled his granddaughter's hand over, forced it into Chen Mu's hand, and said with tears in his eyes, "I'm old and lame, and I really can't support this granddaughter. Little Chen, if your family needs someone to make a fire and cook, then keep her. Now I only trust you." An old man. He had lost his children, his livelihood, and he couldn't work or even have food to eat. It's not that he hadn't thought about arranging a way out for Ni, but those distant cousins were all jackals. If he handed his granddaughter to them, he was afraid that he didn't know what the end would be. He had been really desperate, but the scene just now gave him a glimmer of hope. Although Chen Mu's life didn't seem to be rich, he had stopped the people from the Red Gold Gang, saved Ni, and let her come back. He didn't ask for anything. After all, people's true nature was revealed in times of crisis. Chen Mu looked at the old man and hesitated. To be honest, he hadn't thought of this before. If it were in the past, he would most likely refuse outright. He couldn't even raise a sister, so how could he afford to raise a non-relative? The little girl was not from the past, but now, on the one hand, he didn't have to worry about money, and on the other hand, it wouldn't be long before he had the ability and moved to a new house, and the family really needed a maid or something. Chen Mu was not the kind of person who was reserved. The reason for his hesitation was that, on the one hand, Ni was a little too young, only about 10 years old, and on the other hand, he didn't know what kind of personality Ni had, and whether she would cause any trouble. When Old Man saw Chen Mu's hesitation, he became more determined. After all, if Chen Mu had any other ideas, he could just agree to it first, and then sell his granddaughter to somewhere else, and he could still make a lot of money. There was no reason to hesitate. "Little Chen, I know that the world is not easy, and I don't have much money, but the deeds of the two old houses are still there, and they can still be worth a few taels of silver. When I die, they will all belong to you." Old Man spoke intermittently with tears in his eyes. Some neighbors who were lying at the door listening to the noise couldn't help but feel a little envious when they saw this scene. Old Man didn't have many years left to live. When Old Man died, not only could they get the house deed, but his granddaughter would also grow up. If they passed it on, it would be all money. They were envious but not jealous. After all, if they were in his place, they couldn't get rid of the people from the Red Gold Gang. They could only say that Chen Mu, a poor messenger, was lucky this time. That's not necessary. Seeing that Old Man had said this, Chen Mu thought about it and made a decision. Since he had already helped, he would help to the end. Whether she was a younger sister or a maid, it didn't matter. In short, she would give her a companion. There was no need to be too fussy about this. No, yes. Old Man trembled as he put Ni's little hand into Chen Mu's hand, and then staggered back with his crutches. Chen Mu thought about it and didn't say much. He didn't want to covet the two old houses of Liahan's family. He would just leave them for Ni in the future. A lot of things will change in the future. Let's talk about the future later. Ni had been standing there trembling. Now she had stopped sobbing and her tears gradually dried up. She didn't say anything about what Laohan said before. She was too young at this age and had to let Laohan make the decision. Laohan put his little hand into Chen Mu's hand and she didn't even dare to pull it back. "Yuer, how about you living with your sister near in the future?" Chen Mu let go of Ni's hand and turned his head to look behind him. He didn't know when Chen Yu was peeking through the half door and looking through the gap. Chen Yu blinked, looked at Ni, and said, "Okay, brother will make the decision." "Yeah." Chen Mu nodded, looked at Ni, whose mood had stabilized a lot, and said gently, "What about you, Ni your sister?" He had never met Ni before. Going to Lao's house for dinner was before he came to this world. At that time, Ni was younger, only 6 or 7 years old, but she still remembered him. I listened to Grandpa. Ni lowered her head and whispered. Shen Yu behind the door heard this answer and smiled unnoticed. If An answered, I listened to my brother, then she would have to be more careful with this little sister. Now it's good. Shen Mu nodded slightly to this answer. Taking in someone is not a joke. Although he is still young, it is best if he doesn't have any thoughts or schemes. He is also suitable to be a companion for Chen Yu. He stood at the door and waited for a while. But he waited and waited, but there was no sign of Lao. Gradually, Shen Mu realized that something was wrong, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately walked towards Old Man's house. When he arrived at Old Man's door, the door was ajar. When he pushed it open, he saw a pair of hanging legs in the air, one of which had a dry and purple ankle, and a yellowed house deed was placed on the worn-out chair next to it. Shen Mu paused, looking up, with a complex look in his eyes. Grandpa! Ni's shrill voice came from behind. The little girl rushed into the house, hugged Han's hanging legs tightly, and cried heartbreakingly. Lao Han is dead. Why do you have to do this? Shen Mu sighed in his heart. Maybe he didn't want to think so before. Lao Han really couldn't survive. His children were gone, he had no livelihood and no source of income, and he was lame, but he didn't expect Lao Han to be so resolute. Maybe he was afraid that he would not want to take in An, so he just died and handed over the house deed to him. Maybe he was too selfish. If he had said a few more words and given some money to Lao Han would not have died. After all, the 3 years since he came to this world have completely changed him. Shen Mu patted Ni's shoulder, with an apologetic look in his eyes. I didn't expect that uncle would be so upset. If only I had come to see him earlier. And I didn't say anything, but just kept crying. After crying for a long time, she wiped her red eyes and said, No, it's not Brother Mu's fault. Brother Mu saved An. Brother Mu is a good man. A good man? Maybe. Shen Mu shook his head, touched Ni's little head, then walked forward and put down the body of Old Man. Old Man's funeral was extremely simple. He was just wrapped in a straw mat and sent outside the city. They found a place to bury him. The only difference from the mass grave was that he would not be eaten by wild wolves, and there was a handful of grave soil, so he could recognize the place when he went to the grave in the future. And I didn't cry again after Old Man was wrapped in a straw mat, but her eyes were always red. After that, she listened to Chen Mu's instructions on everything, including the silent funeral, and asked her to stay with Chen Yu and not to follow him out of the city. In fact, people in this world have a strong tolerance. Even a 10-year-old child only took half a day to accept the fact that his parents and grandfather had passed away. After all, for ordinary people, living to the age of 50 is a happy funeral. Old Man lived to be 59, which is considered old in several nearby alleys. At home. Okay, don't be upset anymore, Sister An. You have to sleep with me from now on. Chen Yu sat on the bed, watching An with her big eyes. An nodded gently. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, But you have to remember a few things. I'll tell you. The first is not to cause trouble to your brother. Whatever your brother says is what it is. If your brother is not here, listen to me. The second is not to ask anything more. If you see something strange, pretend you didn't see it. As long as your brother doesn't say it, don't ask or care. Do you hear me? Otherwise I will be angry. When she said the last sentence, Chen Yu was still smiling, revealing 2 small canine teeth, but it was inexplicably a little scary. You, Sister Yu. And I was a little frightened and shivered slightly. But Chen Yu immediately hugged her, touched her head and said softly, Okay, don't be afraid, Sister is just talking first. As long as you listen to Sister, nothing will happen. Brother is very hard, we can't cause trouble for him. Brother is also very powerful, you will live a good life with him in the future. Yeah. Ni's nose was sour, and she didn't know what she thought of, and shed a few more tears. Shen Mu didn't know what happened at home. After he dealt with the body of Old Man, he continued to patrol the city guard department. Shen Mu had expected that taking in An would cause some trouble, but the trouble came faster than he expected. On the evening of the 3rd day after he took in An, someone came to his door. What's the matter? Shen Mu opened the door and saw a man with a shifty look standing at the door. When the man saw Shen Mu, he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, It's Chindichai, right? I'm Zhao. I heard that my uncle passed away a few days ago. It was Chindichai who helped bury him. I, as your nephew, just heard about it. I'm really sorry. I want to thank Chindichai for not letting my uncle's body be exposed in the wilderness. As he spoke, he squeezed out a mournful expression. Chen Mu said lightly, Just call me Chen Mu. Uncle and I are neighbors, so you don't have to be polite. Old Man died quietly at the time, and he didn't alarm the neighbors at all. As a result, less than 3 days later, distant relatives came to his door. It is estimated that they just heard the news and rushed over. Chen Mu also asked some questions from Ni. After the accident at Lao's house, none of the so-called distant relatives, including Zhao in front of him, came to visit. But they came as soon as this person died. It was obvious what happened. As expected. After Zhao pretended to mourn, he immediately looked into the house. My niece is only 10 years old, and she has lost her parents. As an uncle, I can't let her wander around. I'll trouble you to take care of her these days. As he spoke, he shouted into the house, I'm your distant cousin, and I'm here to take you home. And I was staying with Chen Yu. When she heard Zhao's words, she trembled slightly and looked at Chen Yu next to her hesitantly. Chen Yu showed a thoughtful look, then lowered his head and said something in her ear. And I nodded a little depressed, then walked to the door and whispered cousin. Chen Mu looked at this scene, his expression did not change much, he just looked at Ni with a gentle face and said, Sister Ni, do you want to go back with your uncle, or live with Sister Yuer? He took in Ni but actually did not go through many procedures, including changing Ni's nationality. If it were in the past, the normal procedures would be either adoption or enslavement, but now the government is corrupt. In fact, these rules are already in name only. In other words, the final right of interpretation belongs to the powerful. Chen Mu probably knew what Zhao, his distant cousin, was up to. He came here in such a hurry, probably to her back before he could naturalize her. After all, he was just a messenger, not a powerful person. Grandpa told me to listen to Brother Mu. And I curled up half of her body behind Chen Mu, only half of her head was exposed, and she spoke in a low voice, not daring to look at Zhao. At her age, she couldn't really figure out too many things, but no matter what, she knew that distant cousins like Zhao had never visited Old Man, and she had even only seen them a few times in her life. They were almost strangers to her. Compared to Chen Mu, who saved her in times of crisis, and what Old Man said to her, her little heart was a little clearer. Chen Mu smiled slightly when he heard Ni's answer. Zhao's face immediately turned ugly. Chen Mu looked at Zhao and said calmly, before he died, Uncle asked me to take care of Sister Nier. I have already agreed. Yuer also likes this child very much and has always treated her as a younger sister. Zhao said with a sullen face, since Uncle said so, then Sister Nier will have to trouble Chen Cha to take care of her for a few more days. But I remember that Uncle should have a house deed. If it was Old Man's last wish, and with Ni's attitude, it would not be appropriate to forcibly her away. After all, Chen Mu is still a policeman, but the 2 old houses left by Old Man's family cannot be given to others. Seeing that Zhao was no longer hiding it, Chen Mu smiled coldly and said, the house deed left by Uncle is naturally left to Nier. Why, are you, my cousin, planning to her away by force? Zhao's face turned blue and red after hearing these words. He glanced at the knife on Chen Mu's waist, but he didn't dare to make a loud noise after all. He turned around and left angrily. Looking at Zhao's back disappearing in the alley, Chen Mu closed the door with indifference. Then he turned his head to look at Chen Yu, who ran out of the house, smiled and said, Did you teach Nier to answer like that just now? No. Chen Yu smiled and pulled Ni over, hugged her into the house, and said, I only told Nier's sister not to be afraid, just say what she thinks. Is that so? Chen Mu shook his head and laughed. Looking at Ni, who was still a little confused, and Chen Yu, who looked cute and naive, he felt relieved. He had never found that Chen Yu was not only gentle and lovely, but also quite scheming. But it was good. At least he would not suffer any loss. After having dinner with Chen Yu and Ni, Chen Mu sent them to the bedroom, and then stayed in the woodshed alone. He planned to practice sword all night tonight. It was not entirely because of the sudden visit of Zhao, the villain. Now, he was less than 30 points away from accumulating full experience. One night's effort was enough, and he had been waiting for this day for more than half a year. Under the dark night, there was no light in the woodshed, and it was pitch dark. But even if Chen Mu could not see anything, he was familiar with the stove, water tank, etc. in the woodshed. The knife in his hand flew up and down, rolling up pieces of chaotic wind, but it was as solid as a rock, and never touched the stove and the wall of the house. There was no flash of sword in front of him, only the continuous whistling sound of wind. Momentum. Chen Mu murmured in his heart. From the mastery of swordsmanship, if he wants to go a step further and practice the wild wind swordsmanship to perfection, he must understand a trace of momentum. This so-called momentum is a mysterious thing, and even in the secret manual, it is not clear what it is. In fact, Chen Mu has been practicing hard for nearly 6 months since his mastery of swordsmanship. He also wants to rely on his own efforts and understanding to see if he can touch the so-called momentum and then break through in one fell swoop. But the fact is that these 6 months of daily sword training have made him a little stronger in his arms and more physically fit, and there is no other change. The proficiency of swordsmanship has reached its peak when it reaches the mastery. Momentum is the momentum of the wind, the momentum of the wild wind, but how to master it is no longer a simple change of moves. Shenmue knew that even a person with average comprehension could achieve perfection in swordsmanship after 10 years of hard practice, but it was definitely an extraordinary step to perfect this step, which could trap countless swordsmen. Perhaps it required not only practice and comprehension, but also real battles with countless opponents, tempering oneself in various situations, and experiencing life and death. Only by being able to grasp the ray of inspiration and then transform from a cocoon into a butterfly, standing out from the crowd. Time passed by little, until the next day, when the first ray of morning light shone into the woodshed through the crack of the door. Shenmue had already put away his sword and stood quietly in the center of the woodshed, bathing in the sunlight. It seems that I still can't understand it by myself. After practicing hard all night, he still couldn't touch the mystery of sword power, but thinking that many people practice swords for a lifetime and were trapped here, he felt relieved and called up the system panel. Martial arts, Kwangfeng sword skill, great accomplishment, experience, 3,000 points. In fact, thinking about it, these 3,000 experience points are the result of his 6 months of hard practice. With this breakthrough to the perfection of sword skills, there is not much difference between him and his own understanding. They all rely on themselves, not on others. Shenmue closed his eyes slightly, moved his mind, and chose to upgrade. Buzz! The 3,000 experience points were consumed in an instant. Instead, countless immersive scenes came into his mind. They were battles, life and death struggles, with swordsmen from the rivers and lakes, soldiers on the battlefield, traps to break through, fighting on the top of the mountain. There were so many. Every scene was as if he was there, as if he had really experienced it himself, but in a moment, all these experiences were compressed into a moment, allowing him to reach the end in one step. In fact, the scenes he experienced this time were not as many as the memories of practicing swordsmanship for several years that he had gained from the breakthrough from the minor success to the major success, but every scene was extremely thrilling. Almost every fight was a line between life and death, and every memory seemed to pass by death. On the edge of countless life and death, his swordsmanship finally showed a beam of spiritual light. All the moves that were originally practiced into a line gradually turned into countless spiritual lines in his eyes. These silk threads were chaotic and huge, but between the interweaving, there was a line that ran through it all. That was momentum. Shenmue suddenly opened his eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword again and spun it lightly in the air. This was not any move in the Kwangfeng sword technique, but just a casual movement of his hand, but it still caused a wisp of sword wind to rotate and rolled up a few straws on the ground. The sword technique was no longer bound by form, and every move had the momentum of a hurricane, finally breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, reaching the realm of perfection. The Kwangfeng sword technique was perfect. Dozens of sword practitioners practiced hard for more than 10 years to reach the great success, but only a few could enter the realm of perfection and comprehend the sword's momentum. Now Shenmue, after spending less than 9 months, finally stepped into this level. The sword technique was perfect, and the sword's momentum was practiced. It can't be said to be so strong, but at least in this outer city, in these 9 streets, there are not many people who can beat him. 10 armed warriors can hardly get close to him. With a sword in hand, he can defeat dozens of people. In the past, it was easy to pass the martial arts examination. Even now, he could easily become a leader, and in a fierce gang like the Red Gold Gang with hundreds of members, he could also become a deputy leader and sit on one of the top positions. If the mastery of swordsmanship only means a little strength, then the perfection of swordsmanship means that one truly has the power to change one's status, and even has a certain degree of freedom, and can choose how to change. It took 9 months, and I finally got to this point. Shenmue exhaled slowly. He called up the system interface again, and saw that the system panel had also changed. Martial arts, Kwangfeng sword skill, perfect, experience, 0 points. Kwangfeng sword skill really entered the realm of perfection, and the experience value was reset to 0 again. I wonder if there is a realm above perfection. Shenmue suddenly had a thought, and then he tried to add points to the already perfect Kwangfeng sword skill again, but this time it fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. In the past, even if the experience value was insufficient, the system would give a prompt, how much experience value would be consumed for the next point addition, but this time there was no prompt, as if the realm of perfection was the pinnacle of Kwangfeng sword skill. Is the sword skill perfected and the sword momentum cultivated? Is that the peak? Shenmue frowned slightly. Although he didn't know whether there was a higher realm above the sword momentum, but according to his understanding, there was a realm stronger than the sword momentum cultivated, but he seemed unable to force it to rise by further adding points to Kwangfeng sword skill. Perhaps the skill of Kwangfeng sword skill is not very profound, and the level is limited to this. If you want to enter a higher level, you need to find a more advanced sword skill to practice. If so, Shenmue pondered for a while. Maybe it's time for him to go to the pawnshop to ask if there is a higher level of sword skill secret book. In addition, he also wants to ask about the internal training method. After all, as far as he knows, in addition to external skills such as sword skills, there are also internal training methods in this world. Maybe the skill of practicing swordsmanship is the pinnacle, so if he wants to become stronger, he needs to find a real internal training method to practice. For example, the sergeant of the city guard department is probably a person who has practiced internal training methods. Having made up his mind, Shenmue put away the system panel. After breakfast, Shenmue went to the largest G's pawnshop located in the street market. As far as he knew, the G family was a big family in the inner city, and they were quite powerful even in the inner city. The G family pawnshop was a branch of the main store in the inner city. Even if it was a branch, it was still the largest pawnshop in Jiujiao. "Hey, sir, are you here too or to buy something?" As soon as he entered the pawnshop, a cashier sitting behind the counter stood up and smiled and bowed to Shenmue. Shenmue stepped in and came to the front of the counter. He first took out the Kwangfeng sword skill in his arms, put it on the table, and said, "If it's a dead, how much silver?" The cashier picked up the Kwangfeng sword skill booklet, opened a page and looked at it, then him and said, "It's a sword skill." Well, among all the martial arts books, sword skills are the most common and most popular. "Please wait a moment, sir. Xiao-sun, pour tea for me." "Okay." A response came from the inner room, and then a young man ran out quickly and poured tea for Shenmue. The cashier lifted the dark blue curtain and went into the inner room. After all, it was a big shop like G's pawnshop. Shenmue was not in a hurry and sat down calmly. After waiting for a while, the cashier came out again with the booklet of Kwangfeng sword technique, put it on the table, and then said with a smile, "The experts inside said that there is nothing wrong with the sword technique. It is the Xuanfeng lineage among the 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi. If the clerk wants to it, he can probably get 5 taels of silver." 5 taels. This is higher than Shenmue had expected. Hearing what the accountant said, Shenmue asked with some curiosity, "The 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi?" The accountant smiled and did not ask about the origin of this Kwangfeng sword technique, but explained directly, "Among all martial arts today, the most mainstream and orthodox lineage is the 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi. It was originally the official lineage of the court, but now it has also spread to the people. It is said that these 8 branches were learned by the ancient martial arts masters who observed the wind and thunder of heaven and earth, the water and fire of mountains and lakes. Later, many people followed the original and extended various changes. This Kwangfeng sword technique belongs to the Xuanfeng lineage." Shenmue asked thoughtfully, "In other words, this sword technique has a higher level of Xuanfeng sword?" The cashier laughed and said, "Sir, you probably don't understand. The 8 main veins of Qiantian Kundi are divided into various skills and moves. The general outline does not distinguish between swords, sticks, and clubs. What is circulated is the artistic conception. However, if you want to ask what the artistic conception is, I don't understand it either." Artistic conception? Shenmue suddenly realized something. "I'm afraid that the so-called artistic conception is above the sword force, but the level of the Kwangfeng swordsmanship is not enough to reach that level." Since he has already asked, he doesn't mind asking more. After a brief thought, Shenmue asked again, "Do you have the practice method of the 8 main veins here?" Before he could finish his words, the cashier said helplessly, "Sir, you are joking. That kind of thing is not something our small shop can have. Maybe the main store in the inner city has some information, but even if it really exists, it cannot be compared with this swordsmanship. The value is not 100 or 1,000 times." After listening, Shenmue shook his head slightly in his heart. A sword manual like Kwangfeng sword skill, which is more popular, is not very valuable, but if it is raised to the 8 methods of Qiantian Kundi, which was once the source of the orthodox martial arts of the court mentioned by the accountant, it is worth a fortune. The difference is not big. At least for now, he does not have the ability to get in touch with it. Then, what about the internal training method? Shenmue asked again. At this time, he no longer cared about being regarded as a knowledgeable newbie by the accountant. Anyway, he had already asked some questions that might be common sense for idiots, and he didn't mind asking a few more. Upon hearing this, the accountant smiled and said, "The internal training method. Well, you may not know much. In fact, the so-called internal training method circulated among the people is a general term. To be specific, this internal training method is divided into 2 types, body quenching method and internal breath method. Let's not talk about the internal breath method for now. Let alone our small shop, you can't buy it even if you go to the inner city. Chen Mu listened thoughtfully, but did not speak. He just looked at the cashier, waiting for the next words from the cashier. The cashier did not mind wasting more words, and continued, as for the body tempering method, it starts from grinding the skin, to training the meat, and tempering the tendons step by step. It is commonly known as 1 skin, 2 meats, 3 tendons, and 4 bones. Each of these steps has a corresponding different quenching method. Therefore, whether it is a skin grinding method or a meat training method, they are all called internal training methods. The prices are naturally different. Chen Mu was thoughtful when he heard this. He originally thought that the internal training method was a fixed method, but now it seems that it is not. There are ways to grind the skin and ways to train the meat. They are just collectively called internal training methods. This is actually better. Because if you want to buy a single basic skin grinding method, it shouldn't be very expensive. Just as Chen Mu was thinking this, the cashier smiled slightly and said, "Your Excellency, you should be asking about the most basic method of grinding the skin. We have 3 methods here. The cheapest one is the sand iron grinding method, which only costs 150 taels of silver." Ahem. Chen Mu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turned out that he thought he was a rich man before. He was very confident. The method of grinding the skin is obviously the same as the knife skills. It can be copied repeatedly. But he dared to sell it for 150 taels of silver. It was really exaggerated. He had spent a lot of the silver he had earned before, and now he could only buy a small part. Fortunately, compared with the internal breath method, 150 taels of silver is still a normal number. Now that he has perfected his knife skills and mastered the wind blade, there are many ways to make money. It is not difficult to earn money from the grinding method. Left Ji's pawn shop. Chen Mu touched the fierce wind blade method in his arms, and felt that his heart was bleeding faintly. He couldn't afford the internal training method for the time being, and the Kwangfeng sword method had been cultivated to perfection. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing, so he finally bought a copy of the Lifeng sword method, which was of the same type as the Xuanfeng lineage and of the Kwangfeng sword method, but of a different type. Fortunately, he was selling the Kwangfeng sword method, so the sale and purchase were similar to an exchange, and he only paid an extra 5 taels of silver. According to the account counter of the pawn shop, the fundamental method of the 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi had not been circulated except in the imperial court, and no force dared to spread it, but the extended branches such as Kwangfeng sword and Lifeng sword were widely circulated. It was rumored that there was a rare genius who could reverse the fundamental method from the branch method. Although this rumor was not true or false, it gave Chen Mu a direction. His Kwangfeng sword method had reached perfection, and even the system could not continue to improve it, but he could practice other branches of the same type. Mastering 2 sword methods and practicing 2 different swordsmanship would definitely be stronger than one. Even Chen Mu felt vaguely that the system was not unable to continue to improve his skills, but the conditions were insufficient. If he could really practice the various sword techniques of the Xuanfeng lineage to perfection and master the sword force, he might be able to integrate them with the help of the system, and then deduce a higher level of fundamental law and enter a higher realm. Of course, physical training is also very important. At present, finding a way to get a skin grinding method is also the key thing he needs to do. The inner breath method is not accessible to ordinary people, maybe even the Chaucer can't get it, but the body tempering method. I don't know what level that Chaucer Min has practiced, whether it is skin grinding or muscle training. Chen Mu murmured in his heart. There is no doubt. The Chaucer of the city guard must know the body tempering method, otherwise, he would not be able to sit firmly in the position of Chaucer with just the sword force practiced by a perfect skill. It is just unclear what level his body tempering method has been practiced. According to some information he learned from the account desk, the body tempering method is actually very difficult. It can be said that it is almost real money to temper the body. Any prescription for the body tempering method is absolutely a big spender. If you want to make full progress, you have to spend more than hundreds of taels in a year. Without the support of a huge amount of gold and silver, the first step of grinding the skin would take a lifetime to practice. Chen Mu guessed that the Min Chaisai who was in charge of the Jurjiali City Guard Bureau might have only reached the realm of training the flesh. If he was higher, he would not be just an outer city Chaisai and would have been promoted long ago. While thinking about things, Chen Mu came to the city guards. According to the usual practice, he hung up the sign, turned the sign, and then went to the backyard to drink tea and wait for others. Before practicing the sword, he always came to the city guards early, but after practicing the sword, he came later. Basically, when he arrived, the officers of the same class had almost arrived. When he came in, he just passed by Ren Yan. In the past 6 months, Chen Mu and Ren Yan have never had much contact and didn't pay much attention to each other, but this time when he passed by, he looked at each other with a barely detectable look. This change. Is it skin grinding? Chen Mu murmured in his heart. Compared with 6 months ago, Ran Yan's skin color is obviously darker, and he seems to be a little rougher, but also more solid. He originally thought that it was all the changes from practicing the sword, but now it seems that there may be skin grinding skills in it. But according to his understanding, whether it is skin grinding or sword skills, it is a slow and hard work, not a day. The accountant even mentioned the saying 3 years of skin grinding, 10 years of flesh training. I didn't know this before, but now I think about it, among the 5 officers of the city guard, 4 of them seem to have practiced the skin grinding method, but I don't know to what extent. Shen Mu thought about the officers of the city guard again. Although only one of them has mastered the sword force, if the others have practiced the skin grinding method, their physique is stronger than ordinary people, then with the mastery of swordsmanship, they may not be much weaker. It is reasonable to think carefully. To be able to become an officer with mastery of swordsmanship, there must be some background. Since there is a background, it is impossible that they have not been exposed to the practice of internal training methods, but most of them have not practiced it deeply enough. This Ring Yan is indeed extraordinary. I thought he only learned swordsmanship, but I never thought he also learned internal training methods. Chen Mu shook his head slightly. He is still thinking about how to take out the money to buy an internal training method. Soon they came to the familiar big locust tree. Lu Song and Li Tai were already sitting there. When they saw Chen Mu coming, they immediately greeted him with a smile. After they had a cup of bitter tea and chatted briefly, a policeman suddenly walked into the yard, holding a few pieces of yellow paper in his hand, shaking his arm and saying, "A new arrest warrant has arrived." The policeman sitting scattered in the yard went over to check. Lu Song also stood up and quickly brought back a piece of yellow paper. On the yellow paper was a human face, which was drawn very sloppily and roughly, but there was a more obvious black patch on the right side of the face. At the bottom of the yellow paper were a few sloppily written descriptions. The evil thief Tang Quan, who stole property in the inner city and is now roaming around the outer city, will be rewarded with 30 taels of silver for providing accurate clues, 100 taels of silver for killing him, and 300 taels of silver for capturing him alive. Seeing the content of this arrest warrant, many policemen in the whole yard were clamoring. Li Tai also exclaimed, "Wow, there's a reward of 300 taels of silver for capturing him alive. What on earth did this guy do in the inner city to be wanted for such a reward?" The City Guard Division has many similar arrest warrants, but the reward of 300 or 40 taels of silver for capturing him alive is already very high. There are only a few of this level in a year. Stealing property, I guess the stolen things are far more than 300 taels. Lu Song said, but threw the arrest warrant on the stone table without paying much attention. This level of bandits is not the food of small policemen like them. 300 taels of silver is not silver, it is a coffin board. Anyone who dares to be tempted will probably lie in it. After being a policeman for so many years, they will naturally not be tempted by such a silver that is not even a little bit reliable. No matter how much, they can't think about it. After all, you can think with your toes that a brutal bandit who can be rewarded with 300 taels of silver is a person who will explode if you look at it for a second. Chen Mu did take a few more glances, but he wasn't really interested. If he really met someone who was offered a reward of 20 or 30 taels of silver, he might be tempted to measure their strength, but for this level, even if he had perfected his sword skills and practiced sword moves, he would not want to touch them. There was no need to take such a big risk. No one knew what kind of strength this character had. I guess only the captains would be tempted. Li Tai shook his head and drank a sip of bitter tea. Lu Song, who was standing next to him, looked around mysteriously, and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, and then whispered, "Have you heard that Zhao Tu is going to retire?" "Ha?" Chen Mu and Li Tai were a little surprised when they heard this. Zhao Tu should be Zhao Zong, the oldest captain, seemed to be in his 50s, close to 60. "What's wrong?" Li Tai asked in a low voice in surprise. Normally, a captain like this, no matter how old he is, would never be willing to retire. After all, as long as he stays there for a day, there will be a day of benefits, and those gangs and forces outside will make arrangements to show their goodwill. But once he retires, he will become an ordinary old man. Even if he has some strength, he is old after all, his chi and blood are declining, and he has no power anymore, so he will soon be forgotten. The hidden injury from my youth has come back, and I can't hold on any longer, Lu Song said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chen Mu and Li Tai nodded slightly. I'm afraid Zhao Zong is also unwilling to give up the position of the chief, but if his body can't hold on any longer, then the upper level will not always keep an old chief with greatly reduced mobility. Li Tai looked at the many chiefs in the courtyard thoughtfully, and whispered, when Zhao Tu leaves, a position will be vacant. The city guard department now has 5 chiefs, each with their own division of labor and commanding different people. Once Zhao Zong leaves, either his people will be reorganized and assigned to other chiefs, or a new chief will be appointed. At this time, Lu Song glanced at the place where Ren Yan was in the distance, and said with a little sigh, "This position is probably his. Zhao Tu can probably hold on for another half a year. Even if his level is not good enough after half a year, it shouldn't be a big problem if someone above him says hello. This luck is really unstoppable." Originally, he and many other old officers such as Li Tai were unwilling to curry favor with Ren Yan, not only because Ren Yan was too young, but also because if Ren Yan wanted to become a chief officer, he would have to practice swordsmanship for many years and practice real skills. But now, Zhao Zong happened to be ill and a position was about to be vacated. It can be said that he was sleeping and the pillow came. What a good fortune. Li Tai couldn't help but sigh. More than half a year ago, Ren Yan was no different from other officers, but he suddenly got lucky and got the opportunity to practice martial arts in the inner city. Then, more than half a year later, his kung fu was probably barely good enough, and he got the opportunity to be a chief officer. Hearing this, even Chen Mu couldn't help but glance at Ren Yan from a distance. With such a good fate, he seems to be a man of destiny. However, Chen Mu shook his head slightly in his heart, but did not say anything. After drinking a sip of tea, he stood up and said, "Okay, Brother Lu, Brother Li, let's go." Seeing this, Lu Song and Li Tai also put down their tea bowls, picked up the swords beside them, and set off together. After Chen Mu and the other two left, some other officers also set off in 2s and 3s. However, they all showed a lot of surprise in their whispers, and many people frequently looked in the direction of Ren Yan. Obviously, Zhao Zong's affairs were not a day or two, but gradually could not be concealed. Basically, all the officers in the yard began to hear about it. Thinking of the position of the chief officer that was about to be vacated, they immediately thought of Ren Yan. As for Ren Yan himself, who was frequently glanced at by everyone, he was now. Instead, he was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't know anything about it at all. He just drank tea calmly. After a while, he slowly got up and went on patrol with erratic steps. Chen Mu didn't care about Zhao Zong's affairs. He was different from Ren Yan. Now that he had perfected his sword skills and practiced his sword skills, he didn't need to pass the vacancy to become a leader. With this strength alone, there was no problem hanging in the air. Even if the Jushiali branch dared to say that the position of the leader was full, the other city guard branches would probably immediately throw an olive branch to Chen Mu and recruit him to other branches to be a leader. After patrolling with Lu Song and others, Chen Mu went home and bought some fresh meat and new vegetables. Now the family can eat meat for every meal. Chen Yu's complexion is much better than before, and Anai, the little girl, also has a good taste. After the family had dinner, Chen Mu went to the woodshed alone as usual and took out the fierce wind sword technique. The skin grinding method must be put on the agenda. Find a way to get it as soon as possible. Before that, practice this fierce wind sword technique first. Now that his strength is getting stronger, Chen Mu's mind is becoming more and more calm. He opened the booklet. Although the fierce wind sword technique and the wild wind sword technique both have the word wind in them and belong to the Xuanfeng lineage, their moves and fighting methods are completely different. The wild wind sword technique focuses more on the chaos and entanglement of the wind, while the fierce wind sword technique focuses more on fierce. Now Chen Mu has perfected his sword technique and has developed a sword momentum. He only flipped through the fierce wind sword technique once and roughly understood the focus and direction of this sword technique. He immediately practiced it with his sword. The fierce wind sword technique is open and closed, and its momentum is fierce and vicious. Chen Mu's eyes flickered. At this time, the sky was not completely dark. He swung his sword in the woodshed and saw a beam of sword shadows flashing on the dilapidated wall of the house, violent and fierce, as if it would tear the wall apart at any time. With the foundation of Guangfeng's sword skill, practicing fierce wind sword skill is indeed different. Chen Mu did not use the system panel, but practiced by himself for 2 or 3 hours, and he felt that he had already mastered this sword skill. He called up the system interface and took a look. Sure enough, there were changes. Martial arts, Guangfeng sword skill, perfect, fierce wind sword skill, beginner, experience, 7 points. Well, I can easily get started without relying on the system. It will probably not take long to practice to a small success, but if I want to break through to a great success, it may be faster to consume experience points. As for perfection, Chen Mu nodded slightly. When he was patrolling today, he talked to Lu Song and Li Tai about Zhao Zong's affairs. Although Lu Song had never practiced kung fu, he was old after all, and he was considered to be knowledgeable and knew more than Chen Mu. For example, in this world, there are very few people who are proficient in 2 sword skills, because it is often difficult to master one sword skill, and learning more will only make you greedy and unable to digest it. It is far better to practice one sword skill to perfection and practice the sword power. But the same. Those who practiced multiple sword techniques and could master them all were indeed like monsters, but such people were geniuses even in the inner city, and they were basically not encountered in the outer city. However, for Chinmu, as long as he had enough time, he could master any number of skills, not to mention 2 or 3, and master their essence. This was his unique ability. Put down the sword. Chenmu walked to the stove and picked up the kettle on the stove. The kettle contained the water that Chenyu had boiled for him before going to bed. You should have a good rest tonight. Because he had not slept last night, even though Chenmu's spirit had been tempered and was much stronger than ordinary people, he was a little tired. He did not plan to practice sword all night tonight, and he should have a good rest. But just as Chenmu was about to return to his bedroom to rest, he suddenly stopped moving, his ears moved slightly, as if he heard something, and he immediately looked out through the crack of the door, revealing a trace of vigilance. Looking down from a high place, the whole Yuqing was shrouded in darkness. No stars could be seen in the night sky, and even the moonlight was dimly covered by the dark fog. The inner and outer cities were like two distinct sides. Many places in the inner city were still brightly lit, and some red light districts were even very lively, but the outer city was dark and dead silent. There were almost no lights, and everything was pitch black. Among them, in a corner of the vast South City district, in the dimness, under the dim moonlight, 2 figures were fighting. Hey, I just took some silver, but I was chased by the chief officer in person. How honored I am, Tang Quan. One of the figures was wearing black clothes and looked a little thin. The occasional moonlight reflected his face. There was an obvious black spot on his right cheek, and the whole person was laughing strangely. The person chasing him from behind was wearing a white flying fish suit, which was very conspicuous under the moonlight. His face was cold and pretty. Under the occasional moonlight, he looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace. It was none other than Su Hongyu, the famous chief officer of Nanchang District. Money is nothing but external things, but some things, even if you just look at them, will cause disasters. You should understand this principle. Su Hongyu spoke lightly, and with a light tap, the whole person seemed to be a residual shadow, approaching Tang Quan's back in an instant, and the soft sword in his hand stirred up a dim moonlight. Tang Quan swung his sword back to parry, but he could not resist after only a slight resistance. There were several more holes on his black robe, but also a rough iron-colored soft armor was revealed inside. I haven't seen anything I shouldn't have seen. Why do you wrongly accuse me? Tang Quan said with a somewhat ugly face. Maybe. Su Hongyu said with some boredom. Some things, let alone being seen for real, even if there is only a possibility of seeing them, are a disaster that will never be left for some people, and they will definitely be investigated to the end. Even she, the chief officer, was forcibly taken to do hard labor. Seeing Su Hongyu unshakable and her sword skills were full of killing intent, Tang Quan secretly groaned in his heart. He had underestimated this chief officer of Nanchang District, thinking that a woman, most of the time, relied on her background and position, and did not have much real ability. But after fighting, he found that he underestimated this chief officer. Her body-tempering skills might have been practiced to the level of Ijin. The opponent's swordsmanship was flawless, and it was the Kanchuei branch of the 8 branches of Qiantian Kundi. It had been practiced to perfection, and the flowing swordsmanship was wielded freely. If this swordsmanship focused more on defense than killing, he would have been dead on the spot even if he was wearing an iron scale armor. But even so, it was difficult to get rid of the opponent's entanglement. After a few more moves, Tang Quan had 7 or 8 more wounds on his body, some of which were blocked by the iron scale armor, but his legs, shoulders, upper arms and other parts were torn apart, and the wounds were deep and horrifying. Su Hongyu, you really want to make things difficult for me. Tang Quan was anxious and roared. Su Hongyu didn't answer, but continued to move forward with the sword. The sword light reflected the moonlight, and the sword thrust out. It was obviously a very soft sword, but at this moment it was like flowing water like a rainbow, and the continuous drizzle formed a line, breaking Tang Quan's sword force. Swish! The iron scale armor that could resist the sword could not stop the sword, and was penetrated by force. Tang Quan spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face was miserable, but there was a touch of ruthlessness in his eyes. He flipped his right hand, and took out a strange black ball from somewhere, and threw it down fiercely. Su Hongyu's face changed suddenly, and without hesitation, the whole person touched the ground, and retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. Bang! The black ball fell to the ground and exploded, and a gray mist burst out in an instant, spreading around, covering an area of nearly 10 meters in radius. Some weeds nearby were spread by the gray mist and withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Corpse poison jade? Su Hongyu's face looked a little ugly. As far as she knew, this thing was made of corpse poison, and it would take at least tens of thousands of corpses to extract one. It was one of the most cruel and vicious hidden weapons. Even the imperial court strictly prohibited the refining of this thing. Once discovered, it would be a heinous crime. However, now that the imperial court has declined, its control over various places is far less than it was in the past. Such vicious weapons that were once strictly prohibited have also emerged. It is really a mess. The gray fog was everywhere, and Su Hongyu did not dare to get close. When the gray fog dimmed a little, she swung her sword and tore through some of the mist, but Tang Quan had long disappeared from it. You can't escape far. Su Hongyu's eyes were cold, and she went forward after distinguishing the direction. Tang Xuanzhong he stabbed her with a sword, which pierced through her chest and abdomen. For ordinary people, it would be a fatal injury. Even if one has practiced the body tempering method to a certain level, it would inevitably be seriously injured. Even with careful treatment, it might not be healed. If one does not find a place to treat the injury, it will only take a moment to kill. Under the night, the streets were quiet and dim, without any lights. At this time, the moonlight was completely shrouded in clouds and mist, making the streets almost pitch black. In one of the alleys, Tang Quan staggered forward, one hand tightly covering the wound on his chest and abdomen. When I get the chance, I will give you two. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of resentment. The wounds on his shoulders and legs were not so bad, although they were also very deep. However, since he had almost perfected the step of training the flesh in the body tempering method, it was easy for him to force the muscles to close and temporarily stop the bleeding and inhibit the injury. However, the sword between his chest and abdomen was not trivial. Even though he tried his best to avoid the important organs, he was still seriously injured. Now he didn't even dare to use force, for fear of tearing the wound completely and being incurable. He really couldn't run far, and if he didn't treat the wound, he would faint and die in less than half an hour. A ray of dim moonlight shone down. With this little moonlight, Tang Quan barely scanned the street and his eyes fell on two very inconspicuous and dilapidated low houses not far from him. At first glance, it was obvious that they were a poor family. Tang Quan stumbled over and came to the door. He first pushed the door. There was a bolt inside. Without much hesitation, he shook his left hand and took out a piece of wire from his arms. He deftly stretched it into the crack of the door and hooked it. The bolt was quietly hooked open. Then he pushed the door carefully and walked in. But just when the door was halfway open, something strange happened. Puff! A handful of white ash suddenly splashed out from the dark door. This caught Tang Quan off guard. He was originally very careful not to make any noise, and even paid more attention to the outside and other directions. He didn't expect such a sudden change when the door was only half open. In fact, this trick was a low-level method that he, a great thief, had long abandoned, but he didn't expect it to happen suddenly at this time. Tang Quan hurriedly closed his eyes and stepped back, but he was still a step slow. A small amount of white ash entered his eyes, and he felt a burning pain in his eyes. It was estimated that even if it was not poison powder, it was some kind of lime. This is not over yet. Following the handful of white ash, a knife light swung out from the darkness. Just as the black clouds dispersed a little, a crescent moon was revealed. The moonlight reflected the knife light, like the claws of a demon. Tang Quan couldn't open his eyes, but he could hear the sharp sound of breaking through the air. He knew at once that the attacker was definitely not an ordinary unruly person, but a serious martial artist. He quickly waved a knife in his hand to block it. Ding ding dong dong. In just a short moment, the two knives collided no less than a dozen times. These dozen collisions made Tang Quan feel even colder. Although he felt that the opponent's knife did not have too strong power and seemed to have not practiced the method of tempering the body, his moves were extremely exquisite. There was even a lingering momentum that wrapped his knife, making it difficult for him to tear it apart. This was undoubtedly a perfect knife technique, a skill that only those who practiced knife momentum could possess. There are not many people who can practice their skills to the level of momentum. In fact, there are many people who have reached the flesh training level in the body tempering method, but their skills have not yet been practiced to the level of momentum. After all, the body tempering method can be forcibly stacked with various tonics and medicines. It is a slow process and has nothing to do with understanding, while skills require understanding. A flesh training who has practiced momentum is enough to match 10 people at the same flesh training level. This step is 1,000 miles away from the ordinary realm. He didn't know how many times he had to escape death before he finally realized it with a flash of inspiration. How did this person in front of him practice it? And the strangest thing is that this person has mastered the knife momentum, but it seems that he has never practiced the body tempering method. It is simply bizarre. For people who can practice the knife momentum, it is absolutely not difficult to practice the body tempering method to the second step of flesh training. After only a dozen rounds of short fighting, Tang Quan secretly groaned in his heart. Under normal circumstances, if this kind of technique is perfect and the sword moves are mastered, but he has obviously never been exposed to the practice of internal techniques, he would not be afraid even if he was alone against 10 people. But now he was seriously injured and did not dare to use his strength at all. He had lost 70% of his strength. What's more, he was in a bad situation and suffered from the opponent's conspiracy. His eyes were burning and he couldn't open them, so he became completely blind, which put him in a greater disadvantage. He just wanted to find a place to hide and heal his wounds, but why did he run into such a person? Brother, stop. Tang Quan resisted a few more moves with difficulty and shouted hoarsely. What do you want? Chen Mu's sword slowed down a little. Tang Quan noticed that Chen Mu's attack slowed down, and when he heard Chen Mu's response, he felt relieved, knowing that it was not his enemy who was chasing him. He was secretly annoyed at his bad luck, but he still said submissively, I am injured, and I just want to find a place to heal my wounds. I have no other intentions. You and I have no grudges. How about we stop here? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Quan felt that the opponent's move slowed down a bit, as if he was thinking about something. After about a few breaths, a voice came from the opposite side. Okay. Tang Quan felt a little relieved. But in the next moment, the opponent, the sword attack, which had been slowing down, suddenly burst out with a more violent momentum, becoming more fierce and ferocious, even more fierce and ferocious than before. You! Tang Quan was caught off guard, and the sword in his hand barely parried a move, and then he was hit by a knife on his left shoulder. Chen Mu's eyes were cold, and the sword was fierce. He used the Quangfeng sword technique to the extreme, and slashed several more times. Tang Quan's left shoulder was injured. Originally, he only had his left hand to hold the sword. This time, his strength was weakened again, and he could no longer resist Chen Mu's sword. After a few moves, the sword was completely shaken away, and then he felt a pain in his neck. Tang Quan staggered back a few steps, stretched out his hand to cover his neck, and tried his best to open his burning and stinging eyes, wanting to see who was in front of him, but he could only see a vague shadow when he opened his eyes reluctantly. Finally, he showed an unwilling look, and the whole person fell backwards, fell in a pool of blood, twitched a few times, and gradually stopped moving. Ha! Chen Mu panted slightly. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This is his second time killing someone, and he has no hesitation in his heart. Of course, he just listened to the nonsense of no grudges and no hatred. He had no grudges and no hatred before, but he tried to break into his house, ate a handful of quicklime, and was forced by him again and again. How could he say that he had no grudges and no hatred? What's more, this man was so fierce that he had never seen him before. He was obviously covered with scars, and there seemed to be a terrifying penetrating wound between his chest and abdomen. He was blinded by him, but he could still withstand dozens of his moves. A ray of dim moonlight broke through the black fog and fell. Chen Mu stared at Tang Quan's body and barely saw the other person's appearance, but was shocked to see the very obvious black spot on his right cheek, which immediately reminded him of the arrest warrant in the daytime. Is this man the evil thief Tang Quan? Chen Mu took a few steps closer to the body and looked at it carefully. A strange color suddenly appeared in his eyes. He was tired from practicing swordplay before, and when he was about to go to bed, he heard the noise outside. He immediately took out the lime and other things he had prepared a long time ago to prevent thieves, and attacked the other party when he opened the door. At first, he thought it was a petty thief, but when they fought, they found that it was a murderer. Only now did they finally recognize that it was the evil thief Tang Quan who was on a wanted warrant. The other party was obviously not here to steal. Looking at the injuries on his body, it was very likely that he was being chased by someone. In a panic, he wanted to sneak into his house to hide, but he happened to meet him who was still practicing swordplay, and he was attacked by him again, and died under his sword inexplicably. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chen Mu's mind. This evil thief Tang Quan is different from the last Black Snake Gang's incense master. Last time, he could pick up the leak, but this Tang Quan is obviously involved in a lot of things, and it is not something that can be easily passed over. I am afraid that he will be investigated thoroughly afterwards. Just as Chen Mu was thinking quickly about how to deal with the body, suddenly, a somewhat cold voice sounded. Which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Following the source of the voice, I saw a figure in a white flying fish uniform appeared at the corner of the eaves not far away under the dim moonlight. Because the moonlight was dim, the specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but the white flying fish uniform was extremely conspicuous, which made Chen Mu slightly startled, and immediately realized the identity of the person, because there was only one person in the entire Nanchang district who could wear this uniform. The chief officer of the Nanchang district city guard, Su Hongyu. Although Chen Mu himself was not wearing a uniform at the moment, the knife in his hand was obviously a standard knife, so it was not surprising that Su Hongyu recognized him as a member of the city guard. Chen Mu, a member of the Juzhou city guard, greets the chief officer. Chen Mu immediately saluted Su Hongyu respectfully, and was even more surprised in his heart. It seemed that the person chasing Tang Quan was actually the chief officer himself, and he didn't know what kind of trouble Tang Quan had caused. Su Hongyu's figure flashed, and she came from the corner of the eaves to Chen Mu. She looked at Chen Mu with some surprise, and said, "A policeman from Jutao? No wonder I haven't seen you before. Are you practicing the swordsmanship of Xuanfeng?" With her eyes, she would not make a mistake. Chen Mu's swordsmanship just now must be from Xuanfeng, and he has practiced it to perfection, with the sword's momentum running freely. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill Tang Quan, even though Tang Quan was seriously injured. At this time, she got closer to take a look. She was even more surprised to find that Chen Mu looked quite young. He looked to be in his 20s, not much different from her. It was very rare for someone of this age to practice the swordsmanship to perfection and to practice the sword's momentum. "Yes, sir, you have a keen eye," Chen Mu responded carefully. At this moment, Su Hongyu was standing less than 2 meters in front of him. With the dim moonlight, she could already see the color of the South City District Chief Police Officer, who was rumored to have a beauty that could make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall. In the dim light, he looked like a fairy in the Moon Palace. It could only be said that the rumors were true. Su Hongyu looked at Chen Mu thoughtfully and said, "How old are you this year?" 22. Chen Mu responded. Su Hongyu nodded slightly when she heard this. Although she had practiced swords since she was young and had mastered the sword style at the age of 20, much earlier than Chen Mu had never practiced the body tempering method. It was obvious that he was a small police officer who had worked his way up from the bottom. It was not easy for him to practice to this level completely relying on his own talent. He was considered a talent. Chen Mu. After a brief pause, Su Hongyu walked to Tang Quan's body, stretched out her hand to lift Tang Quan's body, and said, "I will remember the reward for Tang Quan's arrest. Come to the general office to find me tomorrow afternoon." "Yes." Chen Mu responded immediately. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. Tang Quan's matter was obviously a big trouble. It was not appropriate for him to be involved in it at all. Now that Su Hongyu, the general police officer, had intercepted him, it was of course the best for him. Moreover, after this, he entered the other party's field of vision in advance, which was also good. After all, if he wanted to be promoted to the position of chief inspector, he would have to get the nod from Su Hongyu, the chief inspector. Su Hongyu picked up Tang Quan's body and jumped. After a few jumps, she disappeared into the darkness, leaving Chen Mu shaking his head and turning back home. As soon as he entered the bedroom, although the room was dark, the dark clouds just dispersed a little, and the moonlight shone into the room, making the situation in the room much clearer, allowing Chen Mu to see it clearly at a glance. Chen Yuan and I were both awakened by the previous movement, but the two little girls looked different at this time. And I was obviously a little frightened, curled up at the foot of the bed and shivered. Although it was not very clear, the fear in her eyes could be vaguely felt in the dim light. But she was so scared, but she didn't make any sound at all, because the other little hand was covering her mouth tightly, but Chen Yu leaned next to her and half hugged her, with one little hand covering Ni's mouth tightly to prevent her from making any sound. If you look closely, you can see that Chen Yu's body is also shaking slightly, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to be calm. Not only did she cover Ni's mouth, but she also made herself not make any sound. These are what Chen Mu taught her. No matter what happens at night, don't make a sound. She has always remembered it and understood the reason. If it is a bad thing, panicking and shouting will only make it worse. She didn't know what happened outside, but she only knew that no matter who hurt Chen Mu, just like the stories Chen Mu told her, she would endure it, try her best to live well, and then do her best to get revenge and make the person who hurt her brother pay the price. Brother? Seeing that the person who walked into the room was Chen Mu, Chen Yu's chaotic thoughts finally eased a little, but she still didn't dare to make a sound. She just opened her mouth slightly and made a mouth shape towards Chen Mu. Chen Mu closed the door, nodded slightly at her, and said, "It's okay." Hearing Chen Mu's words, Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. While letting go of Ni, she couldn't help rushing over and hugged Chen Mu, and started crying. No matter what, she was just a 15-year-old girl. She was awakened from her sleep in the middle of the night, and she encountered a robber breaking into the house and her brother rushing out with a knife. She was strong enough to endure until now. Okay. Shenmue patted Chunyu's back and put her on the bed. He felt that his sister had grown up. Well, she grew up in all kinds of senses. When he first came to this world, Shenyu was not as smart and strong as she is now. It was also because of his installation of various thoughts from his world over the years that her heart grew rapidly. The age between 12 and 15 is also the most critical period of psychological growth. Finally, his hard work was not in vain. Although there was no danger tonight, Chenyu's reaction still made him very relieved. Even though she couldn't help crying at this moment, she was trying to keep her voice down, just whimpering. An eye next to her didn't cry, but she was more frightened and was completely stunned. She hasn't recovered yet. Don't cry, we'll move in a few days. Shenmue comforting Chenyu, thinking at the same time. Tonight seemed to be an unexpected disaster, nothing was obtained, and there was no chance to touch Tang Quan's body, but in fact there were benefits. First of all, he entered the sight of Su Hongyu, the chief officer. Secondly, although he could not touch the body, the wanted reward of Tang Quan was impossible for Su Hongyu to embezzle. In addition, his strength was initially recognized by Su Hongyu. It is estimated that he will be promoted to the head of the police by Su Hongyu during this period. By then, he will get some money and it will be no problem to get a skin grinding method. It is also logical to move. Chenyu and I were both scared. Shenmue comforted the two little girls until midnight, until they coaxed them to sleep together, and then they went to sleep together. The next day, Shenmue got up early in the morning. When he woke up, he was lying in the middle. On the left, Chenyu was like a koala, with 4 little claws hooked on him, and on the right, I was curled up next to him like a little chicken. Shenmue moved Chenyu's hands and feet aside, then walked out of the door and looked at the place where he and Tang Quan fought last night. There were still bloodstains on the ground there, but it had completely dried up. It seems that everything is fine. Shenmue nodded slightly. Although Su Hongyu took away Tang Quan's body last night, there was no guarantee that there would be no other troubles, so he slept very lightly, but nothing else happened after a night, and no one even came to investigate nearby, indicating that it was indeed Su Hongyu who was the end. The two little girls were both scared last night, so he didn't wake them up. He went to the wood room to make a fire and cook. After tossing and turning, he woke the two up to eat. After comforting the two little girls for a while, he put on his police uniform and went to the city guard division. It was customary to hang up the card and turn over the card. Last night's events seemed to be uneventful. The news that Tang Quan, who was wanted, was dead had not spread, and no discussion was heard along the way. Many policemen were still discussing various personnel matters, as well as the widows on West Street and the top prostitutes in the East Street Flower House. Chen Er is here. Lu Song and Li Tai smiled when they saw Chenmue coming, and then asked Chenmue to leave. But Chenmue shook his head and said, I have to go to the general office at noon, so I won't go on patrol today. Lu Song and Li Tai were a little surprised, but it was not uncommon for someone to go to the general office. It might be to deliver official documents for the chief, so they laughed and joked a few words, and then the two of them set off. As the sun rose, a large number of the officials in the yard left one by one, and finally only a few officials such as Chenmue and Ren Yen stayed in the yard. Ran Yen rarely went on patrol recently. He said that he stayed in the city guard to sort out official documents, but in fact he had nothing to do. He even occasionally practiced swordsmanship in the small courtyard behind. Just as Chenmue was calculating the time and it was almost time to leave for the general office, the Chief Qin Bei in blue clothes and the Chief Zhao Zong, who had not been to the city guard for a long time, came side by side. Zhao Zong used to come to the city guards department often, but he didn't come often because he was old. He didn't really miss the brothel, but he rarely came here a few months ago. After the news of his old injury recurred, many people were shocked. Master Qin, Master Zhao. The scattered policemen in the yard immediately stood up and saluted. Shenmue observed Zhao Zong, the old policeman, and saw that his complexion was indeed much worse than before. He had some scattered black hair, but now it has all turned gray, and there are many more wrinkles on his face. Compared with the past, he was less gloomy and cold, and more kind and lonely. The arrest warrant for the evil thief Tang Quan can be withdrawn. Qin Bei walked in with his hands behind his back and announced in a flat voice. Hearing this, Chenmue's eyes moved slightly. It seems that the news spreads very quickly. It is probably issued by Su Hongyu, but it seems to have nothing to do with him, because Qin Bei didn't even look at him. Instead, after the announcement, he and Zhao Zong walked towards Ren Yen. Master Qin, Master Zhao. Ren Yen was respectful to Qin Bei and Zhao Zong. Although most of the officers in the courtyard thought that he would be the new chief officer to replace Zhao Zong, he was not one yet. He was very casual in front of other officers, but he was still respectful to the two chief officers. Zhao Zong was very satisfied with Ren Yan's attitude. He stroked his beard with a smile and said, "Well, you are better than me. How far have you progressed in skin grinding?" Ren Yan smiled and bowed, replying to Mr. Zhao, "I have made some progress." Zhao Zong nodded and said, "Well, the swordsmanship is almost the same. In another year or two, I will be able to perfect my skin grinding and master my swordsmanship, and basically succeed. It is difficult to perfect swordsmanship these days, but if I can perfect my skin grinding and master my swordsmanship, I will be good enough. Basically, I can handle a dozen armed villains without any problem, and I can be a chief officer. Of course, if the swordsmanship can be perfected, then it is a rare talent, because even if it is only the realm of grinding the skin, relying on the skill of training the momentum, it can also match some warriors who have just entered the level of training the flesh and whose skills have stopped at the great perfection. To put it bluntly, whether it is grinding the skin or training the flesh, it is a slow process. As long as there are enough resources to cultivate, anyone can stack up, including the great perfection of swordsmanship. Those big forces in the inner city want to train such private soldiers. As long as there is money, there is no problem, but the skills are different when they are trained to the momentum. As long as the body tempering method is cultivated to the level of training the flesh, it can match 10 martial artists of the same level of training the flesh, and easily kill dozens or hundreds of ordinary bandits. That is enough to become a police officer. "Will you accompany me for a drink?" Zhao Zong said to Ren Yan with a smile. Ren Yan hurriedly said, "I dare not disobey the order of Zhao Lao." Xinbei also smiled slightly, and went out with Zhao Zong and Ren Yan, not paying attention to the other policemen in the yard. The scattered policemen looked at Ren Yan and the two officers walking away, and couldn't help revealing some envy in their eyes. Only Chen Mu remained calm. After the people disappeared, he looked at the sun, then stood up, left the city guard department and went to the general headquarters. It was past noon. He came to the Nanchang district headquarters again. This was the first time he had come here in more than half a year. The last time he came was for Zhang Hai's matter. He was very cautious that time. He lowered his head and didn't want to attract any attention. He tried to reduce his presence and quietly went to the prison behind. This time was different. He was summoned by Su Hongyu, the chief police officer. Even if he wanted to reduce his presence, it was impossible. He had to report to the front duty first, and then go to the central main building of the headquarters. He was led all the way to the highest fourth floor. The person who led him up was a police officer who worked in the headquarters. He cast a lot of curious eyes on him. On the way, he greeted him with a smile on his face, asked this and that, and showed that he was interested in getting to know him. The police officers who can work in the headquarters generally have some connections or some skills. They are different from the low-level police officers in the various branch offices. They have more experience and a broader vision. For someone like Chen Mu who could be summoned by the chief inspector Su Hongyu, no matter what the reason, he must be an extraordinary person, so he would naturally be willing to get to know her. "Okay, I'll take you here. Upstairs is the chief inspector's hall. Brother Chen, go up by yourself. When you have time, you can come to see me. I will definitely treat you to the most famous Fenglu drunken duck in our South City." The inspector who led Chen Mu upstairs took Chen Mu to the third floor, then stopped and bowed with a smile. Chen Mu bowed to the other person and continued to go upstairs. The fourth floor. This is the highest floor of the main building of the City Guard General Office, and from here you can overlook the most prosperous street in the South City. The entire floor is large, but it is quiet. Chen Mu walked all the way here and only met a female inspector in light clothes, who led her to the innermost hall. "Come in." Su Hongyu's voice came not from the hall in front, but from the side hall. The female inspector who led him here motioned him to go in. The side hall was not as spacious as the main hall, but it was very elegant. There were several wisteria wood tables on which some documents or one or two pots of flowers were placed. Su Hongyu was not wearing the white flying fish suit, but a slightly loose casual dress. She sat behind a table near the window, half of her body leaning on the window sill, one hand clenched into a fist and supporting her chin, overlooking the city view outside the window. "General Constable." Chen Mu walked to a distance of about 2 meters and stopped, and bowed. Su Hongyu slowly turned her head, looked Chen Mu up and down, and then said, "Your father Chen Feng is an old constable in Jutiao. He found Lu Ming's relationship and arranged you to the city guard. At that time, you didn't know how to use a sword. You didn't have any connections in these years, and you never learned swords from anyone. That should be the sword manual you accidentally got, and you practiced it on your own for 3 or 4 years? Su Hongyu pointed out Chen Mu's resume in one sentence. Chen Mu was not that surprised. After all, with Su Hongyu's identity, it would be too easy to investigate all his information. It would probably take only one morning. If he was asked to come in the afternoon, it was most likely that someone would be ordered to collect his resume information this morning. There was basically no problem with this resume. Maybe even his daily patrol affairs had been checked clearly. The only thing that was unclear was, he had only practiced sword for more than 9 months, not 3 or 4 years. Of course, Shenmue would not be able to distinguish such things. It would be more reasonable for Su Hongyu to think that he had practiced for 3 or 4 years. Yes. Shenmue bowed again, showing some awe at the right time. Su Hongyu looked at him again, then suddenly stood up, walked in front of Shenmue, and suddenly stretched out her hand. She bent her crystal-like jade-like hand and used her index and middle fingers to poke 3 times in Shenmue's ribs, chest and abdomen, and the middle of his waist and back. These 3 times were as fast as lightning. Shenmue only saw a blurry afterimage, but he felt it. 3 places felt numb and painful, and then the body softened slightly, staggering and almost losing its balance. Well, it seems so. Su Hongyu retracted her hand, returned to the table, looked at Shenmue calmly, pushed the stack of things on the table forward, and motioned Shenmue to take it. Shenmue was poked 3 times by Su Hongyu, and his body was still a little numb and sore. Although he guessed that she might be using some method to check his physical condition, he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. With a little difficulty, he moved forward a few steps, picked up the things on the table and looked at them. It turned out to be a few pieces of paper. On the first piece, there was a note written by Su Hongyu, with the words "Withdraw 300 taels of silver." The second piece below was a row of densely packed small characters, and at the top there were a few larger and more conspicuous words, "Gold and Jade Skin Grinding Method." "Sir, this." Shenmue showed surprise at the right time and looked at Su Hongyu. But he was clear in his mind. It seemed that at his age, he had learned the sword moves by himself, and his talent was probably higher than he expected. So much so that even the chief officer Su Hongyu was willing to show him favor and win his heart. Although Tang Quan was killed by you, I was beside him at that time, so you can also count him as captured alive. 300 taels of silver is the wanted reward for him. As for this gold and jade skin polishing method, you should have heard of the internal training and body tempering method? Su Hongyu looked at Shenmue calmly. Shenmue nodded and said, "To answer your question, sir, I have heard of the saying 1 skin, 2 flesh, 3 tendons, and 4 bones, and I have always had this idea in mind, but it's a bit expensive and I haven't had the chance to try it." Su Hongyu nodded lightly and said, "First grind the skin, then train the flesh, then change the tendons, and finally strengthen the bones. This is the most stable step in practicing the body tempering method. Generally speaking, if you can perfect the skin grinding, you can easily deal with 4 or 5 villains with your bare hands. If you can also perfect the flesh training, a dozen villains will not be able to get close to you. You can teach yourself to practice the sword moves, which shows that you have a good understanding. Although your bones are average and you were a little late in coming into contact with this body tempering method, you still have a good chance of perfecting the flesh training stage, and then you will be considered to have some level. Oh, by the way, Tang Quan, who was killed by you, was a warrior who had perfected the flesh training. He was seriously injured by me at that time, but his remaining strength was still extraordinary. You should have a lot of experience with him. More than just experience, Shenmue still remembers it vividly. In terms of skills, Tang Quan and him are not much different. They should both have practiced the level of momentum, but the difference in physique is too big. If Tang Quan had not been seriously injured, I am afraid he would not be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves from the opponent. If Tang Quan had not been injured, I would not be his opponent. Shenmue shook his head and said. Su Hongyu nodded gently and said, "That's right. You only have the skill of momentum, but you don't have the physique to support it. You are like a rootless duckweed. You can deal with some inferior characters easily, but it will be difficult to deal with those who have practiced the body tempering method to a certain level. Even if the opponent's skills have not reached the level of momentum, you can still overwhelm them with force. With your current level, it is probably equivalent to those who have perfected the skin grinding and have not mastered the momentum. But if you can also achieve perfect skin grinding, you can easily crush those of the same level who have not mastered the momentum, and even deal with some people who have achieved a small success in flesh training, but whose skills stop before the momentum." Shenmue has never had a clear understanding of his own strength level. Now, after hearing what Su Hongyu said, he finally has a general understanding. Sword skills are skills, and body tempering methods are strength. Only when strength and skills are combined can it be the right way and the road to heaven. Comparatively speaking, to cultivate momentum, it all depends on comprehension, but the law of tempering the body relies more on the accumulation of resources. Therefore, people who have mastered momentum are considered talents. If they are young enough, they are even more amazing. As Hanyu said, even among those who have achieved great success in training their flesh, or even perfect training, there are many who stop at the great success of skills and have never developed momentum, so they can only be considered second-rate at best. But Shenmue, who has mastered the momentum at a young age, can deal with 10 ordinary perfect training flesh beings who rely on resources and have insufficient skills. This is the real elite. In the outer city, he can serve as a messenger of a mile and command 200 or 300 messengers. In the inner city, among the major forces, he can also be a middle-level elite and a martial arts master who commands some troops. You have already mastered the most difficult force. This body hardening method only requires daily hard practice and training, and you can accumulate it layer by layer. Although my golden jade skin grinding method is not the most efficient one, it does very little harm to the body. Even when you are older, you don't have to worry about the accumulated hidden injuries. If you put it outside, it is also a method worth 1,000 gold. Now I will give you this skin grinding method as a reward. Do you understand? Su Hongyu looked at Shenmue quietly. Shenmue naturally knew what he should say, and immediately said, I am a messenger, and I follow the orders from above. Your Excellency is so kind, and I will follow your lead in the future. The forces in Yuqing are complicated. Even the city guard division is not controlled by Su Hongyu alone. There are also forces in the inner city and other places who are trying to bribe or insert him. Su Hongyu thinks that he is a talent worth cultivating, so what he wants is naturally his clear attitude. Very good. Su Hongyu nodded slightly, very satisfied with Shenmue's attitude, and said, You can go back. I have informed Min Chaesai and asked him to take care of you. When you have mastered this skin grinding method, I will transfer you to the headquarters. Shenmue bowed again. Thank you for your attention, sir. I will follow your instructions. Su Hongyu said nothing more and waved at him. Shenmue respectfully put the pages of paper in his arms and then left the side hall. After Shenmue left, Su Hongyu looked at Shenmue's back, and a little regret flashed in his eyes. It is indeed a talent to be able to practice sword moves after 3 or 4 years of self-study. It is a pity that his family background is too poor and he was not able to contact the body tempering method earlier. It is not difficult to practice the first stage of flesh training, but the hope of reaching the tendon changing is a little slim. Children of wealthy families often practice skills since childhood, and when they are 15 or 16 years old, the most suitable age, they start to practice the body tempering method at the same time. After 3 years of grinding the skin and 5 years of flesh training, if the flesh training is perfect before the age of 25, there is a great hope to enter the third stage of tendon changing. If the perfection of flesh training and the perfection of skills are the middle-level elites, then reaching the level of tendon changing is the real upper level. Like her, the chief officer, she has a foothold here. She did not sit in the position of chief officer by virtue of her background, and strength is one of the fundamentals. But Shenmue came into contact with the body tempering method a little too late. She just tested Shenmue's root bones. He had never practiced the body tempering method before, and he is now over 22 years old. Even if he practices hard, it is difficult for him to reach the perfection of flesh training before the age of 30. Because the best age to practice the body tempering method is 15 or 16 years old. Between the ages of 25 and 25, this is the period when young people are most vigorous, and it can be said that you can get twice the result with half the effort. After that, it is basically fixed. After the age of 30, it basically starts to reverse, and it becomes twice the result with half the effort, and it is difficult to make progress. With Shenmue's talent, if he was born in a wealthy family, his current achievements might not be much lower than hers. Even if he is not in the realm of Ijin, he must have reached the perfection of training the flesh. Now he has just started to practice and catch up, but he is already more than one step behind. She can only feel regretful about this. After all, Shenmue is a rare talent in the outer city, and he had the opportunity to be on par with her. The warrant of the chief officer Su Hongyu was indeed a warrant that could be executed immediately. Shenmue went to the warehouse of the general office with the warrant of the reward of 300 taels of silver in his arms. The officer in charge of the warehouse just took a look and immediately took out 6 large silver ingots, each of which was 50 taels, totaling 300 taels, and handed them to Shenmue. At the same time, he was very polite to Shenmue, and asked Shenmue about his relationship with Su Hongyu in a roundabout way. Just like the officer who led him up before, he took the initiative to make friends with her with a smile. There were often people who came to the general office of the city guard to collect the reward for arrest, but there were very few who came with the note personally approved by Su Hongyu, not to mention that it was 300 taels of silver. Tang Quan, who was involved, was also famous, so it was inevitable that people would associate it. After handing over the silver, the officer in charge of the warehouse even smiled and personally sent Shenmue out. The whole process was easy and simple. Compared with the last time he went to the prison to deal with Zhang Hai, it was a world of difference. Shenmue sighed in his heart that this was the change brought about by power and authority. He had power, so he was appreciated by Su Hongyu. Then he relied on this layer to get Su Hongyu's power, and then he had no obstacles in the city guard general office. He weighed the heavy silver in his arms. 300 taels of silver is a lot, but compared to that, the more precious one is probably the gold and jade skin polishing method. This one taken out by Su Hongyu must be higher than those in the shop. The most expensive one in the shop can be sold for 300 or 400 taels. This one is worth 1,000 gold, as Su Hongyu said, which is basically true. Go back first and put the silver away, and then go to the city guard office again to see Min Chaesai. Shenmue's thoughts were clear. Min Baoi, the chief of the Min police, is the chief of the city guards of Jutiao village. He is superior to the 5 chiefs and can be said to be a real big shot in Jutiao village. Even in the entire Nanchang district, he is a well-known figure. In the past few years, low-level policemen like him have only seen each other a few times. Often, any orders are conveyed by the chiefs, and they rarely show up in person. Su Hongyu said that she had greeted this chief and most of the follow-up arrangements for him were made. Seeing that it was still early, Shenmue pocketed the silver and returned home. Third Aunt Chen Hong's house. Today happened to be Zhang Hai's birthday. Zhang the butcher got a pair of large intestines and some offal, and Chen Hong cooked a table of wine and food. For ordinary people, it was considered quite rich, and they often didn't eat it once in a few years. Zhang the butcher, Chen Hong, and Zhang Yueying were all seated, but Zhang Hai had gone out in the morning. I don't know where he went for a stroll. He hasn't come back at this mealtime. Where has this kid gone again? Butcher Zhang looked at the table of food and was a little dissatisfied. You spoke. It would be fine on ordinary days, but today he finally got some wine and meat. One is to celebrate the birth of his son, and the other is that the prison disaster a few months ago was over, and he should celebrate his first birthday, but he didn't know where he was. This kid is really, I told him this morning not to run around. Chen Hong shook her head helplessly. Zhang Yueying looked outside, muttering in her heart that her cousin would not be in trouble again. Just when Zhang the butcher was getting more and more impatient, hurried footsteps were finally heard outside, and Zhang Hai ran into the house all the way, came to the main room, sat down on his seat, picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. What are you doing? Zhang the butcher slapped the table and scolded. Zhang Hai was not afraid of his father. He drank a lot to moisten his throat, then grinned and said, Mom, guess what I heard outside just now? Chen Hong picked up a piece of meat for Zhang Hai and said, what good thing happened? Zhang Hai said with a grin, your nephew robbed someone's granddaughter and occupied someone's house. It is said that he also beat someone to death. Now they are gathering people to cause trouble for him. Nephew? Which nephew? Chen Hong was stunned at first, then her face changed suddenly, and she said, Xiaomu? You are talking nonsense, kid. I know Xiaomu's temper. How could he do such a thing? Zhang Hai waved his hand and said, Mom, haven't you heard the saying, you can know what a person is? You can know a person's face but not his heart. Zhang Yueying, who was sitting aside, blinked and added in a low voice. Yes. You can't judge a person by his appearance. How do you know he is not a bad person? Are there any good people in the police these days? I felt that he was hoping that something would happen to me last time. This time it's his turn to be in big trouble. Zhang Hai grinned and said, although the family in the south are all poor, they can easily gather a dozen or 20 people. He is just a small policeman, but he dares to do such a heinous thing. I'm afraid he can't hold it back. Chen Hong was shocked and scared when she heard it. Seeing Zhang Hai laughing all the time, she couldn't help but scold him. What good thing is this? Why are you laughing there? Don't you want to think of a solution? What solution? He didn't help me think of a solution last time. I have to go and see the excitement. Zhang Hai took a few mouthfuls of rice, stuffed some meat into his mouth, and then ran out. This. Chen Hong stood up anxiously, but didn't know what to do for a while. Butcher Zhang showed a thoughtful look, looking at Chen Hong who was eager to leave, and said, okay, don't go, this is your nephew's business, you shouldn't get involved. If he really does this is so evil that it is useless even if you report it to the village head. You should stop making trouble. But how could Xiaomu do such a thing? Chen Hong looked at Zhang the butcher anxiously. Zhang the butcher said slowly, if he didn't do it, then you don't need to go. It's just some rumors, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Yueying sat silently in a corner, put a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed slowly, without interrupting, but showing a thoughtful look. In fact, she didn't think Shenmue could do that kind of thing. In fact, if he really had the courage to do so, she would look up to Chen Mu a little bit. But looking at Zhang Hai's appearance, whether it was true or false, Chen Mu was afraid that he would get into big trouble. Fortunately, when Chen Hong told her about it last time, she found a way to refuse. Otherwise, if she had married Chen Mu now, wouldn't she be trapped in this trouble together? In the alley, 20 or 30 people gathered together and were heading towards Chen Mu's home. The leader was the cold-faced Zhao, next to him were two people who looked somewhat similar to him, and then a large group of men, some of whom were holding axes, shoulder pulls, and pickaxes in their hands. Old Four, let me ask you again, are those things you said true? He is a policeman. If we are not right, it will not look good if we go to the head of the village. Someone asked Zhao in a deep voice. Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, my uncle's death may have nothing to do with him, but he snatched the house deed and occupied my cousin's daughter. This is indeed the fact. I checked it before. Nir has never been registered in the city government. Now she is neither a slave in his family nor has any adoption documents. That's it. Zhang snorted when he heard this. What about occupying the granddaughter, beating the old man to death, and seizing the house? It doesn't matter whether this kind of thing is true or false. It just needs a reasonable name that can be called out. As long as Ni is not a slave of the Chen family and there is no adoption document, she is still a member of their family in terms of emotion and reason, and the two old houses should also belong to them. As long as he is right, he is not afraid. He has inquired before. Chen Mu just relied on his father's favor to become a small low-level policeman. He has no power or influence, and is even penniless and has nothing at home. So what if he is a policeman? As long as they don't beat people to death or maim them, even if they make a scene to the head of the village, it's nothing. If it doesn't work, they can still ask the elders for help. It's just a small policeman. How much face can he have? A group of people swarmed past in a mighty manner, causing every household in the streets to close their doors. Many people also peeked through the cracks in the doors, but no one knew what Zhang and Zhao's group did. They did not look like gang members, but they looked murderous and it was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. That's it. Zhao led everyone to the street where Chen Mu's house was, and pointed to two houses in the distance. Zhang immediately waved his hand with a gloomy face, led everyone to the door, stretched out his hand and slammed the door fiercely. Chen Mu, come out. Where are the people? He shouted twice at the door. But there was no response. Zhao next to him said, then Chen Mu should be on duty, but he has a sister who should be at home, and Nir is probably inside. They have nowhere else to go. Should we wait for someone to come back, or? Humph. Zhang snorted and said, what are you waiting for? Smash the door. If you want to wait, go in and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the people next to him immediately responded with gloomy faces, and then they picked up the carrying poles and wooden sticks in their hands and smashed them hard at the dilapidated wooden door in front of them. The wooden door was originally old and even the bolt inside was already a piece of rotten wood. After being smashed several times by several people, it immediately made a crackling sound under the heavy load, and then the bolt was directly broken. Bang! Zhao kicked the door open. But just as he rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush in, a cold shout came from a distance. How dare you! This cold shout stopped everyone's movements. When they turned around, they saw Chen Mu, who was wearing a police uniform and carrying a police knife, appeared at the entrance of the alley at some point, and was walking towards the side step by step with a cold face. He was obviously just one person, but facing 20 or 30 men, he did not flinch at all, and even stepped down step by step, with a hint of murderous aura. This was a trace of momentum that Chen Mu had naturally generated because he had killed people with his own hands and had blood on his hands. Who gave you the courage to dare to make trouble? Chen Mu walked over step by step, his eyes coldly swept over the people in front of the door, and then fell on Zhao. Zhao had originally expected that everyone would come together and make Chen Mu obediently surrender and hand over the house deed and Ni, but this did not happen. Instead, Chen Mu came with a police knife and a murderous aura, which shocked the people on their side. But he still reacted quickly. More than 20 people came together, and Chen Mu was alone. What could he do with a knife? He was just trying to scare people. Humph. Don't think that you can bully the old and weak just because you are a policeman. You took advantage of my uncle's old age to seize someone's house deed and robbed my uncle's granddaughter. Even if we go to the city guards and the head of the village today, we will have a fight. Zhao stared at Chen Mu and shouted. If it were in the past, facing such a posture, Chen Mu might have had no choice but to retreat, but now, it would be a fantasy for him to gather 20 or 30 people and force him to surrender. When Chen Mu was thinking about whether to establish his authority or what, suddenly another plain voice came from a distance. Oh, I don't think it's necessary to alarm the head of the village for such a small matter. Why don't you guys settle it here first? Who? Zhao frowned, not expecting that someone would meddle in other people's business, and immediately turned his head to look. As a result, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Along with the other 20 or 30 men, including Zhang and others, they were originally a bit fierce and aggressive, but when they saw the figure walking in the street from a distance, they all widened their eyes. They saw a middle-aged man in a dark green flying fish suit, with big ears and steady steps, walking step by step with his hands behind his back, followed by 2 men in blue uniforms. City Guard Division. Gray clothes are for police officers, blue clothes are for police chiefs, and dark green clothes are only worn by one person in the Jujiali branch, and that is the police officer who commands nearly 200 police officers in the entire Jujiali City Guard Division. Min Baoyi. Min Baoyi walked leisurely as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, but with his steps, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Even some people who were cautiously looking over here in the distance, and even some hooligans who were watching the excitement, were all terrified. The city guards chase I. This is a real big shot in Jutao. Even the local gang leaders have to be polite when they see him. Those gentry and powerful people have to greet him with a smile. In today's world, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the local emperor of Jutao. One sentence can make people fall into hell. My goodness, Min Chaisai is here, what's going on? The Chi-Jin gang members who heard the noise and rushed over to check and secretly looked at this place from a distance also looked at each other, feeling a little terrified. A big shot like Min Baoyi actually ran to this rundown alley in person. He really saw a ghost when he went out. In a dead silence, Min Baoyi walked over calmly, looked at Zhao and others who were dumbfounded, and said calmly, "Why, am I not qualified to listen to your judgment? Do you have to ask the head of the village to come over?" Zhao and others were shocked when they heard this, and a group of people knelt down quickly. Sir, I dare not. Don't you have reasons to judge? Then tell me." Min Baoyi stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Zhang, Zhao and others didn't dare to talk about an old man at this time. They said that they would go to the city guards and the head of the village, but it was just to show off their momentum. When they really came to a big man like Min Baoyi, what judgment and reason were not important at all. I am afraid that as long as they said something wrong to make Min Baoyi unhappy, they would be in big trouble. I just have some misunderstandings," Zhao said tremblingly. Min Baoyi glanced at Zhao and the others calmly. Seeing that they were not speaking properly, he finally looked away and then looked at Chen Mu standing beside him. His indifferent face finally showed a kind smile. "Xiao Chen, you are a real person who never shows your true colors. You don't even know me, a police officer." Chen Mu bowed to Min Baoyi and said, "Sir, police officer." Now he had understood. It was probably that Min Baoyi immediately started to investigate his affairs after receiving Su Hongyu's greeting. Then he just happened to get the news that Zhao and his group were gathering to cause trouble for him. So after thinking about it, he came here in person. On the one hand, it was Su Hongyu's greeting, which was really a great honor. On the other hand, perhaps Su Hongyu also revealed some of his situation. At his age, it was not difficult for him to practice the sword skills and reach the flesh training before the age of 30. Once he reached that level, he would be fully qualified to serve as a police officer. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happened, he was the reserve police officer trained by Su Hongyu. With this identity, he was naturally qualified to come here in person. No need to be so polite, just call me Brother Min from now on. Min Baoyi walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand and pulled Chen Mu's arm, then patted Chen Mu on the shoulder and said. The 2 blue-clothed officers who followed behind him looked at Chen Mu with envy in their eyes. They had been following Min Baoyi all the time, and they more or less knew a little bit. Although Chen Mu is still just a policeman now, even they are not qualified to be treated so intimately by Min Baoyi. He even allows Chen Mu to call him brother. What an honor! On the other side, Zhao, Zhang and others looked at this scene and were all shocked for a moment. Stunned. 20 or 30 men were all frozen there, their eyes wide open, as if they were frozen in stone. Some of them broke out in cold sweat, and Zhang even felt his back was cold as if he had suddenly arrived in the depths of winter. But at this time, neither Chen Mu nor Min Baoyi paid any attention to them. Chen Mu looked at Min Baoyi. Sir, this. Min Baoyi deliberately frowned. Chen Mu had no choice but to say helplessly, Brother Min. I'm really sorry that you have to come here for such a small matter. I just have nothing to do, so why bother? Min Baoyi laughed, then looked at Chen Mu's 2 small houses, and said, This Huaju is a bit uninhabitable. I have an unused courtyard behind Jingli Street, with 2 entrances and 3 rooms. Although it is not spacious, it is still clean. I'll give it to you. It's also close to the city guard department, so it's very convenient for me to have a drink and talk with you. This. Chen Mu hesitated. But Min Baoi did not give him a chance to refuse, and kept seeing him off, so he could only accept helplessly. It seemed that he had earned a 2-story courtyard for free, but in fact, it was all a favor from Min Baoi. If he had anything to do in the future, he would not refuse. Min Baoi, the police officer, seemed generous, but in fact, he was also rough and meticulous. At this point, Min Baoi finally took a look at Zhao and others, and said with a smile, "These people are so rude. I think they should be taken to the government office and beaten with 30 sticks. If you are not satisfied, throw them into prison." It was said that he would be thrown into prison, but in fact, he casually confessed the lives of 20 or 30 people. In today's world, 20 or 30 lives are nothing to Min Baoi, just a matter of a word. Hearing Min Baoi's words, Chen Mu also sighed in his heart. A year ago, he was just a low-level police officer who was in danger of losing his job, but now he can easily decide the life and death of 20 or 30 people with just one word. "Sir, please spare me, sir, please spare me." Zhao and the others were all pale now, and they collapsed to the ground, crying and shouting, and kowtowed to Chen Mu and Min Baoi repeatedly. They didn't dare to stop even when their heads were bleeding. They didn't have the same aggressiveness as before. They were not afraid of a poor policeman with no powerful background because they had more people, but if it was a police chief, they couldn't afford to offend him, not to mention a police officer, who was almost the most powerful person under the head of the village in these 9 villages. Many men hated Zhang, Zhao, and the others in their hearts. If they had known that Chen Mu could be brothers with Min Baoi, the police chief, they would not dare to come to their house to cause trouble even if they had 10 courage. Chen Mu glanced at everyone indifferently, then bowed to Min Baoi and said, "Just let me handle it as I please." Min Baoi smiled and said, "Okay, it just so happens that we need manpower to repair the city wall in the South City recently, so let's make the best use of it." Hearing this, Zhao and others immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, and only one thought came to their minds. It's over. What kind of work is repairing the city wall? It's almost the heaviest corvée in the whole city. Few people can come back after going. It's not a job for humans, and most of them are even done by death row prisoners. Min Baoi didn't care. He winked at the captain behind him, indicating him to deal with it, and then looked at Chen Mu and said, "It's still early, brother, how about you go with me to the city guard division? As Brother Min tells you, but my sister may be scared, I have to go and comfort her a little." Chen Mu bowed to Min Baoi. Min Baoi waved his hand and said, "Okay, then I'll go first and wait for you at the city guards." After that, he turned around and walked away. "Brother Chen, please take care of me in the future." The 2 officers who followed Min Baoi saw Min Baoi turn around and leave, and then they smiled and spoke to Chen Mu, not daring to be arrogant. Although both of them were older than Chen Mu, they always called him Brother Chen when they spoke, and they didn't even dare to call him that in front of Min Baoi. After all, Min Baoi was the one Chen Mu called old brother, and they were not qualified to be brothers with the officers. "You're welcome." Chen Mu bowed to the 2 officers. He naturally knew these 2, one surnamed and the other surnamed Zhong. Because they were not the officers in charge of him, they didn't have much interaction in the past. Occasionally, he would bow his head and salute when he met them, but now he not only took the initiative to show his goodwill, but also lowered his posture. "Brother Chen, if you have something to do, please go back first. I will take care of it here," officer said to Chen Mu with a smile. Chen Mu didn't say too much politely, bowed his hands, and walked directly into his house. As soon as he left, Cha Tu turned his head to look at Zhao and others. The smile on his face immediately turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao in the face, saying, "You blind thing, you are my relative. Brother Chen is also someone you can provoke? Get up!" Zhao and others were pale and trembling, but they did not dare to disobey. They staggered and followed Cha Tu. At this time, the whole street, which seemed to be frozen, gradually melted. Behind the closed doors, pairs of eyes appeared from the cracks of the doors, moving and looking at each other, with shock in their eyes. As neighbors in the same street, they naturally knew Chen Mu, but in the past, they only had the impression that he was a poor and miserable errand boy. Who knew that today he would suddenly become a thunderbolt? What was going on? But although it was not clear how Chen Mu got to know such a high-ranking figure like Min Baoi, everyone knew that Chen Mu would be completely different from now on. In the distance, several members of the Red Gold Gang who came after hearing the news watched the whole farce, then looked at each other in bewilderment, then turned around and left quickly. They had to report this matter to the incense master and the gang leader as soon as possible. A person who suddenly appeared and could be called a brother by Min Baoi must be extraordinary, and it was a big event. The son of the old Chen family is going to be very successful. A skinny old man sitting at the entrance of the alley, holding a dry pipe in his mouth, looked at the door of Chen Mu's house becoming quiet again, exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed, then stood up, tapped the board lightly with his pipe as he walked, and hummed as he walked, "The flowers are the same year after year. The people are different year after year." The figure gradually disappeared in the alley. The entrance of another alley. Zhang Hai's bloated half-body was hidden behind the mud wall. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be stuck to the mud wall, frozen there motionless, with a pair of dull eyes. His heart was even more confused and chaotic. He came very early and watched the whole process. He wanted to see Chen Mu's joke, but things took a sharp turn for the worse with the appearance of Min Baoi. He was shocked that Min Baoi, a dignified police officer, would appear in such a place, and then he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out and fell to the ground, and his jaw almost broke. What did he see? Min Baoi and Chen Mu are brothers. What kind of person is Min Baoi? A police officer in a mile of Nanchang district is so high and mighty that he is almost worlds apart from ordinary poor people. Even the gentry living in the inner streets of Zhujiali have to be polite and well-behaved when they see Min Baoi. It is incomprehensible. Such a thing should not happen even in a dream. This scene shocked Zhang Hai's heart so much that he was confused and didn't know where he was. He couldn't hear or see the following scenes. It seemed that his ears were stuffed with cotton wool and his eyes were painted with paint. He stood there with a dull face. He didn't know how long it had been. His legs were numb. He staggered and finally came to his senses. But he shook his head hard, but still felt that his mind was a mess and he was at a loss. Walk into the house. What Chen Mu saw at first glance was Ni, who was frightened and obviously crying, and Chen Yu, who seemed to be listening carefully to the movement outside and blinking at him. "Brother?" Chen Yu shouted. Although she and Ni hid in the corner of the house and could not see the outside, they could hear the voices outside, which made her a little dazed, because even she was a little confused. How did Chen Mu know a figure like Min Baoi? The City Guard Division of Jushiali. She knew that it was responsible for patrolling the public security of tens of thousands of households in Jushiali. Chen Mu even told her that in today's chaotic world, the division was almost like a local emperor. Although Chen Mu had said some words to her in the past few days, such as moving and good days are coming, Chen Mu had always said that in the past, so she did not have any strong feelings. But today's incident made her finally feel different in her confusion. The City Guard Division came in person, and even called Chen Mu a brother. In the past, it seemed like just an expectation, a hope, a ray of support for the future. The light of the sky was suddenly so close that she could even touch it with her hand. This was so sudden that her little head felt a little dizzy. Chen Mu walked up to Chinyu, smiled and touched her nose, then looked around with some emotion, looking at the bare mud walls, the faded and rotten tables and chairs, and the patched quilts. He had more than 10 years of memories here. And 3 years of life. Eating old rice, coarse flour steamed buns, and steamed buns. In winter, there were not even enough thick quilts, so he had to squeeze together with Chen Yu and hug her to keep warm on the bed. He couldn't afford new clothes or new coats. Because the world was unstable, he could only lock Chen Yu at home and not let her go out. Be cautious in everything, dare not offend anyone, dare not get involved in any trouble, keep your head down, do things carefully, work diligently, day after day, year after year. Finally, from a few days ago, have money, strength, confidence. And until today, it is necessary to completely change the new look. Chen Mu stepped forward, hugged Chen Yu in his arms, hugged her tightly, then exhaled lightly, touched her head, and said, "I will go to the City Guard Division later, and then tomorrow. We will move. Okay." Chen Yu raised her head and nodded twice in Chen Mu's arms. In her lovely big eyes, there was a light called hope and joy. The ups and downs of the past 2 days, from the fright at night to the commotion during the day, it can be said to be ups and downs, but she has always believed in Chen Mu. Believed every word of her brother, no matter how scared or panicked she was, she endured and endured. Finally, such a day ushered in the dawn. After Chen Mu comforted Chen Yu and Ni, he did not delay for too long. He hid the silver and placed the gold and jade skin polishing method close to his body, and then set off for the City Guard Division. The bolt was broken. But Chen Mu did not care. Even if the door was just ajar, it was more sturdy than the previous bolt. Zhao and others outside the door had long disappeared, and the 2 officers were also gone. There were only some scattered figures in the alley in the distance, gathering in 2s and 3s, and no one knew what they were talking about. Seeing the door open and Chen Mu coming out, those people immediately quieted down. Seeing Chen Mu coming, people along the way made way, whether they were nearby neighbors or a few idle hooligans, they all carefully made way, and even saw Chen Mu's gaze and immediately gave a smile. Chen Mu did not pay attention, walked straight through the alley, and soon went away, leaving only a look of awe and envy. The sun had just passed noon. But the sky gradually darkened. At some point, dark clouds covered the sky and a continuous drizzle began to fall. There were fewer pedestrians on the road. When Shenmue arrived at the city guard, the square outside was already a mess of stalls being closed, and his uniform was also soaked. The drizzle sprinkled on the wall of the city guard, and slowly fell along some cracks that had been in disrepair for a long time. Although it was raining, Shenmue's mind was as smooth as ever at this time. The dense dark clouds had no effect on him. As soon as he entered the city guard, he saw that the city guard was crowded with people. There were about 100 or 200 people in the chaotic crowd. It seemed that all the 3 shifts of the city guard in Jeju were here, and they were crowded under the eaves and gatehouses to avoid the rain. Chen Er, Lu Song and Li Tai were also among them. Li Tai was sharp-eyed. He saw Shenmue coming in from the main gate and immediately shouted to Shenmue and waved his hand, "This way." Shenmue originally planned to go directly to Minbawi. When he saw the 3 shifts of the city guard gathered together, he vaguely understood something, so he walked in and passed by Lu Song, Li Tai, and others. "Why are you here so late?" Lu Song showed a somewhat blaming look. He and Li Tai were called back from patrol. Although they didn't know what it was, this kind of gathering of 3 shifts of people was often not a few times a year, and it was basically an important event. If they were absent without reason and were picked out, it would be terrible. After waiting for a long time, Shenmue didn't come. The 2 were still a little worried. Fortunately, Shenmue arrived in time before the messengers. If they waited until all the messengers arrived, it would not look good. "Something is holding me back." Shenmue knew that Lu Song and Li Tai's concerns were well-intentioned, so he smiled at them, but did not stop. Instead, he continued to walk inside, along the crowded gatehouse. "Ha! Where are you going?" Lu Song immediately showed a strange look when he saw this. But the crowd nearby was crowded and noisy, and he did not hear Shenmue's response. He saw that Shenmue's back had disappeared among the crowded many runners, and he disappeared. Lu Song turned his head and looked at Li Tai, then shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, it was good that Shenmue arrived at the city guard division in time, and he would not be caught by the runners above. Other things were not important. Shenmue never returned. It had been nearly half an hour, and Lu Song and Li Tai had not waited for Shenmue to come back. For a while, they wondered what Shenmue had done, but there were so many people, so they did not want to look for him. In addition, they summoned 3 shifts of runners to wait here for so long, and they did not know what was going on. After waiting for a while, a sound came from the gatehouse at the main entrance of the city guard division. "Master Qin! Master Zhao!" The crowded crowd made way for a path from the gate, revealing 3 figures coming out. Leading the way was the captain Qin Bei and Zhao Zong, who was stroking his beard, followed by Ring Yen. The 3 of them were a little tipsy, as if they had finished drinking and had hurried over after receiving the notice. Qin Bei's cheeks were slightly red from drinking, and he glanced at the crowded city guards with a strange look. It must be a big deal that the captain summoned 3 shifts of officers, but he, the captain, didn't know about it in advance. Although he went to have a drink with Zhao Zong and Ren Yan, he should have been told what the matter was in advance, but the person who informed him only notified him to come back as soon as possible. "Brother Qin, this." Ran Yan also looked at Qin Bei hesitantly. He had changed his name for Qin Bei from Captain Qin to Brother Qin. Obviously, after a drink, their relationship became closer. Qin Bei touched his chin and said, "Either something unexpected happened, or it's about old Zhao and you. But it seems a little too early. Don't worry, I'll go inside and ask and we'll know." It was probably an emergency, so there was no time to tell him the specific reason, but he could go in and ask the chief officer. Zhao Zong also nodded slightly at the side and said, "Xiaoran, you stay here first." With that, the 2 of them walked towards the main hall of the city guard division together. All the officers along the way gave way and saluted respectfully. At the same time, they looked at Ren Yan, who was following behind Qin Bei and Zhao Zong, with some envy in their eyes. Now, the only one in the city guard division who had such a close relationship with the 2 officers was Ren Yan. Qin Bei and Zhao Zong walked all the way to the outside of the main hall, and just as they were about to go in, they saw a man walking out. "Ha!" Qin Bei was slightly startled and recognized the person. It was one of the officers in his charge. "Shenmue?" Not knowing how Shenmue came out of the inner hall, Qin Bei's eyes flashed with doubt, so he called out to stop him and planned to ask first. At this time, the chaotic outside became much quieter with the arrival of Qin Bei and Zhao Zong. At this moment, many officers looked over here, including Lu Song and Li Tai, who also saw Shenmue coming out of the main hall and were a little confused. However, just when Qin Bei was about to ask Shenmue, 3 more people came out of the inner hall, each wearing a blue uniform. They were the other 3 officers of the Jujiuri City Guard Division. 2 of them were Gong and Zhong Chang, who had traveled with Min Baoi before. "Old Zhao, old Qin, you are all here." Gong saw Qin Bei and Zhao Zong coming outside, and immediately greeted them with a smile. Zhong Chang also smiled and said, "Where did you go for a drink? Why didn't you call me, your brother?" Qin Bei was slightly startled. The mobilization of 3 teams should be a big deal, but the attitudes of Gong and Zhong Chang did not seem like a big deal. They even had time to greet and joke with him, so he felt a little strange in his heart. He could not care about Chen Mu at the moment, so he looked at Gong, bowed and said, "I was delayed on the road and came a little late. I wonder why the commander is mobilizing people. This, you will know soon," Gong said with a smile, but did not explain. Not only Qin Bei frowned and felt a little puzzled, but even Zhao Zong next to him felt a little strange. He thought about it and was about to go in to ask, but he saw a figure walking out of the inner hall with square steps. The man was wearing a dark green uniform, with a burly figure and a stern look. It was the Commander Min Bowie. Commander! Including Qin Bei, several other runners including Zhao Zong and Gong bowed slightly to Min Bowie and saluted. And a large group of runners below the steps and under the corridor of the gate pavilion at the back all leaned down and knelt on one knee, saying hello. Chen Mu was standing next to Qin Bei and Zhao Zong, and also bowed to Min Bowie, but the title that came out of his mouth made Qin Bei, Zhao Zong, and some runners who were nearby stagger. Brother Min. As soon as this name came out, Qin Bei's sight almost immediately shifted from Min Bowie to Chen Mu. His eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. Min brother? How dare he call Min Bowie like this? Even I, a police officer, dare not be so arrogant. Not only Qin Bei, except for Gong, Zhong Chang, and a few others, Zhao Zong next to him also looked at Chen Mu in a daze. The police officers who were closest to him and knelt on one knee were almost shocked. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. Min Bowie was not angry at being called like this. Instead, he smiled and nodded at Chen Mu, and then glanced at he looked at the whole audience and spoke in a deep voice. The head of the department, Zhao Zong, is old and unable to handle the affairs of the department. Now our department has approved the review of the general department to allow Zhao Zong to retire. The position of head of the department will not be abolished for the time being, but the affairs under his jurisdiction will be handed over to the new head of the department, Chen Mu. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Countless eyes were focused on Chen Mu, some were shocked, some were stunned, and some were unbelievable and confused. Especially Lu Song and Li Tai, who were familiar with Chen Mu, their eyes suddenly widened, and they were so shocked that they almost broke their jaws. At the same time, at the home of Zhang the butcher. Zhang the butcher, who had eaten lunch, was sitting in the yard with his belly bulging, basking in the sun, while Chen Hong was cleaning the yard not far away, but her eyes were still full of worry, and she looked out from time to time, waiting to hear Zhang Hai's reply. Finally, after a while, Zhang Hai's round and fat figure walked in from the door. He looked a little lost. He almost tripped over the threshold when he entered the door. He stumbled a few times and almost fell to the ground. What a mess! Zhang the butcher, who was squinting his eyes to bask in the sun, heard the noise and looked over, and scolded. But Zhang Hai seemed not to hear it, and still walked in a daze. Xiao Hai? Chen Hong put down the broom, walked over and asked worriedly, "What's going on over there? Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Hai still walked forward in a daze, almost knocking Chen Hong down. After bumping into her, he stood still in a daze. Looking at Zhang the butcher, who sat up and frowned and looked over, and Chen Hong, who looked worried, and Zhang Yueying, who was washing clothes in the west of the yard and listening with curious ears, Zhang Hai moved his lips but made no sound. It seemed that he didn't know where to start, and his face still looked like he was in a dream. It was not until Zhang the butcher scolded him a few more times that Zhang Hai spoke intermittently, in a tone that was still incomprehensible, about what he had just seen. Chen Hong was stunned, Zhang the butcher was stunned, and Zhang Yueying in the distance was even more confused. What is going on? How could the city guard's office stand up for Chen Mu, and even call Chen Mu a brother? Zhang Yueying opened her mouth and looked at Zhang Hai in disbelief. If it weren't for Zhang Hai's confused and lost look, she would probably have first reacted that Zhang Hai was talking nonsense and joking on purpose. But, isn't Chen Mu just a poor and low-level policeman? Let alone a dignified policeman. Even if there was a policeman who called Chen Mu a brother, it would be quite extraordinary. How could he not be so poor? Brother Hai, did you see everything clearly? Is it really the policeman? Zhang Yueying was still a little unbelievable. The flesh on Zhang Hai's face was piled up, and he said, I didn't see clearly, but in this world, who dares to pretend to be a police officer? Indeed, in these 9 streets, or even in the entire Nanjing district, who dares to pretend to be a police officer to cheat, even if he is an old man who hangs himself, he thinks his life is too long. Zhang Yueying was also a little confused after hearing this. Just when the yard was silent, Zhang the butcher slapped the handrail and said to Zhang Hai with a sullen face, "This is a good thing. Why are you crying? Get out of the way." After that, he turned his head to look at Chen Hong and said seriously, "I told you that your nephew was a dragon among men. Being an ordinary policeman is burying his talent, but with a little opportunity, he can rise to prominence. Tomorrow, you bring a few pounds of pork and a few pounds of cartilage, and I will go with you to congratulate him." Hearing this, Chen Hong gradually woke up from her dream and responded. Zhang Hai and Zhang Yueying next to her still had a confused look on their faces. Inside the hall of the city guards, the lower-level policemen and the city guards have no separate place to handle official business or rest. There is only a spacious courtyard at the back and several common, very dilapidated low houses. But as the heads of the sergeants, it is different. The 5 heads of the sergeants each have a separate room behind the main hall, which is usually used to handle official business or rest. Among them, the room owned by Zhao Zong has not been used for a long time. After Zhao Zong's old age and hidden injuries, he basically does not stay in the hall, but his room is still cleaned on weekdays. It is still clean. Now, after many years, this room has welcomed a new owner. Shen Mu stood at the door and looked at the room. The room is not big. There is only a long table lying horizontally in it. There are some books and a set of clean tea sets on the table. Behind the table is a yellow wooden chair. The handle of the chair is slightly damaged, but it does not affect its practicality. Whether it is the table or the chair, it is clean and dust-free, and there is no mud on the bluestone floor. Although it is not spacious, it is clean. This evaluation should be very pertinent. Zhao Zong stood beside Chen Mu, with his hands behind his back, and sighed, "Those of us who practice martial arts will wear out our chi and blood. Even if we don't fight with others, we will always accumulate some old hidden injuries. When we get old, we can't suppress them anymore, so they will break out." As he spoke, he stroked the table with a little reluctance. Among the 9 branches, no one in the City Guard Division has more seniority than him, including Min Baoyi, the chief officer. If it weren't for his deteriorating physical condition and being almost unable to fight with others, he would not be willing to resign from his position as the chief officer. Now he can temporarily retain his identity as the chief officer and stay in the City Guard Division as the head instructor, which is a satisfactory result for him. Originally, he planned to contact Ren Yan, a rising star, and sell him a favor in advance, so that when he resigns a few years later, he can retain some power based on his favor. As a result, the appearance of Chen Mu was beyond everyone's expectations. After learning from Gong and others that Chen Mu was personally recommended by the chief officer Su Hongyu, Zhao Zong immediately put aside all his thoughts. At the same time, he also realized that Min Baoyi and Chen Mu would suddenly become brothers. This method of grinding the skin and training the flesh is also harmful to the body? Chen Mu listened to Zhao Zong's words and asked thoughtfully. Zhao Zong smiled and said, "Yes, whether it is grinding the skin or training the flesh, it is to temper the body in various ways, and with the help of medicine powder, it is naturally harmful to the body. It is impossible to practice martial arts and live a long life. I feel pain in my waist and back every day. It is because the grinding method I used when I was young to practice martial arts paid too much attention to the effect, which caused great damage to the body. But sometimes it is inevitable that I can't help myself. It's good to be able to practice. There are so many people who want to practice martial arts but don't have a way." Chen Mu listened to Zhao Zong's words and thought of the Jinyu grinding method given to him by Su Hongyu. At that time, Su Hongyu mentioned that this method might not be the fastest, but it was more gentle and less harmful to the body. If Zhao Zong had practiced this skin grinding method when he was young, he might not have fallen into this situation now. "Okay, I've told you everything I should tell you. It's time for me to leave. If you have anything else, go ask Gong, Xinbei, and the others." Zhao Zong slowly withdrew his hand, nodded at Chen Mu, and walked out. "Slow down, Mr. Zhao." Chen Mu watched Zhao Zong leave, then slowly walked to the table, picked up a few books on the table and took a look. It was a street distribution map of Jiutiali, as well as some documents on population statistics. Putting down the book in his hand, Chen Mu came to the window and looked out. At this time, the drizzle had stopped. It happened that the sky cleared after the rain. A ray of sunset shone into the house through the window. In the afterglow, Zhao Zong's back could be seen, as well as many runners gathered in groups of 3 or 2 in the distance, each discussing what had just happened. The shock in their eyes still remained. Chen Mu was not surprised to be promoted to the position of the chief. However, he did not expect Min Baoyi to be so swift and decisive. In just one day, Su Hongyu was beaten. After a greeting, the replacement was completed here. Even his blue uniform, waist badge, etc. have not been made yet and are still being customized. But from now on, he is already the leader of Judiao, commanding the part of the troops that Zhao Zong used to manage, a total of 30 or 40 people. In addition, if he feels that there are not enough people, he can continue to recruit some from outside. This is how the lower-level officials are, recruiting and withdrawing at will, and within a certain number, the leader can make the decision. He looked back at the room again. Chenmu turned and walked out. When he came to the hall outside, he met Qin who walked out with him. Chen too. Qin looked at Chenmu with a complicated look in his eyes and greeted Chenmu. Chenmu had always been an official under him before, and suddenly he had a relationship with the chief officer. Not only was he promoted to the leader, but he also became a guest of Min Baoi, which made him feel awkward. This is different from Ren Yan. First, Ren Yan had been rumored for a long time, and he had been actively promoting him for more than half a year. Even if he was promoted to a charioteer, he still had to call him Brother Qin. However, Chenmu jumped up without saying anything and became a person on par with him, or even a figure who could suppress him. This awkward feeling was lingering for a short time. Charioteer Qin. Chenmu also bowed his hands. He didn't have any special feelings about Qin. When he worked under Qin was neither cold nor indifferent to him, but he didn't deliberately embarrass him. Therefore, he was very calm and frank. After all, Qin had been a charioteer for many years. He quickly suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and said, "Congratulations to Charioteer Chen on your promotion. When I'm free in a few days, I'll treat Charioteer Chen to a drink. You must honor me." "Of course." Chenmu responded with a smile, and then walked out. When he came to the outside, when the scattered officers in the yard saw Chenmu coming, they paused for a moment, then reacted and saluted to Chenmu, Master Chen. Compared with Qin, they were much more nervous. After all, they used to work in the same yard with Chenmu. Even if they had no intersection over the years, they had at least talked about him behind his back. In addition, everyone thought that Ren Yan's promotion to the head of the team was a foregone conclusion, and everyone went to flatter him. Now Chenmu suddenly rose to prominence, so they couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Everyone, stand up. I'm taking over as the head of the team. I'm not familiar with it yet. You can still do things according to the usual practice," Chenmu said casually to the officers. "Yes." Many officers responded. Then Chenmu passed the crowd and came to the outermost side. Lu Song and Li Tai were standing here. When they saw Chenmu coming, they lost their usual casualness and greeted Chenmu in a somewhat reserved manner. "Why are you two so reserved?" Chenmu said half-jokingly when he saw this. But Lu Song still replied cautiously, "Your Excellency has been promoted now, which means he has crossed the Dragon Gate. We ordinary people dare not be arrogant in front of you. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Although the world is in chaos, the more chaotic it is, the stricter the hierarchy rules are. Now that Chenmu is a leader, even if he humbles himself and still calls them old brothers as in the past, they dare not respond. You must know that Chenmu treats Qin and others equally now. If Qin and others see him calling them like this, how will they think? It will undoubtedly be a disaster for them. I have redrawn the list with the leader of the police department and assigned you to my jurisdiction. From tomorrow on, you don't have to patrol the streets. Just stay in the hall and listen to my dispatch. Chenmu also looked at Lu Song and Li Tai and said seriously. The two of them have been friends with him for several years. Although they don't have a deep relationship, they are the most familiar policemen in the city guard department. Now that he has been promoted to a leader, he still needs a few trusted people to do things under him. As soon as these words came out, other officers all looked at Lu Song and Li Tai with envy. He became a clerk who only needed to help Chenmu and obey Chenmu's orders. Although it was not a promotion, the treatment was completely different. Working with a clerk meant that he became the confidant of the clerk. First of all, he did not have to participate in those troublesome patrol affairs, nor did he have to take turns to patrol every 2 months. "Thank you for your appreciation, sir." Lu Song and Li Tai were also surprised and thanked him repeatedly. Although the two had been whispering to each other just now, wondering whether Chenmu would consider their old friendship and help them after he became successful, they were very nervous. Now that the dust has settled, they naturally thanked him happily. Chenmu nodded slightly, and said no more. He left the city guard, leaving behind many clerks with complicated eyes, envy or sighing at his disappearing back. The news that Chenmu took over as the clerk of the city guard in Jutiao spread quickly in Jutiao. It was known to people from all sides in just half a day. After all, the forces that people living in Jutiao deal with the most on weekdays are the gangs and the city guard. If it was just one runner, it would be nothing. The city guard division would have at least a dozen runners every year. But the head runners were different. There were only 5 in total. If one was offended, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was rumored that Chen Mu had a close relationship with the runner Min Baoi, so he needed to be treated with caution. The above was the reaction of some gentry and gang forces in the Juxiali area. However, when you leave Juxiali and look at the entire Nanchang district, it is a different scene. Night fell. The Nanchang District City Guard Division was still brightly lit. In a spacious and clean hall, a white-skinned man sat at the table with a document in his hand. He was He Mingxian, the deputy chief runner of the Nanchang District City Guard Division. His status was second only to Su Hongyu, and his origin was no worse than Su Hongyu. When the surname he was mentioned, everyone in the inner city district was well known. Jiu Tiaoli, Chen Mu, is quite interesting. At the age of 22, he is indeed a talent with his understanding of the sword. No wonder Su Hongyu would take special care of him. However, your Yu family is now facing internal and external troubles. If you still want to continue to support and cultivate your own confidence in the city guard, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. He Mingxian showed a trace of sneer and put the page in his hand on the candle flame to burn. Ordinary people don't know the origin of Su Hongyu and are unfamiliar with the surname Su, but people with a little power know that Su Hongyu's mother's surname is Yu, and she takes her father's surname. She is a direct descendant of the Yu family in the inner city. The struggle between the He family and the Yu family for the city guard has been going on for more than 1 or 2 years. The city guard, a branch office in one Li area, has nearly 200 people, and the entire South City district has 10 Li, including the city guard headquarters, which is nearly 3,000 people. The other 3 districts in the southeast and west are not much different, and the total number is nearly 12,000 to 13,000 people. Such a large number of people is undoubtedly not a small number. Although the quality is not as good as the elite private soldiers trained by each family, because of the large number and the control of the imperial court, they can do many things openly. If they are concentrated in the hands of one force, it will inevitably be a threat, so each family has to check and balance each other. Su Hongyu has been the chief errand officer for only 2 years. Although he is in a high position, he does not have many direct descendants that he can trust. Chen Mu showed some talent and caught Su Hongyu's eye. He was temporarily designated by Su Hongyu as a direct descendant to be used in the future and trained. Naturally, he rose rapidly in the small Judiao, but there were many people who did not want to see Chen Mu grow into Su Hongyu's assistant. Well, a small errand officer who has not yet practiced the body tempering method is not worth my personal care. He Mingxian thought for a moment, then called someone over, gave a few instructions, and then calmly picked up the teacup and slowly tasted the tea. Su Hongyu has offended many people in the past 2 years. He only needs to reveal a little about Chen Mu, then sit down and drink tea. After a few days, someone will naturally do what he wants for him. Even if Su Hongyu is furious afterwards, it will not be his fault. The next day. It happened to be a continuous drizzle yesterday. The rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The sun was shining brightly from the early morning. The bright sun dispelled the darkness in the city and forced all the filth to disappear. Chen Mu was not aware of the undercurrents that surged overnight. But he always thought of danger in times of peace, and he knew that opportunities in crises coexisted. Although he stood in a higher position as a chariot leader, he would also face more difficult troubles and dangers. If he wanted to overcome all obstacles and climb to the top, he could only rely on his own strength. Therefore, he did not neglect his practice all night, and started to practice the skin grinding method after moving. Generally speaking, moving to a new house is a troublesome thing, but it is quite simple for Chen Mu, because there is almost nothing worth moving at home, and the only things he needs to take are Chen Yu and Ni. Chen Yu, wearing a new dress and washed clean, followed Chen Mu out of the house. Since she was 12 years old, Chen Mu rarely took her out. Even if he took her out, he would let her make herself unkempt, short and ugly, and unable to tell her gender. Now she can finally go out in new clothes. Chen Mu had no attachment to the 2 old houses. At this time, there were already servants waiting outside. After he took Chen Yu and Ni out, they went to the back street of Jiu Tiaoli under the of several servants. Soon, they arrived at the place. It was a house located behind the city guard division, about 2 streets away. Although it was not a noble house, the 2 mahogany doors were straight, the front of the door was clean, and the rows of houses inside were also clean and tidy. This house was a 2-entry courtyard, with a front yard and a backyard respectively, with 3 rooms in each direction. It can be said to be very spacious. Even if there were 3 or 5 old servants and maids, it was not narrow. It was no longer a house that ordinary people could live in. Master! An old servant was waiting outside the door. He bowed respectfully when he saw Chen Mu, and then led Chen Mu into the house while explaining the layout of the 2 mansions. Master Min doesn't come here on weekdays, so I am the only old servant who sweeps the dust and fallen leaves on weekdays. If you feel that you are short of manpower, it is very easy to go to the store to buy. After the old servant introduced the house, he stood aside carefully. In today's chaotic world, being a servant of a powerful person is something that many people would fight for. Although they become slaves, they will no longer be entangled by various exorbitant taxes and harassment from gangsters. Even if they don't get monthly silver, at least they don't have to worry about food and live a very easy life. He naturally didn't dare to neglect the new master Chen Mu. If he made Chen Mu unhappy and expelled him, he would have no place to stay. I like quietness, so there's no need to buy help for now. Chen Mu waved his hand at the old servant. The mansion was not small, but it was not big either. There was an old servant who cleaned the yard. It was basically enough. Shen Yu also had an eye with her, so the maid didn't need to buy anything. It was best to keep the status quo. After moving into the spacious new home, Shen Yu seemed very active. She went into every room and checked every corner. And I followed her obediently without interrupting. Shen Mu didn't play with Chen Yu, but went to the backyard by himself. The backyard was where people lived, a main residence and 2 side rooms. Chen Mu asked Chen Yu to pick one at random. Chen Yu looked around and chose the west side room. Chen Mu lived in the main residence. In the past, the brother and sister had been forced to squeeze into one room, and even had to squeeze into one bed in winter. Now there was finally an empty room. It's finally a bit like that. Chen Mu walked into his main residence, looked at the spacious and bright outer room and the bedroom inside, nodded slightly, then sat down on a yellow wooden chair, then thought for a moment, and took out a stack of yellow paper from his arms. On the paper was the golden jade skin polishing method. Last night, he had actually checked and memorized it carefully, but this skin grinding method is different from knife skills. It is a method of tempering the body that requires external objects. Therefore, he was unable to practice it last night and had to go shopping for objects today. Rather than calling it the golden jade skin grinding method, it is more appropriate to call it the golden sand skin grinding method. The method is to dig a pit first, lie down in it, and then bury the person with fine sand. Finally, pour the soup made from the medicine powder on it, and repeat it several times. It is said that ordinary skin grinding methods often use methods such as coarse salt grinding and stone pile collision to refine the skin membrane. Either the skin membrane is constantly worn and then regenerated to transform, or it is through repeated collisions, beatings, and tempering. Either way, it will cause some hidden injuries to the human body. It is not obvious when you are young, but once you get old, various problems will arise. The golden jade skin grinding method is much milder, and is more of a special medicine powder. The cold sand is used to share the strongness of the medicine powder. It is moderate and peaceful, and is one of the least harmful methods. The skin grinding method is a cumulative merit. 1 year is a small success, another year is a big success, and another year is a complete success. Chen Mu muttered as he looked at the description on the paper. Specifically, it takes an average person 3 years to complete the merit, but this time is not fixed. It also depends on each person's root bone and compatibility. Often, the better the root bone, the faster the skin grinding. Compatibility refers to the degree of compatibility with the medicine powder. After all, some people have cold bodies, some have hot bodies, some are yin, and some are yang. If the yin and yang and 5 elements can fully match the medicine powder and the body is extremely adaptable, then it can even be overtrained, from training twice a day in the morning and evening to training 3 times a day, and the progress will naturally be greatly accelerated. My root bone seems to be only above average, I don't know how compatible it is. Chen Mu showed a thoughtful look. Above average bone structure sounds good, but in fact, as long as you are not born with a strange shape, a hunchback or extra bones, your bone structure is average. It is just a little better than the most ordinary people. But what Chen Mu cares most about is not the root bone and the degree of fit, but whether the skin grinding method can also rely on the system to accumulate experience points like the knife method? Do it when you think of it. There are 2 prescriptions for the medicine powder of the gold and jade skin grinding method. One is a prescription for internal use to strengthen the blood and qi, and the other is a prescription for external boiling to grind the skin. The medicinal materials used in the 2 prescriptions are different. Although they are not extremely precious in this world, as long as the medicinal materials are involved, they are basically not cheap. After Chen Mu went to the medicine shop to buy it himself, he did a little calculation. If he took 2 servings a day, morning and evening, it would cost nearly 200 taels of silver in a year, which ordinary people could not afford. Fortunately, he is still rich now, with at least more than 300 taels of silver, and after being an errand boy, he will naturally have some ways to get money, so he can afford it. After a busy day, it was almost dusk. Shenmue asked Shenyu to play in the front yard, and then he lay down in the pit he had dug in the corner of the backyard, covered his body with sand, and then picked up the kettle next to him and poured the boiled medicine from his feet to his chest. Shenmue had enjoyed lying in the sand pit before at the beach in his previous life, but after pouring this little pot of skin-grinding medicine, the feeling was immediately different. The warm medicine penetrated into the cold sand grains, and the two mixed together. When they came into contact with the skin, there was immediately a burning sensation rolling up from the soles of the feet all the way up. For a moment, Shenmue couldn't even tell whether it was pain or sourness. He just felt as if countless ants were trying to drill into every part of his skin. The slight pain was mixed with slight numbness and itchiness, as well as a slight sense of comfort. It was an indescribable strange taste. After about a quarter of an hour, this feeling began to gradually subside. Shenmue picked up the kettle and poured the medicine again. He repeated this 3 times and finally used up the first portion of the medicine. He crawled out of the sand pit. Shenmue didn't feel that his body had become much stronger, but he felt numb and limp all over. For a moment, he couldn't even use his strength, so he called Shenyu and asked Shenyu and Nai to help him back to the house and climbed into the wooden barrel to wash. Why did brother bury himself in the pit? Are you practicing some kind of kung fu? Shenyu asked curiously while pouring water for Shenmue. Shenmue leaned against the wooden barrel with exhaustion, letting Shenyu add water to the barrel, and said with a smile, "Yes, how about you are practicing kung fu too?" "No." Shenyu made a face at Shenmue, "I won't bury myself stupidly." Then she ran out. Shenmue laughed and shook his head, lying comfortably in the warm water, and then called up the system panel. He saw new changes on the system panel at a glance. A new line appeared under the Kwangfeng sword technique and the Lifeom sword technique. Gold and Jade skin grinding method, unfinished, experience, 11. The experience of skin grinding is separated from the skill of knife skills. Shenmue looked at the changed system interface with a thoughtful look. His previous experience of Kwangfeng knife skill and Lifeom knife skill was shared with each other, but the experience of skin grinding was not. But it was not surprising when he thought about it. Skin grinding and knife skills are indeed not related at all. Perhaps only the same type can share experience, and skin grinding belongs to another category compared to knife skills. Moreover, the increase in experience of skin grinding also surprised Shenmue, because the time he spent on this practice, no matter how he calculated it, did not exceed 1 hour, but the experience points he got were as many as 11 points. To improve the skin grinding method to a small success, only 100 experience points are needed. This means that if he practices once in the morning and evening, it will only take 5 days to improve the gold jade skin grinding method to a small success. Skin grinding is indeed different from knife skills. The entire practice process is purely based on the internal and external training of medicine powder. The accumulated experience points may come from the medicinal power of those soups. Shenmue suddenly realized something. Normally, even if one has top-notch physique and perfect adaptability, it is impossible for him to absorb all the medicinal power and make every bit of it work perfectly when practicing skin grinding. But if the system can ignore this concept and directly convert all the medicinal power he has endured in the process into something like experience and accumulate it, then it is very reasonable. As the saying goes, medicine is 3/10 poisonous. For ordinary people, it is probably very good to be able to absorb 1/10 of the medicinal power of the 2 internal and external medicine powders. For him, who has a medium to high physique, he may only be able to absorb 2/10 or 3/10. And this 2/10 of the medicinal power is affected by the body's adaptability, and the effect is different according to the adaptability. The average adaptability is probably only able to use 1/10 or 2/10 of the medicinal power for skin grinding, and the rest will be metabolized by the body and will not play any role. Therefore, the skin grinding process is quite long for ordinary people, and the saying that it takes 3 years to grind the skin is not an exaggeration. But if the system panel can directly intercept the medicinal power and turn it into experience, then it will undoubtedly achieve 100% absorption of the medicinal power and 100% adaptability. Maybe looking at the whole Shin dynasty, with a population of hundreds of millions, did not have such an outrageous physique, but he was able to achieve such an effect with the help of the system panel. Very good. Shenmue smiled. He was worried before that the skin grinding method was completely different from the sword skills, and whether the system panel would be effective for it. If it was ineffective, then he could only rely on the system panel to master a variety of advanced sword skills to improve his strength. The skin grinding method and even the subsequent flesh training method had to be done step by step, but now it is much better. And according to reason, this is not considered cheating. After all, every level of improvement comes from the real drug power, not obtained out of thin air, and even these drug powers are bought with the silver he earned. Compared with the sword skills, they are all hard-earned. Chen Mu was very calm. Just 4 days passed quickly. During these 4 days, apart from some local gentry who came to visit him and Zhang the butcher who came to reminisce about the past, everything was calm. Chen Mu still went to the city guard department as usual every day, but as a messenger, he didn't need to take a nameplate and hang it up. Even if he didn't go to the city guard department, it didn't matter, he just put his name on it. Chen Mu accepted all the gifts from the gentry who congratulated him on his new home. Since he knew that his experience in practicing internal training was related to the drug power, and the drug power was directly linked to financial resources, he naturally accepted all the silver. As for whether collecting silver would have any impact, he didn't care much. He is no longer a low-level messenger now. He is one of the 5 active messengers of the city guard department and a direct subordinate of Min Baoi. Even if he accepted the silver from the gentry, if there was any trouble in the future, he could calmly choose to deal with it or not according to the severity of the matter. Then there was Zhang the butcher, the uncle who had not visited for many years. Compared to the way Chen Mu remembered him, he was much more polite. He even spoke in a low voice and seemed a little cautious, which made Chen Mu sigh that human nature was just like this. When his father died of illness, Zhang the butcher only came to see him symbolically. Now he was trying his best to curry favor with his relative. Let's talk about Sister Yueying when we have time. Butcher Zhang finally brought up the old matter again, mentioning Zhang Yueying's matter again, and Chen Mu just responded very calmly. He really didn't have the mind for such things now. Now he put more energy into cultivation. If it weren't for his physical strength, he could only bear 2 skin grindings in the morning and evening at most. He even planned to come more times a day. The rest of the time was basically used to practice swordsmanship, intending to improve the skill of fierce wind swordsmanship to perfection as soon as possible, master the second sword force, and further improve his strength. Hearing Chen Mu's disinterest, Butcher Zhang also changed the topic very tactfully. After saying something, he and Chen Hong stood up to say goodbye to Chen Mu, and Chen Mu took Chen Yu with him and sent them all the way to the door. After leaving Chen Mu's house, on the way back, Butcher Zhang still carefully reminded Chen Hong to take good care of this aunt-nephew relationship. Now that Chen Mu has become very successful, he may be able to help their family a lot with just one word in the future, so they must not be offended. Chen Mu did not watch Zhang the butcher and Chen Hong go away. After seeing them off, he returned to the backyard to boil water and boil medicine. It was still the same skin grinding process. After 5 days of skin grinding, he could still feel some changes. First of all, his skin seemed to have become tougher. It was probably because the pain of friction from touching those rough stones was significantly reduced. Secondly, it seemed that there was a weak fire inside his body, which made him stronger in the process of exerting force. According to the skin grinding method, this was the condensed blood and qi after the body tempering method. Climbing out of the sand pit. Chen Mu sat beside the sand pit with some sore limbs and took a short breath. Compared with the first time he practiced, he could hardly walk after completing the skin grinding. Now he is much better. Although his whole body is still a little sore and weak, he can move with difficulty and does not need Chen Yu's help. It's only 5 days of practice, and it's effective. If it reaches a small success. Chen Mu murmured. Then he called up the system interface. Golden Jade Skin Resurfacing Method, unsuccessful, experience, 108, on the system interface, under the column for Skin Resurfacing Method, the experience has accumulated to 108 points, which can be upgraded to minor success in 1 step. Very good. Chen Mu looked at the system panel and felt relieved. His body was still numb and sore at this time, but he was not in a hurry to improve it. Instead, he waited until his body recovered some strength, took a shower first, washed off the mud and sand on his body, and then returned to his bedroom. After he adjusted his own state, his body was fully recovered, and he could feel the abundant blood and qi in his body. He took a deep breath, called out the system panel again, and with a thought, consumed experience points and improved the jade skin grinding technique. Buzz. This time, the feeling was different from the previous improvement of swordsmanship. When improving swordsmanship, he simply had countless spring, summer, autumn and winter, countless memories of fierce fighting, as if he had experienced it personally, and everything was poured into his consciousness in a very short time. But when improving the jade skin grinding technique, it was an instant, as if he had turned into a soup pot, with boiling blood in the pot, and then a drop of hot oil rolled into it, and thousands of blood mists steamed in an instant. Hiss. There is no way to describe the feeling at this moment. It was as if all the skin grinding experiences of a month or even several months were superimposed in this moment, so that Chen Mu's consciousness was directly stagnant. The word pain was far from describing this feeling. This had completely exceeded the upper limit of human spiritual consciousness, so that Shenmu's consciousness fainted in an instant, but whether he fainted or not, the transformation of his body never stopped. His skin was visibly changing. The original wheat-colored body quietly gained a jade-like luster, which repeatedly lit up several times, and finally slowly disappeared and returned to normal. I don't know how long it took. Shenmu woke up slowly. He just moved a little, and he felt a series of needle-like tingling pains all over his skin, which made him want to scream, but he immediately gritted his teeth to endure it, and froze there motionless. This skin grinding method is much more powerful than the knife method. Shenmu endured the changes in his body and slowly adapted to it, while grinning secretly. Although the knife skills were also poured into the body at once, they were only memories and perceptions that did not exist in reality. However, the skin grinding skills were completely different. What suddenly emerged was the real power of the medicine. The system panel used some terrible method to force his body to absorb the power of the medicine in an instant, and it continued to transform in a very short period of time. For ordinary people, it would be very difficult to endure the initial grinding. If Shenmu had used all the medicine required to achieve the minor success of skin grinding, he would have to vomit 3 liters of blood and die on the spot. However, the system panel was extremely overbearing. Such medicine did not damage the flesh and blood organs at all, but only acted on the membrane. It seemed to accelerate thousands of times in an instant, causing his membrane to change rapidly. Although every inch of his skin felt a sharp pain like a needle, making him dare not move, Shenmu could clearly feel that his blood and qi were much more vigorous than before. This pain was not a side effect, but the membrane strength had changed too much in a short period of time, making him a little uncomfortable. As time went by, the tingling sensation finally subsided, and Shenmu slowly sat up. He looked at his arm carefully. There was no obvious change in the skin color and surface, but when he touched it lightly with his fingers, he could clearly feel that the toughness of the membrane was much better than before. Is this the minor success of skin grinding? Shenmu slowly stood up, clenched his fist and waved it in the air a few times. Skin grinding, flesh training, tendon strengthening, bone strengthening. Each step is a process of tempering one's own body, from the outside to the inside. The most critical thing is one's own qi and blood. After all, those medicines taken orally and applied externally are just external things. They cannot completely replace the body's own qi and blood. Otherwise, there would be no saying that the body cannot be supplemented. After the age of 30, the progress of practicing the body tempering method is slow. The reason is that after the age of 30, the qi and blood have reached their peak. Before the age of 30, it is more about strengthening the qi and blood in various ways to stimulate its improvement, while after the age of 30, it is more about nurturing, trying to nourish the qi and blood and prevent it from falling. The step of grinding the skin is the most basic and outermost step, but it also lays the foundation. At this time, Shenmu can clearly feel that the heat flow in his body, which he could only feel vaguely before, has become much clearer. This is the qi and blood generated by a strong body. The strength of the punches and feet has not increased much, but the physical strength has definitely increased a lot. If I swing the knife with all my strength, I may be able to hold on for a quarter of an hour longer than usual. Shenmu made a rough judgment. Don't underestimate this quarter of an hour. Often, between life and death, an extra bit of strength, an extra swing of the sword, may be the difference between life and death. The explosive power between a skin-polishing warrior and an ordinary strong man may not differ much, but in terms of physical strength, the qi and blood condensed by practicing the skin-polishing method to strengthen the body is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Another thing is the growth of one's own skin membrane. Shenmu remembered the changes before and after Ring Yen. His skin became obviously rougher and more textured. There was no doubt that it was because he practiced the skin grinding method, but he was completely different. The Jinyu skin grinding method, named after the word Jinyu, clearly indicated that it caused the least damage to the body. Naturally, it was completely different from the ordinary skin grinding method. Think about Su Hongyu, the chief officer, whose skin was like jade and crystal clear. There was no rough feeling of skin grinding at all. Obviously, this was the unique feature of this skin grinding method. There was no change on the surface, but the strength of the skin membrane was actually improved. Shenmu walked outside, grabbed a handful of rough stones, pressed them on his arm and rubbed them. If it were in the past, even if it didn't break the skin and bleed, it would at least leave a large white mark and feel stinging, but now he could only feel a slight friction, without the slightest stinging, and even the rough surface of the stone, those jagged and sharp points, almost left no trace on his skin membrane. Endurance, resistance. Shenmu threw away the stone and muttered. The first step of the body tempering method, grinding the skin, obviously focuses on improving these two aspects. Now that he has made some progress in grinding the skin, the membrane has become tough. Although it cannot withstand sharp weapons, it can completely withstand ordinary wooden sticks and blunt weapons if the strength is not strong enough. Unlike in the past, although he has a sharp sword technique, he is very weak. Once facing the siege of many villains, if he is hit by one or two carelessly, he may fall on the spot. Now the possibility of such a thing happening is greatly reduced. Skills and physique complement each other. With a stronger physique, you can be more relaxed when fighting, and you can use the sword skills to the fullest. Chen Mu showed a thoughtful look. Now thinking about it, it was really a big advantage to kill Tang Quan that day. Not only was the opponent pierced through the chest by Su Hongyu's sword, which was almost fatally injured, but he was also blinded by his lime and couldn't even use his moves. In addition, his knife skills have been practiced to the level of knife power, so he can finally break the skin membrane with one knife, cut the throat, and give the final fatal blow. Otherwise, even if there are 10 ordinary people holding sharp blades, they will probably be killed by the seriously injured Tang Quan. The small success of skin resurfacing is only the first step, but for Chen Mu, it is also a new step. With the improved efficiency of the system panel, the road to skin resurfacing that ordinary people need 2 or 3 years of hard work can be greatly shortened for him. To upgrade the gold jade skin grinding technique to a minor level, 100 experience points are required, while to upgrade to a major level, 300 experience points are required. Now that I have achieved a minor level of skin grinding, my chi, blood and endurance have all improved. Next, I should be able to bear the change from twice a day to 3 times a day. If so, I will be able to achieve a major level of skin grinding in about 10 days. Chen Mu thought to himself. Major level of skin grinding. For ordinary people, it would take at least a year of hard work, but he was able to achieve it in less than a month. This progress is unimaginable for ordinary people, but it is just right for him. His current strength is that he has not yet practiced the body tempering technique, and has only practiced the sword power. Therefore, it is best to be cautious and dormant, accumulate foundation, and quietly practice skin grinding to perfection or even practice flesh training. While he was thinking, suddenly, the voice of the old servant sounded from outside. Master Min is here to visit. Here I am. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu immediately gathered his thoughts, quickly put on his clothes, stood up, and went to the door to greet him. Min Baoi was standing outside the door in casual clothes. When he saw Chen Mu coming out, he smiled and said, "Brother, are you free today? Come with me for a few drinks?" "Brother, I dare not disobey your invitation." Chen Mu bowed, turned around, told the old servant a few words, and followed Min Baoi out. Min Baoi did not bring anyone with him. He walked along the clean and tidy bluestone streets with Chen Mu alone. As he walked, his nose moved slightly and he said, "Brother, you should be practicing the skin grinding method. Have I delayed your practice?" "Just finished practicing." Chen Mu did not hide it. Practicing the skin grinding method was naturally not a secret. Min Baoi smiled and said, "The gold and jade skin grinding method is a very good skill. If I could get started with this skin grinding method when I was young, maybe I would have the hope of stepping into the realm of Ijin now. It's a pity that I was promoted by the Yu family later." "Yu family?" Chen Mu was slightly startled when he heard Min Baoi's words. Min Baoi pointed out the skill of Jinyu skin polishing method in one sentence, which shows that his relationship with Su Honyu is not just a simple superior and subordinate, but most likely Su Honyu's confidant. However, Chen Mu was a little confused about the Yu family mentioned later. But then Min Baoi explained his doubts. Although the chief inspector's surname is Su, he is a direct descendant of the Yu family. Min Baoi simply pointed out Su Honyu's background. The Yu family in the inner city is powerful and spread all over the city. He was able to sit in the position of inspector because of the support of the Yu family. After Su Honyu became the chief inspector, he naturally became a direct descendant of Su Honyu. Soon, Min Baoi brought Chen Mu to a restaurant on Zhongjie Street. Under the personal reception of the shopkeeper, he asked for a private room on the second floor. He sat in the private room with Chen Mu, and then began to talk about the various forces in Yuqing in detail. Although Chen Mu spent most of his time practicing swordsmanship and skin grinding techniques during the past few days as the leader, he actually also got to know some forces in Yuqing through various means. However, many parts were rather vague and not as clear as Min Baoi. There are 4 major families in the inner city, namely Yu, He, Xia, and Shui. The city lord's surname is Shui, so I don't need to say more about this. The other 3 families, Xia family controls 99% of the medicinal materials business in Yuqing. Everything that warriors need for training basically has to go through their hands. The Yi family monopolizes the iron smelting and cloth business, and the Yu family controls the salt business. Min Baoi talked freely, and it was obvious that these were not secrets for people with a little status. Chen Mu had a vague understanding of these news before, but now he heard it clearly, but he was not surprised. Yuching, a big city with a population of over 1 million, controls salt, iron, cloth, and medicinal materials, which basically controls 99%. As for rice, flour, and food, this most important thing is naturally not something that can be controlled by one family alone. It is estimated that all 4 families are involved, just like the outer city guards, which are not controlled by a single family. Salt business. Shenmue seemed to be thinking about something when he mentioned the salt business. Unfortunately, he was not a talent in the chemical industry in his previous life, and he never thought about collecting salt and iron refining methods for emergency needs. There was no benefit in this regard. Min Baoi only mentioned the 4 families in the inner city, and then talked about the city guard. Yuching has a population of over 1 million. The 4 major city guards in the southeast, northwest, and northeast have a total of more than 10,000 people. Now basically the 4 families want to take charge of this department and make them their private soldiers. Therefore, they are secretly fighting against each other. He Mingxian, the deputy chief officer of Nancheng district, comes from the He family in the inner city and is not on good terms with the chief officer. You should be careful of this person in the city guard in the future. Min Baoi said here, and lowered his voice a little. Shenmue's eyes flickered when he heard this, revealing a thoughtful look, and he bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Min, for reminding me." He didn't know this kind of news before, although he had always vaguely guessed that the city guard department was not a monolithic entity. Now it seems to be true. Su Hongyu did not transfer him directly to the general office, but let him stay in the Jujiuri city guard department to train, probably to let him grow more. After all, the Jujiuri city guard department belongs to Min Baoi's territory. It can be said that Min Baoi almost has everything under his control. It is a relatively safe environment for him. Once he arrives at the general office, he will be directly involved in the conflict between the 2 major forces, with all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. If he is not careful, he may be doomed. Not only will he be unable to work for Su Hongyu, but he may also become a burden. Min Baoi saw Shenmue's serious expression, so he laughed again, eased the atmosphere and said, "Don't worry too much, the chief inspector is ultimately above that man, and this Jiutiao is my territory. As long as you are cautious, nothing will happen. Also there are the Red Gold Gang and the Black Crow Cult in Jiutiao. You should try not to provoke these 2 forces. I haven't figured out the people behind the Red Gold Gang yet, but it's nothing more than those few. As for the Black Crow Cult." Speaking of this, Min Baoi showed a trace of fear, and said, "This Black Crow Cult seems to be just bewitching some ordinary people to respect its teachings and worship some kind of Black Crow god, but in fact it is taking the opportunity to make money, and the man behind the scenes is also a vicious and cruel person." Shenmue knew the 2 forces of the Red Gold Gang and the Black Crow Cult very well. As a messenger, 2 days ago, a deputy leader of the Red Gold Gang came to visit him and gave him a housewarming gift. This housewarming gift was very interesting. It was a silver and 2 people. The 2 people were the 2 gang members who had tried to kidnap an eye earlier and took his silver and left. They were beaten and swollen, and were thrown there. Shenmue didn't take this matter to heart. Since the other party gave him face, he gave the other party a step. He accepted the silver and completely settled the matter without any follow-up. As for the Black Crow Cult, any similar force in a chaotic world is quite dangerous. It seems that this world is ruled by warriors, and ordinary refugees and rioters can't cause much trouble even if they form tens of millions of people, but in fact it is not the case. Through similar forces, they make a lot of money, and then use the money to train elites. This is their route. In the body quenching method, the 2 steps of grinding the skin and training the flesh can basically be done with the resources. If you don't consider the side effects and the loss of the body, you can use the worst quality recipe and you can train a trained warrior with less than 200 taels of silver. Although the quality of this kind of forcibly created existence is extremely poor in all aspects, once the number is large, it will be quite amazing. If there are hundreds of people, equipped with armor and weapons, it will be quite terrifying. There may even be people who have realized the momentum. In fact, nowadays, families with a little power have secretly cultivated such private soldiers. Except for these 2 groups of forces, the other 3 religions and 9 groups basically have no background, so there is no need to worry about them. There are no powerful and wealthy people worth mentioning in Jutiao. The slightly powerful people basically either move to the inner city or to the central area of the southern city. Min Baoi briefly explained the situation in Jutiao. "I understand." Shenmue nodded slightly. Min Baoi picked up the wine cup and drank a glass, then said with a smile, "Okay, I've explained it to you almost clearly. Now, brother, you just need to concentrate on practicing. In 2 or 3 years, when you break through to the physical training realm, you can be transferred to the general headquarters and help Lord Su. As he spoke, Min Baoui also sighed in his heart. He was born as a member of the Yu family and practiced martial arts since he was a child, but the level of sword power held him back for many years. He didn't understand it until he was 34 years old. If he could have learned it earlier and received more attention, maybe things would be different now. Shenmue first practiced the sword power and caught Su Huanyu's eye, but it was a bit late for him to start practicing the body tempering method now, which delayed him a lot of time. It is estimated that with 3 or 4 months of hard work, he can achieve a small success in grinding the skin, and then a year or so to achieve a great success, and 2 or 3 years to perfection. Before the age of 30, it is not difficult to reach his current level. But if he wants to go further and impact the 3rd level of Ijin, it will be very difficult. One step slow and every step slow. A martial artist who practices meat and masters sword power is considered a figure in the outer city, but looking at the entire Yu city, he is only middle class. Only those who have entered the 3rd level of Ijin can exert a lot of force with every move, and that is considered to have entered the upper class and can control power in the inner city. After 3 rounds of drinking, Min Baoui was a little tipsy. He patted Shen Mu's shoulder with his big hand and said with a smile, "We've almost finished the food. I heard that you are not married yet. Do you want me to take you to a good place? The food there is very good." As soon as he said this, he knew what the good place was. Before he could even think of it, the blood in his body was surging. Just when Shen Mu was about to make a move, he suddenly remembered that in the Jinyamopi method, it was mentioned that if the practice is not completed, the blood should be tightly guarded. He immediately suppressed the restlessness in his heart. "Brother Min should accompany you in your leisure time, but I am just starting to practice and temper my body, and I have not yet completed the practice." Shen Mu declined. Min Baoui immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, I forgot about it. The Jinyamopi method does require you to lock the blood. If you focus on practicing this method, I am afraid that your marriage will be postponed for a few years." "No hurry, no hurry." Shen Mu smiled and shook his head. In fact, someone asked Gong to arrange a marriage for him yesterday. After all, he was the newly appointed leader of Jushiali, and he was valued by the higher-ups. He had a bright future, and he was only 22 years old. Some local gentry were willing to marry their daughters to him. However, Chen Mu was not interested in it for the time being, and he had to practice the Jinyu-mabe method, so he declined all the offers. "Okay, there is a long way to go." Min Baoui got up and went down the restaurant with Chen Mu. After watching Chen Mu leave, he touched his chin and said, "His concentration is not bad." "That's right. At this age, he can understand the sword's momentum, so how can his will be bad?" Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the time when he was moping his skin. He was slightly seduced by someone, and he couldn't help but go to the brothel. After that, he couldn't stop, and the moping process was delayed for 3 years. Otherwise, he might have entered the level of Ijin now. The past cannot be told. In short, Su Hongyu took a fancy to this young man. Needless to say, he has a good understanding, acts cautiously and with a certain degree of perseverance and concentration. His background is also very clean. He is indeed worthy of training. He can also explain it in detail to Su Hongyu. Parting with Min Baoui, Shen Mu did not want to wander around, so he hurried home. When he was drinking with Min Baoui just now, he deliberately restrained himself and did not drink much. In addition, he had a good alcohol tolerance. Now he has practiced skin grinding and has abundant blood and qi. There is basically no effect at this time. You family, he family, Red Gold Gang. Shen Mu thought about the many pieces of information he got from Min Baoui. At present, it seems that it is the most stable approach for him to stay in Jojo and practice martial arts quietly, occasionally deal with 2 petty thieves, and collect taxes. In fact, after he understood the general structure of the City Guard Division and the open and secret struggles of various forces, he even felt that it would be a better plan if he did not get promoted to the head of the police station, but remained an inconspicuous police officer. The head of the police station is not very important to the real powerful people. For Chen Mu, although he was just a small role, he was involved in Su Hongyu, so he inevitably came into the sight of others and caused some trouble. But opportunities and tribulations coexist, and things in the world have always been like this. If he had not entered Su Hongyu's field of vision, he would not have been able to obtain the golden jade skin polishing method, and hundreds of taels of silver were even more nonsense. It was also impossible for him to receive housewarming gifts from various gentry forces in just a few days. Although each one is not very valuable, it adds up to an income of hundreds of taels of silver. It was only a few days. With money, power, and a way to make progress, the whole life has been turned upside down. Even if it involves some trouble for this, Chen Mu has no complaints at all. There is no free lunch in the world. The practice of the skin polishing method will be very fast, but the fierce wind sword method, if you want to practice the sword force, it will take a lot longer. Shenmue knew it from Min Baoui before. Above the sword force, there is indeed a realm called sword intention, also known as artistic conception, but that kind of thing is far more illusory than the sword force, and it is too difficult to cross it in one step. Therefore, there is a transitional stage of accumulation between force and intention. It is called multiple force. As the name suggests, after mastering a sword force, you can practice other sword techniques at the same time. If you can practice a second sword force, then the combination of the two is double force, which is more powerful than a single force. But it is already very difficult for a warrior to master a force. Many people cannot reach that level after practicing hard for their entire lives. It is even more difficult to master multiple forces. As for the higher triple force and quadruple force, there are very few people who can practice to this level, and they are basically big shots. Even Min Baoui knows that there are not many. Ordinary people don't have so much energy and time to practice multiple sword forces, but I don't have this problem with the system panel. At most, I can master the second sword force in half a year. Shenmue nodded secretly to this. At least the path he chose before was not wrong. Even if he practices a variety of sword techniques, he still cannot reach a higher level of artistic conception, but at least he can stably master the multiple forces and always have an advantage in the field of skills. This will be his outstanding feature. Thinking in his heart. Unknowingly, Shenmue walked into a somewhat secluded street. When he came to his senses, he was already in the middle of this quiet street. Because it was broad daylight and still noon, Shenmue didn't care and walked straight forward. But after walking forward for a while, from the nearest corner in front, several figures suddenly walked out. These people were wearing short old clothes, holding sticks or shining machetes in their hands, and there was a fierce light in their eyes. Shenmue frowned slightly. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind, and turned his head to look back, only to see some figures rustling in the back of the alley, all dressed in rags, but all of them were ferocious. There were villains in front and behind, and now Shenmue was finally sure that these were not gangsters passing by, but were coming for him. Although he and Min Baoui came out to drink and were not wearing police uniforms, it would be ridiculous to say that these people who came for him did not know him. It was extremely bold to use a knife against a police chief in Zhoutiao in broad daylight. Not to mention ordinary villains, even if it was a gang as prestigious as the Red Gold Gang, if they dared to do so, they would inevitably anger the chief police officer Su Hongyu. Even if they directly led people to flatten the Red Gold Gang, it would be reasonable. He asked himself if he had offended anyone in the past few days. Shenmue's face was slightly gloomy, but he did not stop, but continued to walk forward. At the same time, his right hand had already grasped the handle of the knife on his waist. Now he could be said to be inseparable from the knife, and this most critical weapon would never be released at any time. More and more villains were coming. At least 17 or 18 people turned out from the corner of the alley, which made Shenmue frown even more. There were at least 30 or 40 people. Even if the world was in chaos now, it was impossible to make such a big formation to ambush him here in broad daylight without alarming all parties. These people did not speak, but walked straight over. When they were about 4 or 5 meters in front of Shenmue, the leading few threw a white thing at Shenmue at the same time, accompanied by a pungent smell. Shenmue was on guard and reacted very quickly. He immediately closed his eyes and jumped back to avoid the lime powder that was sprinkled on his head. I used this thing to plot against Tangquan a few days ago, and then I was plotted against by this trick. It's really justice, retribution, Shenmue said in his heart. Moreover, Min Baoui had just told him that nothing would happen if he was careful in this area, but he was slapped in the face as fast as he could just after they separated for a while. This time the distance was very close, but Shenmue avoided most of it after all, and it was only a little bit that didn't have much impact. After avoiding it, he immediately moved forward again, fiercely and violently, and the knife in his hand was like a gust of wind, and it fell suddenly. The wind was raging, and the west wind was howling. Ka! The leader met him with a knife, but with just one knife, he was broken by Shenmue's crazy and vicious knife. The knife in his hand rubbed against the opponent's blade, splashing a spark, and cut his throat with one knife, and blood gushed out immediately. In broad daylight, you attacked and killed the officials, are you going to rebel? Shenmue shouted coldly, and his voice resounded throughout the streets. With the power of killing with this knife, all the villains were shocked for a while. Oh, in this day and age, what's the difference between an official and not an official? He's just a lackey of that person. A sneer came from the crowd of villains, followed by a loud noise. In the sunlight, some flashing things could be seen flying across, accompanied by another handful of white quicklime sprinkled from the walls on both sides of the alley. Shenmue remained calm and shouted immediately. He rolled up his right hand and tore off his robe in an instant. Then he swung it with all his might with the force of a hurricane, rolling up a large amount of quicklime, and also rolled up the glittering darts and other hidden weapons. Swish! The glittering darts were very sharp. Even if the robe was swung up with the force of a hurricane to wrap them up, a small amount of them still pierced the robe and fell on Shenmue's body, but because most of the force had been removed, they were bounced away one after another. Shenmue had almost no hesitation. He lifted and rolled up his robe, and the whole person disappeared under the robe. He turned into a figure that suddenly rose up and rushed forward, and directly rushed into the crowd of villains fiercely. The alley was narrow. If he was splashed with quicklime continuously and thrown at him by various random throwing objects, he would not be able to catch them even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. A strong warrior could fight 10 people alone, provided that he was fighting normally. Otherwise, he would be plotted against by insidious means and caught off guard. Even a 7-year-old child holding a sharp dagger with poison could take the life of a skilled swordsman. Shenmue rushed into the crowd, sweeping with his sword. Wherever the sword light went, several people were immediately hit by the sword and fell to the ground. Although the situation seemed to be more dangerous, with sticks and sharp blades on all sides, all aimed at him, compared with the splashed quicklime and throwing objects, only close combat could avoid those threats. At the same time, Shenmue was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, he had already mastered the art of skin grinding. The spilled quicklime and the messy hidden weapons were basically useless after he rolled them up. Otherwise, he would have been injured in the hasty response after several rounds of attacks. Once he was blinded or injured in the vital parts, the consequences would be disastrous. Kill! Shenmue rushed into the crowd with a knife in his hand, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, killing indiscriminately. In an instant, 4 or 5 bandits were killed on the spot. The perfection of the knife's power and the mastery of skin grinding are like adding wings to a tiger. Now Shenmue is much faster than before in terms of physique and speed, and can better exert the power of the knife's power. His strength is more than a little bit. If he had not mastered the skin, he would have been in ambush and assassination, and he would have been killed by the knife's power alone. After using dirty tricks such as lying, it is indeed possible to be surrounded and killed on the spot, but now it is impossible to kill him with these unskilled thugs. In just a moment, there were more than 7 or 8 thugs lying dead around Shenmue, and more than a dozen were injured, wailing and retreating. Some of the thugs looked at Shenmue with a bit of shock in their eyes. He was not wearing a police uniform today. Because of his young age, his appearance did not have any intimidating pressure, but now he was covered in blood, his eyes were cold, and there were corpses lying at his feet, and a strong sense of oppression came towards him. "Don't be afraid of him, he is alone," a thug roared in the crowd. Then someone nearby picked up a mess and threw it at Shenmue, including splashed quicklime powder, stones, daggers and other wounding instruments, and for a moment he didn't care about hurting his own people. Shenmue reacted very quickly. Facing the quicklime and brick daggers splashed on him, he immediately bent over and rushed forward, directly crashing into the arms of a thug with his knife, and the lime powder splashed all over his back and the thug. Where did these villains come from, so cruel? Shenmue avoided the threat and frowned slightly. Generally, gangsters, who have experienced some fighting, should be discouraged and retreat after being killed by him for more than a dozen people in succession, but this group of people not only did not retreat, but even became more aggressive, not hesitating to hurt their own people, and also splashed quicklime on the crowd. The ferocity was outrageous. In the past, Shenmue had rarely seen such fierce and reckless people when he was on duty. At that moment, Shenmue had no interest in fighting with these people. He looked in a direction and rushed forward. He swung his knife and chopped 5 or 6 people in a row. He was about to break out of the siege and rush out of the alley, but just as he killed through the crowd, a large amount of quicklime was immediately splashed, making the alley in front of him filled with a white mist. The scene became more and more chaotic. Some of the criminals accidentally inhaled some of it and immediately made painful sounds. However, they were still as ferocious as ever, and the sharp weapons in their hands were still aimed at Shenmue. Shenmue had to hold his breath at this time, and he couldn't even open his eyes. He could only lean against the wall and pull out the wind like knife force. The knife flew up and down like 1,000 whistling winds, slashing and killing the nearby criminals one after another. "I have to rush out." Shenmue's mind flashed through his mind. Even if the front was filled with lime powder, he had to hold his breath and rush forward. Otherwise, in such a chaotic situation, swords and sharp weapons were not a joke, and he didn't want to see a car accident in the gutter. But just when Shenmue was about to muster up his breath and rush forward, The angry voice overwhelmed the roars of many thugs. "How dare you!" Chen Mu heard this voice and immediately made up his mind. He waved his sword up and down to protect his body, and half-jokingly said, "Brother Min, if you come later, I may not see the sun tomorrow." He only heard shouts of "Min Baoi, retreat, wind is tight," etc. Many thugs fled in a swarm, no longer caring about surrounding and killing him, and then a fierce sword wind came from one end of the alley. Although he couldn't open his eyes for the time being, he could tell from the sound that this was Min Baoi's sword. A strong warrior who had perfected his flesh, his muscles were condensed and tough, and he had also trained his sword skills. He was at the peak of his strength. The sword skills he used were fierce and unmatched. Wherever he went, there was no enemy at all. He pushed forward like a beast. After Chenmu barely wiped off the lime powder on his face with blood and water, he opened his eyes a little, and what he saw was a scene like hell. The alleys were full of blood, flesh, and organs, and the bodies of many murderers looked like they were torn apart by wild beasts. Min Baoi was very angry. As a deputy of the City Guard Division in Zhoujiao, he dared to say when drinking with Chen Mu that he could live in peace in Zhoujiao. That was naturally because he had the confidence. Not only was it his own strength, but in addition to the 200 people in the City Guard Division under his command, he even had many spies who reported to him at any time what was happening in Zhoujiao. As a result, he had just finished drinking and talking with Chen Mu, and when he turned around, something happened to Chen Mu. If his spies had not been watching all the time and reported to him immediately when they found something wrong, and he was not far away, he would not know how to explain it afterwards. With so many people, they can make such a scene without alarming me. Min Baoi knew it very clearly in his heart. This was not aimed at Chen Mu, but at him or at Su Hongyu. They wanted to kill Chen Mu on his territory, to shock him, and to intimidate Su Hongyu. Min Baoi stopped beside Chen Mu with a knife, and said in a deep voice, "How is it?" "It's okay, some lime was splashed on it, just wash it off." Chen Mu shook his head and said, "Brother Min, do you know where these people came from?" "Not sure yet." Min Baoi said with a gloomy face, "But I deliberately let some of them go. Just keep an eye on these people and you can find the source. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter." After hearing what Min Baoi said, Chen Mu stopped asking questions and followed Min Baoi back to the City Guard Division to deal with the mess on his body. The news that Chen Mu was ambushed by the thugs quickly spread throughout the city guards, shocking countless officers. Although the world is in chaos nowadays, thugs have no respect for the law, and officers are killed from time to time, but such a blatant attack on a thug in broad daylight has never happened in the past few years. Chen Mu cleaned himself up in the city guards, changed into a long gown, and waited for the situation from Min Baoi until the afternoon, when the news finally came. The evil gang in the west of the city? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows. He has only been a thug for a few days, and now he is only familiar with the gangs in Zhixiali. He is not familiar with the mixed forces in the South City district, let alone the West City, which is a completely different range. But as far as he knows, the West City is much more chaotic than the South City district. The most remote Li among them are almost fighting and quarreling every day. There are almost everyone there who is fierce, and 10-year-old children can pick up machetes and fight with others. The gangs that breed are naturally more fierce and brutal. The problem is, the evil gang in the west of the city should have nothing to do with him. Min Baoi didn't care about anything, he just sat on the chair in front of Chen Mu, then sighed and said, "I'm not familiar with the evil gang, and I don't have much intersection, so I went to ask Lord Su." Chen Mu handed over a cup of tea and asked, "What did Lord Su say?" Min Baoi shook his head. "She didn't say anything, just said that you were implicated in this matter. Let me ask you what compensation you want, and this matter will end here, and you are asked not to touch the west of the city for the time being." Chen Mu was not surprised after hearing this. He and the west of the city, the evil gang, had nothing to do with him at all. He could be ambushed and killed inexplicably. After thinking about it, there was only one connection, Su Hongyu. Sure enough, good things are not taken for free. He took Su Hongyu's money in skin grinding method, and he got into trouble in a few days. Su Hongyu was quite straightforward. She told him that he was implicated. She was afraid that he could not suppress his anger and do something, so she warned him to stop. Then she asked him to think of some compensation himself. He was used to this in his previous life. This life, he got his retribution. A woman used it against him. There was nothing he could do. He could only ask for some appropriate compensation. His first reaction was to ask for the flesh training method after skin grinding. For him now, it would not take too long to practice the skin grinding to perfection. After that, he would need the flesh training method. But Su Hongyu did not know this. By then, this woman might think that he was too ambitious. Not only would she not give him the money, but she would also reprimand him. He could not refute it. He could not shout that he was a skin-grinding genius and could accomplish things in a month. Well, it's a good opportunity. Chen Mu's thoughts turned and he thought of something, revealing a thoughtful look. Although the ambush today was a surprise, there was no danger, but in fact, the other party misjudged his strength. If he had not mastered the skin grinding, he might have been in danger of death. And this kind of thing could not be guaranteed to happen again, so it was not safe for Chen Yu to stay with him. Now, if Su Hongyu relied on her relationship, it would be very appropriate to send Chen Yu to the martial arts hall in the inner city to learn martial arts. On the one hand, the inner city was safe, and on the other hand, if the little girl did not learn martial arts at this age, she would not know what she could do in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Mu immediately showed a worried look and said, "It is my duty to share the worries of the chief inspector. A little danger is nothing, but my sister is still young. I am worried that she will be implicated. I am also worried that if something happens to me, she will be helpless and unable to live. If I can ask the chief inspector to send her to the inner city to learn martial arts, she will have a foundation for her future." Min Baoi smiled when he heard it and said, "Don't worry about this. The Yu family has a martial arts hall in the inner city. There are many people trained every year. There are also male and female halls. If Lord Su helps to say hello, there will be no problem. As a big family in the inner city, basically all have their own private soldiers. Some of these private soldiers are selected from a large number of slaves, servants, and house children. In addition, some disciples with good qualifications will be recruited in the form of martial arts halls. In fact, when Chen Mu reaches Min Baoi's level and becomes a police officer, he can send his own children or relatives to use martial arts school to learn martial arts. The nepotism is bound up layer by layer, which is what the big families in the inner city are happy to see. That's good. Chen Mu smiled. Being able to arrange a good place for Chen Yu can also be regarded as putting an end to his worries. As for the evil gang in the West City, he secretly remembers them in his heart. There is a long way to go. South City District, City Guard General Office. Bang! On the third floor of the main building, in a hall, two doors were pushed open. Su Honyu's figure appeared at the door. He Mingxian was sitting on a wisteria wood chair, leisurely drinking tea. When he saw Su Hongyu rushing in aggressively, he smiled calmly and said, "Master Su, what can I do for you? If you want to see me, just call me." Su Hongyu didn't say anything, but went straight to He Mingxuan's table. She raised her slender hand gently and slapped the table. The long table made of solid yellow wood shook violently, and with the place where Su Hongyu's palm landed as the center, dense cracks suddenly appeared, and finally the whole table shattered and collapsed. The teacups and tea on the table were also shattered all over the floor. The sound was so loud that it shook the entire main building. Many messengers could hear it clearly. Almost everyone paused for a moment. After looking at each other, they pretended to be nothing and continued to do their work without looking upstairs. He Mingxuan's leisurely face suddenly stiffened. He Mingxian couldn't keep his smile and said coldly, "What does Lord Su mean by this?" Su Hongyu didn't answer, just looked at him coldly. He Mingxian naturally knew why Su Hongyu came here. Although those people didn't even kill a small errand boy, they were really useless, but he was happy to see Su Hongyu so angry. He didn't expect Su Hongyu to come to him directly after knowing the matter without even investigating. Lord Su's power is a bit too much, right? I don't think I have made any mistakes in my work these days. If Lord Su doesn't like me, he can go to the commander-in-chief and ask him to transfer me out of Nanchang district. He Mingxian sneered. He was not afraid that Su Hongyu would take the opportunity to cause trouble, because to put it bluntly, this matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't secretly instigate it. He just quietly released some information. Not to mention that Chen Mu was fine, even if he was really dead, it was the work of the evil gang, and no matter how hard he investigated, he couldn't find any handle on him. Su Hongyu stared at He Mingxian coldly, not responding to He Mingxuan's words at all, and said indifferently, "Listen carefully, if anything happens in Judiao, no matter what the reason, I will only look for you. This time it's in your hall, and next time it's the life and death stage." As soon as the voice fell, Su Hongyu turned and left. Only He Mingxian, whose face was completely gloomy, was left sitting there, holding a half cup of tea in his hand, watching Su Hongyu's figure disappear outside the door, leaving only a mess on the ground. How unreasonable. This crazy woman. For a mere subordinate, she was willing to go to the life and death stage with him. She was really sick. And why should the incident in Jutiao be blamed on him? What kind of logic is this? Is it still reasonable? The teacup in his hand was crushed into pieces by He Mingxian, and water splashed everywhere. For a while, his angry chest rose and fell violently, but he could only suppress the anger in his heart, because he was no match for Su Hongyu. If Su Hongyu really went crazy and insisted on dragging him to the life and death stage and asking the city guard to witness it, he would be forced into a dilemma. If he went on stage to fight, he might really die in Su Hongyu's hands. And what kind of world is this? There is still a life and death stage. Since the voice of the court gradually weakened decades ago, no one has ever used that thing. Forget it. He Mingxian took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He was also out of his mind. He actually tried to use tricks to reason with a crazy woman. It was really asking for trouble. Anyway, the Yu family is now in trouble both internally and externally, and it is bound to not last long. Once the Yu family is in danger, Su Hongyu will be his toy, and he can fiddle with it at will. There is no need to offend him at this time. As for that Chen Mu, since Su Hongyu cares so much about him, let him live a few more days. West, city, is a blocked word, and I don't know why. Su Hongyu returned to her hall with a cold face. She did not have any intelligence or evidence that could point to Yiming Xian, but there was no need to doubt this matter, because Chen Mu was promoted by her, and he had not even been transferred to the general office for the time being, so he would not attract any attention at all. In addition, so many people were able to sneak into Jujiali and even bypass Min Baoi's eyes, which meant that there were people in the city guard department who were in collusion. In addition to Yiming Xian, she could not think of anyone else. Nowadays, various things are complicated, and she has no intention to play any game of calculating comings and goings with Yiming Xian. It is also a helpless move to use this method to force a deterrent. Miss Min Chaisai sent a message. Su Hongyu returned to her side hall, and a maid in a blue short shirt came over with a note. She did not address Su Hongyu as the General Chaisai or Lord Su. She was a maid who grew up with Su Hongyu since she was a child, and accompanied Su Hongyu to practice martial arts. Now she has no rank or position in the city guard department, but she is Su Hongyu's latest confidant. Want your sister to go to the inner city to learn martial arts? Su Hongyu took the note from the maid Shoha and glanced at it, nodding slightly. That's fine, approved. You go and take care of this matter. Send the person to the Yu family martial arts hall, and say that he is my person. Xiaoha replied softly, yes. Okay, you go down, I need to rest for a while. Su Hongyu waved her hand, Xiaoha bowed slightly, and left. Only Su Hongyu was left, lying gently on her side behind the low table, with a bit of fatigue in her eyes. She was really not good at this kind of work of being in the middle, manipulating all parties, and creating power. It was easier to fight and kill people with swords. Sometimes she really wanted to cut off the smiling faces of Yiming Xian and others with a sword, but she couldn't do that in the position of the chief officer. It was easy to kill people with a sword, but after killing, she couldn't explain it, so she could only resign and give up the position of the chief officer, which was equivalent to handing over the entire Nanchang District City Guard Division to someone else, and it would be difficult to explain to the Yu family at that time. Many times, in order to avoid being used as she could only keep a low profile and act like a master. Fortunately, He gave her advice. When the Yu family has a more suitable person to take over as the chief executive, she will be free. Later, she would rather the salt transport fleet, travel through mountains and rivers, kill bandits, and eliminate monsters, and was too lazy to do this kind of work. She was tired. On the other side, Chen Mu returned home. He mentioned to Chen Yu that he might arrange for her to practice martial arts in the inner city. The little girl agreed quickly. Although she didn't like practicing martial arts, since it was Chen Mu's arrangement, she would do it well. She thought that even if she couldn't help Chen Mu, she couldn't cause trouble for him. Chen Mu didn't know that Chen Yu thought so. He just thought that she also liked to practice martial arts. After all, he had instilled stories in her for 2 or 3 years, such as Hua Mulan joining the army for her father, and the Empress not becoming an immortal, but waiting for her brother to return in the mortal world. In short, first cultivate a spirit that is not inferior to others in the little girl, so that it will be easy to learn literature and martial arts in the future. The next day, Chen Mu had just finished practicing the morning skin grinding method when the old servant reported that a woman came to the door. I thought it was Su Hongyu who came in person, and I was very surprised. But when I arrived at the door to greet her, it turned out to be a girl dressed in a green dress, dressed simply. Although she was not as cold and beautiful as Su Hongyu, she was also as smart as Jade Shoha. In addition, from her every move, I could tell that she was skilled in martial arts, with steady steps and long breaths. Chen Mu felt that she was not inferior to the messenger Min Baoi. Such a person was quite rare in the outer city, not to mention a young woman. I am Chen Mu, who is this lady? I have served the chief messenger since I was a child, and I have no official position. Lord Chen, just call me Shoha. The lady asked me to take your sister to the inner city. Shoha bowed slightly to Chen Mu, and her manners were generous. Shenmue returned the greeting, and sighed in his heart that Su Hongyu was born in a wealthy family. Even the maids around her were so outstanding, with calm and polite manners, and martial arts, which was unfathomable. You are. Shenmue turned around and called out. When the old servant came to report just now, he had already asked Shenyu to prepare. After calling, Shenyu came to the door, first glanced at Xiaoyi, blinked and said, "Sister, are you the chief messenger? You are so beautiful." Xiaoyi smiled slightly and said, "I am just the young lady's maid, a little ugly. How can I compare with the young lady? But my sister is born in a beautiful way. It is not too late to practice martial arts at this age. Maybe she will achieve extraordinary success in the future." While observing Shenmue and Shenyu calmly, she nodded slightly in her heart, thinking that the person the young lady had chosen this time was indeed good. The two siblings had their own strengths. Shenmue was calm and his eyes were bright. His behavior was not presumptuous. He was also very perceptive and could practice his sword moves by himself. He would be a big shot in the future. As for Shenyu, although she had no martial arts talent at the moment and her aptitude could not be seen at a glance, she looked simple and cute, but in fact her eyes were smart. The words just now seemed to be the words of a simple and honest girl, but she had followed Su Hongyu for many years and had seen countless people. As a maid, she could vaguely judge that it was half her heart and half her intention. If the young lady could also be a little. Oh. Xiaoyi shook her head slightly in her heart, but smiled and looked at Shenyu and said, "If you have packed, go with your sister. On the way, I will tell you some rules of Yu's martial arts school." Shenyu opened her big, honest, and cute eyes and said, After I go to the inner city, can I come back to see my brother?" Shenmue didn't wait for Xiaoyi to reply. He stretched out his hand and tapped Shenyu's forehead and said, "You practice martial arts well in the inner city. I will go to the inner city to see you when I have time. When you have practiced martial arts well, you can go anywhere you want. The inner city and the outer city are actually two worlds." According to what Shenmue has learned so far, the martial arts schools in the inner city, especially the main halls of families like the Yu family, are closer to the style of chivalrous men traveling around the world. Those who can practice martial arts in the inner city martial arts school are either powerful people or rich and capable. They often cannot experience the world in the outer city where people have to fight for a piece of steamed bun, so the whole world in their eyes is different. Like the outer city, occasionally, some murders occur, and a certain gentry dies at home. Sometimes it is not the villains who break into the house at night, but some young warriors in the inner city who are chivalrous and righteous. Even many young warriors often go out of the city together to gain experience, hunt monsters and beasts, and clean up the bandits outside the city. They will compete with each other for fame. Su Hongyu was once one of them. Shenyu has experienced the ups and downs of the lower class in the outer city, and then enters the inner city to grow and gain experience in such an environment. In Shenmue's view, this is also a good thing, which can allow her to have a more comprehensive understanding of the world, and then gradually form her own ideas. "Okay, brother, you have to keep your word." Shenyu chuckled. Although children of poor families grow up early, she is only 15 years old after all. In addition, she was almost raised by Shenmue in the past few years after her father left, so she still has some childishness. Shenmue touched Shenyu's little head, talked to Xiaoyi for a while, and then watched Xiaoyi take Shenyu away. Turning back, he saw An-I hiding behind the door. Shenyu went to the inner city to practice martial arts, and let An-I follow as a maid. Shenmue asked himself that he was not so shameless, not to mention that An-I was too young, only 10 years old. "Your sister Yu is gone, go back to the house." "Yeah." An-I responded timidly and went back to the yard. Shenmue stood at the door, looked in the direction where Shenyu left for a while, and then returned to the house. I don't know if Shenyu can show some talent when she goes to the inner city to practice martial arts. He doesn't know much about physique yet. I felt Shenyu's body last night and felt that it should be better than his, but I don't know whether it is better or not. Shenmue naturally hopes that Shenyu can achieve something in martial arts. Although he doesn't mind Shenyu being a vase for his sister who has always been protected by him, it is always better to stand out. In fact, no matter how outstanding Shenyu is, it is difficult for her to really leave his wings, because I am afraid that no matter how outstanding and talented a person is in this world, the heroes who are the best in the great Xian dynasty, I am afraid that they can't compare with his system panel. Unless he can be strangled in the cradle, like the ambush yesterday, otherwise as long as he is given enough time, he will surely climb up step by step and finally become the world's champion. Practice. Shenmue took a deep breath, returned to the backyard, and practiced swordsmanship. Now that he has made some progress in skin grinding, his physique has improved significantly. He can now grind his skin 3 times a day instead of twice, and he can bear it completely. He can use the rest of his free time to practice swordsmanship. He plans to occasionally go to the city guards to say hello these days. Anyway, there is nothing for him to do, and Min Baoi probably doesn't want him to do anything. In Min Baoi's opinion, it is most important for Chen Mu to practice skin grinding to a small or even great success as soon as possible. With Chen Mu's skills in understanding the power of the sword, as long as he practices skin grinding to a great or even perfect success, even if he does not step into the physical training, at least ordinary people will find it difficult to threaten him. For example, the ambush in the alley can only deal with people who have not yet completed the physical training. Once the skin is fully polished, quicklime is useless. Even the swords and weapons of ordinary villains who have never practiced martial arts may not be able to cut through the tough membrane after grinding, so they are naturally no threat. Just like this, 10 days of hard work passed in a flash. During these 10 days, there were no major disturbances. The previous ambush and killing was also stopped, and the entire Jojo became peaceful. Of course, this peace was only for people of status like Chen Mu. For the poor at the bottom, they were still struggling with government taxes and gang extortion, plus the banditry of bandits and thieves. As a chief, Chen Mu knew all of this clearly, but he was not just indignant and had the ambition to change the world. It was not that he was cold and heartless, but that he would not do anything extra. If one day he became a man of great achievements and his words were influential in the great Shan dynasty, then he might rewrite the world according to his own ideas, but now he was just a chief and did not have such ability. Enough! He got up from the sand pit again. Chen Mu called out the system panel and saw that the accumulated experience value finally broke through 300 points. He nodded slightly. 300 experience points were enough for him to break through from the small success of skin polishing to the great success. This speed and progress might make even the most amazing genius in the inner city sigh. There was no hurry. He still washed the mud and sand off his body first, then returned to the house. After his body recovered, he adjusted his thoughts and breathing, then called up the system panel and chose to upgrade the gold and jade skin grinding method. This time the touch was not as intense as the last time. Although there were still turbulent changes exploding in his body, as if a ball of hot blood exploded through the heart and rushed to the membranes all over the body, causing unspeakable pain, Chen Mu did not faint like last time, but endured it. Of course. In his opinion, it would be better to faint, because this kind of pain was much stronger than when he improved his skills. He curled up into a ball, almost biting the pillow to pieces. He held on for an unknown period of time before the pain from the thousands of needles piercing his body gradually subsided. Almost all of his clothes were soaked with sweat, and even the mattress underneath was wet. He was a little limp and weak, almost exhausted. Ha! Chen Mu let go of the pillow, exhaled a breath of foul air, and stretched his body with difficulty. After a while, he gathered a little strength and sat up from the bed. When his body recovered a little, Chen Mu got up, poured a bowl of the soup medicine he had prepared in advance to replenish qi and blood, drank it down, and then called Anai to come over and change the wet bed. Anai was obedient and well-behaved because of Chinyu. She didn't ask what happened at all, and just took the quilt and sheets to change. She was a little curious about why Chen Mu wet the bed, but the smell was not that strange. Chen Mu didn't care what Anai thought. He went to the side room to rest and regulate his breathing. After about half an hour, the soup medicine that replenished qi, blood and water gradually took effect, and his body's strength slowly recovered. When he clenched his fist, he had become steady and powerful again. It's done. Chen Mu could already feel the changes in his body more clearly at this time. Compared to before, the blood and qi in his body are more vigorous. If he exerts all his strength to exert the power of the sword, his breath will be longer. Even if he faces the siege of 30 or 40 villains, he can kill them all with one breath without any problems. Shortness of breath or overexertion and need to breathe to relieve. Secondly, the skin membrane of the body is stronger and tougher. On the surface, it seems that there is no big change, but the skin color has become a little darker, showing a healthier wheat-colored skin, but in fact its toughness is comparable to the skin of a wild cow. How tough is cowhide? A slightly blunt knife, if you chop it hard, may only leave a layer of white marks, and it cannot be cracked. The human body membrane becomes as tough as cowhide, and its resistance and endurance are naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. It can be said that even if Chen Mu does not know how to use a knife now, he only holds a knife and chops randomly. Against 10 villains who also do not know how to use a knife and have not trained their bodies, after a fierce battle, the person who is still standing must be him. The knife power, at the stage of grinding the skin and training the flesh, can almost make up for the gap of a major realm. Chen Mu whispered in his heart. A few days ago, he had consulted Min Baoi about martial arts, and learned from Min Baoi that, for example, if a person who has mastered the great skill of grinding the skin can master the sword force, then even if he is facing a person who has mastered the minor skill of training the flesh, as long as the other party has not mastered the sword force, he can still match it. There are fewer people who master the sword force than those who have entered the realm of training the flesh. But if you go up, the gap between the physiques will gradually increase. For example, Min Baowi said that he has perfected the training of the flesh and has the sword force. When facing a person who has reached the minor skill of changing the tendons, even if the other party does not know the sword force, it is difficult for him to win. In fact, there are fewer people who can practice the body tempering method to the third level of changing the tendons without the sword force. The reason is also very simple. There is a unique gap between training the flesh and changing the tendons, which requires a specific strengthening tendons powder to cross it. This medicine powder is extremely expensive. Generally speaking, it is difficult for people who have not mastered the force to get this medicine powder, unless they are the direct descendants of those big families. These are the situations that Chen Mu learned from Min Baowi. For him, it is not too close, but it is not too far either, because he will soon pass the stage of grinding the skin, and after training the flesh, he will have to consider changing the tendons. After the great success of grinding the skin, even if there are dozens of people ambushing me, it will not mean much to me. Ordinary people can hardly do anything to me, but I can't stop a person like Min Baowi for even one round. Chen Mu is very clear about his position, and he is not secretly happy about his small achievements at this time. Even if he can't say that he has reached the level of Min Baowi, he must at least have a small success in training the flesh, and then master the secondary force. His strength will be considered as a top figure in this outer city, and he still has to be cautious before that. To achieve the perfection of grinding the skin, you need 1,000 experience points. With my current physique, I may be able to grind the skin 4 times a day, and I can absorb more medicinal power. The 1,000 experience points will probably be collected in less than a month. Chen Mu nodded secretly in his heart. Although the 2 prescription medicine powders for internal and external use were relatively expensive, he did not consume them excessively. A few dozen taels of silver at most was still completely affordable. He was even more economical than others. With the success of skin grinding, Chen Mu felt more at ease. In the following days, he still spent most of his time in his backyard grinding skin and practicing swordsmanship. He rarely went to the city guards and didn't interfere in the affairs of the city guards. In this way, nearly half a month passed. The medicine powder was exhausted again. Chen Mu, who was planning to buy medicine again, saw some officers passing by as soon as he went out. These officers seemed to be busy with something, carrying corpses in 2s and 3s. When they saw Chen Mu coming out, although Chen Mu was not wearing a uniform, they immediately recognized him and saluted. "Sir, what happened?" Chen Mu looked at the corpses carried by several people and asked with a frown. "This is a street in the central area of Zhujiali. It is not only close to the city guards, but also patrolled by officers day and night. The people living nearby are basically gentry with some money and power, and generally no murders will happen. It's the Zhang family. All 23 people are dead," a officer whispered. Chen Mu knew Mr. Zhang. He had visited him some time ago and sent him some gifts for his new home. It was said that his ancestors were officials. Although they had fallen into poverty over the past 2 generations, they were still a wealthy family in the local area. Moreover, the place where he lived was only 1 street away from him. All of his family members died at once. Chen Mu could not help but frown. Has the chaos of the world spread to this place? Just as he was about to continue asking for details, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Brother Chen. Min Baowi, who was wearing a police uniform, walked slowly from not far away. It seemed that he had come for the trouble of Mr. Zhang's family. He greeted Chen Mu and walked closer. Chen Mu responded and followed Min Baowi side by side, asking, "Brother Min, what is Mr. Zhang's family?" "No big deal, maybe they offended someone," Min Baowi said casually, and then waved to the police officers who were carrying the bodies on the side of the road, signaling them to come over. The 4 officers were carrying a very strong corpse. The skin of the corpse was bronze, and it seemed very strong. There was no blood on the body, only a little bit of blood on the heart. "Look," Min Baowi pointed at the wound and said to Chen Mu, "This man is the 3rd son of Mr. Zhang. He was born with bronze skin. After he practiced skin grinding to perfection, his skin is 3 times stronger than that of ordinary people. It is difficult to be cut by sharp swords. This kind of naturally strong physique is often difficult to take down even if 5 or 6 people of the same level besiege him." Chen Mu looked at him. Looking at the wound solemnly, he said, "Such a person was killed with 1 blow." "Yes." Min Baowi sighed, "This is a sword wound. He died with 1 blow, without any delay." At least he has practiced sword skills, and his muscles have reached perfection, and he can burst out with unparalleled strength. This is something that can be done. Shenmue nodded slightly after hearing this. This is already a person of Min Baoi's level. It is basically unlikely that he will be a vagrant bandit. After all, if he joins a force, he can have a place. Mr. Zhang's little wealth is not enough to attract such a person. Shenmue approached the corpse, took out his sword and cut it casually. Although this knife did not use the sword power and did not use much force, it was still no problem to cut the leather and tendons of the cow. However, after it fell, it only left a white mark on the corpse. What a tough membrane. Shenmue put away the sword, his eyes flickered slightly. He has now mastered the skin grinding, but compared to this man's skin, it is far from strong. Even if he practices the gold and jade skin grinding method to perfection, he can't compare. Min Baoi's boast of a body of copper skin is really true. Isn't it? Min Baoi smiled and said, "This is innate and difficult to replicate. For ordinary people like us who practice martial arts, unless we practice several skin grinding methods, it is impossible to practice this kind of real steel and copper skin. But practicing multiple skin grinding methods is certainly more terrible after entering the stage of flesh training, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. If you delay more time at the skin grinding level, it may be more difficult to enter the realm of Ijin." Min Baoi patted Shenmue's shoulder and waved his hand to signal several officers to carry the body away. After hearing this, Shenmue showed a thoughtful look. For ordinary people, the path of grinding the skin, training the flesh, and strengthening the tendons and bones is extremely urgent and every second counts. Once you are over 30 years old, you will start to get half the result with twice the effort. From the age of 40, it is basically difficult to make progress, and you may even gradually decline. If you practice several skin grinding methods at the same time and delay for a few more years, you may never have the opportunity to enter the realm of Ijin. But for him, because of the existence of the system panel, age has little effect on him, and his practice speed is much faster than that of ordinary people, which means that he has more spare time to practice each realm to the limit. Just like what Min Baoi said. With this kind of natural physique, a copper steel skin, although it cannot withstand the power of a blow from a person who has perfected the flesh, if you encounter a person who has only practiced the flesh to a great degree or even a small degree, it is likely that there is nothing you can do with this copper steel skin. But because no one will spend precious time on training the skin of copper steel and the flesh of iron will delay the improvement of the body strengthening and bone strengthening in the future, so there are very few such people. Those who are like Mr. Zhang's third son are born with talents and will not delay the normal progress of body tempering. But he can train a great skin grinding in half a month, and can grind the skin to perfection in a month. Maybe I can also grind every realm like this person, and practice to copper skin, iron bones, and black gold body. Shenmue had some ideas. After finding a reason to say goodbye to Min Baoi, Shenmue hurried to the medicine shop and bought some internal and external medicines for the Jinyu skin grinding method again, and then returned home to continue practicing knife grinding. It seems that the extermination of Mr. Zhang's family is indeed just an accident. In the next half-month, no such incidents occurred again. At first, those who occasionally talked about it gradually put it behind their minds and forgot about Mr. Zhang's family. Shenmue still stayed at home, only occasionally went to the city guard division, and the rest of the time he was practicing hard, grinding his skin and practicing sword. This fierce wind sword skill is considered to be perfect. Shenmue waved the sword in the backyard for a while, exhaled a puff of white mist, slowly stopped, and nodded. After he got the skill of fierce wind sword skill, he never used experience points to improve it, but practiced it purely relying on his own ability, because he already knew one fierce wind sword skill and was already a person who had mastered the sword style. It would be very easy for him to practice another sword skill to perfect it with his own ability. Martial arts, fierce wind sword skill, perfect, fierce wind sword skill, great, experience, 1,246 points. With the perfect foundation of fierce wind sword skill, my experience points increased much faster than before when I practiced this fierce wind sword skill. I accumulated more than 1,000 experience points in just over a month, which means that it will take less than 3 months at most to master another sword style. Shenmue looked at the data on the system panel and nodded secretly in his heart. It took him nearly half a year to upgrade the wind blade technique from great perfection to perfection, but now it would only take him 3 months at most to upgrade the wind blade technique to perfection. This shows that the increase in experience points is also related to his own realm. With a thought, he switched the system panel to the other side. Golden Jade Skin Grinding Technique, Great Perfection, Experience, 996 points. In this short period of time, the experience points of the Golden Jade Skin Grinding Technique have also increased rapidly. Now, it is only 1 point away from 1,000 points. Shenmue looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky and estimated the time. He practiced the sword for a whole afternoon. Now it was almost noon, and he could practice the golden jade skin grinding technique again. Master, there is a letter for you. Just as Shenmue was about to boil water and make medicine to prepare for the noon skin grinding practice, the voice of the old servant rang out from outside the courtyard. Letter? Shenmue was slightly startled. Then he walked outside the courtyard and took a piece of yellow paper from the old servant. After taking a look, he immediately laughed dumbly. But he saw some words written crookedly on the yellow paper. Brother, you are lying. You haven't come to see me for more than a month, but I know that brother must be busy practicing martial arts, so I forgive brother. I am living well in the martial arts hall. The sisters here like me. By the way, the master who teaches me kung fu said that I have a good foundation and a high level of comprehension. I can practice kung fu very well in the future. Maybe I will be better than my brother in the future, hee. But don't be afraid, brother, I won't bully my brother, hee, this girl. Shenmue looked at the words on the note and felt a little bit ridiculous. Shenyu learned to write from him. In the past 2 years when he had nothing to do, he told Shenyu stories and taught her to write. However, his family could not afford to buy pens and ink, so he used branches to write on the ground. Therefore, this dog-like handwriting is easy to recognize. There is no doubt that it was written by Shenyu. And it seems that his judgment at that time was correct. This girl's roots are indeed better than his. He did not think that Shenyu would be much worse in terms of comprehension. This child often seems to be dull and honest, but in fact, she is quite smart inside. Although the little girl's words may be exaggerated, in short, she should be living a good life now. She has a good relationship with her fellow sisters and sisters. She can still write letters to him in her spare time and have them delivered to him, which also shows that her situation is good. This also makes Shenmue feel relieved. In fact, although he did not go to the inner city to see Shenyu, he has always paid attention to Shenyu's situation and got the news that everything is safe. Now that he has received Shenyu's letter, he feels more at ease. Shenmue thought for a moment, took the letter and walked into the inner room, folded the letter and put it away, then went to boil water and boil medicine, until the medicine was ready, then came to the sand pit where he usually used to polish the skin. Now the sand in this sand pit has turned red, and there is a strong smell of medicine, which is basically completely penetrated by the medicine, but the more this is the case, the better the effect. Shenmue dug up the sand again, then lay in the sand pit, buried his body with sand, and then poured the medicine on his lower body first, then buried his upper body, leaving only his head, and then poured the medicine on his upper body. The burning sensation immediately spread all over his body. Numbness. Until the medicine cooled, poured it again, repeated many times until the medicine was used up. Shenmue climbed out of the sand pit all at once. Since polishing the skin, the effect of this internal and external medicine on him is not as great as it was at the beginning. At first, his whole body was numb and he couldn't even get up for a short time, but now that the practice is finished, he can get up easily, with only a little soreness. After Shenmue washed off the mud and sand on his body was completely restored. Almost done. Shenmue took a deep breath, returned to the bedroom, and adjusted his state. After about a month, this golden jade skin grinding method was finally practiced to perfection. It was just right to see how much difference there was between him and the son of Mr. Zhang who was born with bronze skin. Buzz. As the system panel selected the upgrade, a stream of boiling blood exploded in Shenmue's body. It was like a boiling heat wave, spreading from the body to the outside, directly penetrating into the membrane of the whole body, going in and out of the skin, like billions of steel needles constantly piercing from every pore. This was the third time to endure this kind of severe pain. Shenmue's state was much stronger than the previous 2 times. The first time he fainted directly, and the second time he almost bit the pillow to pieces. The pain was so severe that he couldn't move his whole body, and he couldn't even make a sound. This time, he was able to endure it. Billions of hot steel needles pierced his skin, leaving the heat on the membrane, making his skin all over his body hot, until it turned red, with a faint glow like red jade. After an unknown amount of time, the painful feeling finally began to fade away. As if the heavy dust had been washed away, the lead and mercury were sublimated, and every inch of his body seemed to be making a pleasant sound, as if after a difficult skin grinding, it finally broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly, and the transformation was fruitful. When Shenmue sat up from the bed and looked at himself, he could see that his skin was not rough at all compared to before, but it had a toughness comparable to stone skin. Bang! Shenmue raised his hand and slapped it on the table, but his palm seemed to be covered with a thick layer of leather, making a dull sound, and the table was shaken by the slap, and even cracks appeared on the edge. This is the perfect grinding of the skin. Shenmue let out a long breath, and could feel that his changes at this moment were much greater than those of the great grinding of the skin. Although the skin membranes all over his body seemed unchanged, they were actually full of gold and jade, just like wearing a set of soft armor of gold and jade. Those bandits who had never practiced kung fu, or who only knew a little freehand fighting, would find it difficult to cut through his skin membranes even with swords and sharp weapons, and things like quicklime powder could basically be ignored unless they got into the eyes. Perfect grinding of the skin. It means that the strength of the skin membrane can withstand the improvement of muscles. Grinding the skin first, then training the muscles, this order is not random, because if you train the muscles first, the muscles suddenly become too strong, and then when you exert force, it is very likely that your skin membrane will not be able to withstand it and will directly crack. Therefore, you must have a strong skin membrane to support it, so that you can further train your muscles to improve your strength and exert it freely. This realm is actually a good hand outside. If you can practice to this level, your status in the gang is no less than that of a master of a skill, and it is even higher than just mastering the swordsmanship. Because those who can practice skin grinding to perfection have more or less practiced skills such as swordsmanship, while those who practice skills may not have the opportunity to practice skin grinding to perfection. After all, the former can be practiced with a sword, while the latter requires a large amount of money. However, it is indeed not as good as the son of Mr. Zhang, who was born with copper skin. Shenmue clenched his fists, felt the strength of his own skin membrane, and shook his head slightly. If the son of Mr. Zhang, who has copper skin, has a skin membrane strength of 10 points, then his current skin membrane strength is probably about 7 points, and the difference is still quite obvious. This is determined by the physique and has little to do with the skin grinding method itself. For example, the Jinyu skin grinding method, it is the limit to improve to this level. Shenmue estimated that even if he continued to practice the Jinyu skin grinding method and continued to take it internally and boil it externally, it might not be effective. Because the skin membrane has completely adapted to the two decoctions of the Jinyu skin grinding method, Shenmue summoned the system panel and tried it. As expected, perfection was the limit of the gold and jade skin polishing method, and it could not be improved further. This method could only temper his skin membrane to this extent. At this point, if you want to further temper and improve your skin membrane, you can only change other recipes. But most people would not do this, because even if you find another skin polishing method to temper and practice, it will take 2 or 3 years to practice it to perfection, and it may only increase the skin membrane strength to 9 points. It seems to be a big improvement, but for them, if they delay the effort for 2 or 3 more years, they may never have the opportunity to impact the realm of hygiene or even forging bones in the future. Often, only those who are born with bronze skin, or those who are really excellent in root bones and progress rapidly, are not worried about the future progress, and are willing to spend more time to temper the foundation. I don't have the next step of flesh training method, but the skin polishing method. Shenmue took out a booklet from the house. Sand iron skin grinding method for him now. It is a little troublesome to get a copy of the flesh training method, but the basic skin grinding method is very easy. In his spare time at the city guards, he directly got a copy. It's still worth a try. For ordinary people, practicing multiple skin grinding methods will make them slower and slower, because the skin membrane strength has increased, and it is often twice as effective to use other skin grinding methods to practice. But he is different. Judging from the practice process of the gold and jade skin grinding method, his improvement speed will only get faster and faster. The stronger the skin membrane strength, the stronger the medicine can be tolerated, and it can even be forced to be injected within a day. If this is the case, then it is worth a try anyway. After all, even if a person has entered the stage of flesh training, he may not be able to get the advantage in front of a person who has trained a body of copper and steel skin. Like Mr. Zhang's son, who is gifted, has a copper skin and is extremely fierce. If he does not encounter a person who has perfected flesh training and has a fierce sword, and is broken by a sword, it is quite difficult to kill. The sand iron skin grinding method is to dig a deep pit, bury rough sand iron around the pit, then take a medicine powder internally, and then apply a kind of medicine juice externally, and then hit the sand iron around the pit edge at the bottom of the pit to temper the skin membrane. When practicing for the first time, the skin membrane is very easy to be damaged and bloodstained, and an additional amount of qi and blood powder is needed. After repeated practice, it gradually gets better, until the skin membrane is still intact after arbitrary collision and friction in the sand iron pit, and then it is gradually practiced. It is indeed much rougher than the gold and jade skin grinding method. Shenmue thought to himself, if you use this rough method to grind your skin, no matter how much qi and blood powder is used to recuperate, and how much medicine is taken internally to protect your body, you will definitely leave hidden injuries and diseases. It will not be obvious when you are young, but you will ache all over your body when you are old. which is far inferior to the gold and jade skin grinding method. It is obvious that the efficiency of this medicine powder is not as good as the gold and jade skin grinding method. Simply burying sand and watering cannot make the medicine penetrate into the skin membrane. It must be supplemented with collision and sand-iron training to produce an effect. He did what he said. Shen Mu was very efficient. He quickly dug up the sand pit where he had practiced the jade golden skin grinding method, set up a deep pit of sand iron, and prepared several kinds of boiled medicinal powders. After taking off his clothes and applying them internally and externally, he jumped into the sand iron pit. The booklet of the sand iron skin grinding method said that when practicing for the first time, one should only practice for a quarter of an hour a day. When the skin membrane gradually becomes tough, the time of training should be increased. When the training method is slightly successful, one can practice for 1 hour a day, and after the training method is fully successful, 2 hours a day can be trained. For Chen Mu now, this restriction does not exist. He has perfected the jade golden skin grinding method. The strength of his skin membrane now is similar to that of people who have perfected the sand iron skin grinding method. The rough sand iron in the deep pit cannot cause any wear and tear on his skin membrane. Chen Mu does not care much about wear and tear. As a man, he does not need to cultivate a body of ice and jade. He only cares about the strength of his skin membrane now and how efficient the sand iron skin grinding method is. Very soon, after an hour of long practice, Chen Mu felt that the membranes of his whole body did not change much. Obviously, with the perfect foundation of the gold and jade skin grinding method, the effect of this sand iron skin grinding method has been minimal. Even if it is still effective, it is difficult to see any results without years of practice. But Chen Mu didn't care about this. He directly called out the system panel, and the system panel did not disappoint him. Sand iron skin grinding method, unsuccessful, experience, 27. Although he couldn't feel any effect, after an hour of training, repeatedly applying the medicine juice, the experience value directly accumulated as much as 27 points, and Chen Mu didn't feel any discomfort at all. Obviously, with his current membrane strength, this hour of training was just a sprinkle of water. As expected, Chen Mu showed a little smile on his face, so he continued to boil the medicine powder and continued to practice in the sand iron pit. After practicing for nearly 4 hours, I continued to apply the medicine juice externally. Finally, I felt some numbness and discomfort coming from the membranes of my whole body. I vaguely reached the limit of my endurance. When I called up the system panel again, my experience points had accumulated to 132. Chen Mu jumped out of the deep pit, and after a short rest, he consumed his experience points and directly upgraded the sand iron skin grinding method to a minor success. Buzz! It was as if the 2 or 3 months of training accumulated in the sand iron pit had burst out at once, and there was also a wave of heat surging and exploding in the body, constantly rising and spreading to all parts of the skin membrane. This was different from the upgrade of the gold jade skin grinding method. The gold jade skin grinding method was more like 1,000 needles piercing the hairpin, while this method felt like the rough sand iron rubbing hard on every part of the body. But for Chen Mu now, this friction feeling was not that painful. It was even faintly comfortable. After all, compared with the upgrade process of the gold jade skin grinding method, the degree of pain was completely incomparable. This was also because after having the perfect foundation of the gold jade skin grinding method, the resistance of the skin membrane of the whole body was greatly improved. After a while, the surging blood in the body returned to stability again. Chen Mu clenched his fists. This time he finally felt some changes. The small success of the sand iron skin grinding method, superimposed on the perfect gold jade skin grinding method, still had a little effect, making his skin membrane a little stronger. Very good, it seems that the direction is right. In just one day, he practiced the sand iron skin grinding method to a small success, and he had already practiced a skin grinding method to perfection. If this were to be told, I don't know how many people would drop their jaws. But this is reasonable for Chen Mu, because with the current strength of his skin membrane, he can withstand 5 hours of practice of the sand iron skin grinding method in one day, which is already the maximum strength. In these 5 hours, the medicine juice that was repeatedly applied externally was not wasted and was converted into experience points by the system panel. This is the power of the medicine that ordinary people need to spend 2 or 3 months to slowly practice before they can slowly absorb. It was almost late at night. Chen Mu did not continue to practice. After washing, he returned to the house to rest. At dawn the next day, he started practicing the sand iron skin grinding method again. This time, he endured it for a longer time. Excluding the time for eating and resting in the middle, he practiced the skin membrane for a full 6 hours. Counting the remaining time before, he accumulated nearly 200 experience points. The third day, After 4 hours, the sand iron skin grinding method was perfected. Chen Mu's skin membrane appearance has not changed much since he practiced the gold and jade skin grinding method, but with the perfection of the sand iron skin grinding method, his skin color finally became a little darker, with a hint of bronze luster. And just as Chen Mu expected, his concurrent practice of the skin grinding method would not only not be ineffective, but would become faster and faster as the skin membrane gradually strengthened. It only took 3 days for the sand iron skin grinding method to go from small success to great success, and only 5 days from great success to perfection. At this time, Chen Mu's skin membrane, with a deep skin color, showed a thick bronze color, which was very similar to the copper steel skin of Mr. Zhang's son. He cut his arm with a slightly blunt kitchen knife, leaving only a white mark. Even if I'm still not as good as that guy, I'm at least 90% as good as him, and my blood and chi have become even stronger. Although my strength hasn't increased much, my stamina has at least doubled compared to before, Chen Mu said. He breathed a sigh of relief. When martial artists fight each other, when their realm is low, they compete with courage. When they meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. When their realm gradually rises, they compete with more essential things, such as who is more resistant to attack, who has better swordsmanship, who has more strength, and who has longer physical strength. Both methods of skin grinding are perfect. When they are superimposed together, they not only bring resistance, but also more physical strength. This means that when he enters the level of flesh training, his burst will be more lasting. Where is the limit of skin membrane strength? Chen Mu found the answer to this question very quickly. Because when he practiced the third method of coarse salt skin grinding, he found to perfection in just 7 days, the blood and chi in his body were as vigorous as a flame, and he had reached the limit that his current body could bear, and the same was true for the strength of the skin membrane. After the iron sand skin grinding method was perfected, his skin turned into a deep bronze color, but after the coarse salt skin grinding method was practiced, his skin color gradually became white, and finally returned to the original wheat color, or even lighter. Skin of copper and steel. Chen Mu felt the strength of his skin membrane and couldn't help but smile. For ordinary people, either they are gifted or spend more than several years to have the opportunity to practice such as skin of copper and steel, but for him, it took less than a month to complete the practice. If you insist, this level should be the limit of the first level of skin grinding, which is no worse than those who are born with copper skin. In terms of the richness of chi and blood, he may be even stronger. When the skin grinding is perfected, it can withstand the load brought by the sudden increase in muscle strength in the flesh training stage. So with my current skin of copper and steel, once I enter the flesh training stage, the power I can bear is bound to be much stronger. Chen Mu took a deep breath, slowly took out a booklet from the bedroom. The bull's meat training method he asked Min Baoyi for it 3 days ago. Although he could also ask Su Hongyu for it, with Min Baoyi, a person who has perfected the flesh training, nearby, there is no need to go far away. It's nothing more than finding a suitable reason. In fact, Min Baoyi didn't care about Chen Mu's reason at all. When he heard Chen Mu said that he wanted to study the method of training meat in advance, he agreed casually. The next day, he brought the method of training meat to Chen Mu, which was more casual than Chen Mu expected. Obviously, for a person like Min Baoyi, the method of training meat is nothing special, and Chen Mu was originally the person Su Hongyu wanted to train. However, when handing the method of training meat to Chen Mu, Min Baoyi still warned him that unless the skin grinding has been perfected, he should not rashly start practicing the method of training meat, because of the progressive relationship between the levels. If the skin grinding is not perfected before practicing the method of training meat, the skin and flesh will be combined all of a sudden, and it will be even more difficult to grind the skin in reverse, which will directly affect the inability to practice the method of training meat to perfection. Skin grinding is the foundation of training meat, and training meat is also the foundation of subsequent muscle and bone strengthening. This also made Chen Mu realize that it might be a very correct decision for him to train his skin to be as strong as copper and steel, because if there is a limit to training the flesh, strengthening the tendons and strengthening the bones, then only by taking each step steadily can the advantages of the system panel be fully utilized. Wild bull training method. The so-called wild bull is not a domesticated yellow cattle or water buffalo raised in farmland, but a kind of fierce creature that is similar to a monster. There is a nearly 10,000-man Du Hujuan station outside Yucheng, which is directly commanded by the Dutong of Yucheng. On weekdays, they are responsible for clearing the many poisonous insects and beasts that approach Yucheng and destroy the farmland outside the city, including the ferocious monster of the wild bull. However, the Du Hujuan is only stationed within a radius of dozens of miles of Yucheng, and it does not have jurisdiction over anything beyond that. Therefore, the world dozens of miles away is a badland that is difficult for ordinary poor people to survive. Bandits rob the road and monsters are rampant. There are warriors who can cut gold and jade in this world, so it is not surprising that there are monsters. Shenmue said to himself as he looked at the description in the wild bull training method. This meat training method focuses on the muscles of the wild bull as a child, completely different from ordinary domestic cattle. Each piece is as hard as iron, and it is difficult for a soldier holding a spear to pierce it with all his strength. It is extremely powerful and can easily knock down a tree. With a horn, it can tear tigers and wolves apart. It is said that this kind of bull is also transformed from an ordinary yellow cattle. There was an ancient existence that observed its transformation process and studied the various plants it eats. After countless experiments, it finally sorted out a recipe that is also effective for humans. This is the bull training method. The blood and qi accumulated during the grinding of the skin are integrated into the muscles and muscles through several specific training postures to achieve the combination of skin and flesh. Then, a kind of internal medicine prescription for training muscles is used to slowly temper the muscles to be as strong as iron. Shenmue looked at the several postures and nodded slightly. The training method is actually very simple. There are only 2 postures in total, namely, bull horn and bull trample. Bull horn training is to practice the upper body skin and flesh skills. The back is bent and the waist is bent. The lower body does not move. One lift and one push, the waist, hips, shoulders, elbows and even the neck are all included. It is an overall upward force movement. The bull tramples the body while the upper body is still, the body sinks, and the legs are suddenly pulled out, trampling, and repeating from side to side. The lower body is trained on the skin and flesh of the thighs, calves, and even feet. The training method also mentions that after the flesh is trained to a certain extent and the flesh and skin are initially integrated, the difficulty of the training can be increased, and a suitable large stone can be found, and the 2 techniques of bull cornering and bull trampling can be repeated. Movement. It is similar to some weight-bearing exercises in his previous life, but in his previous life, there were no unique prescriptions here that could train a person's skin and flesh to be as hard as iron and as tough as cast. Shenmue still went to buy the prescription himself. He has always been cautious. He always went to several different medicine shops to buy different kinds of herbs. After returning home, he divided them into small portions according to the amount specified in the meat training method, mixed them and boiled them. It is true that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. This meat training recipe is much more expensive than skin grinding. Shenmue shook his head secretly while boiling the medicine. He practiced all 3 skin grinding methods to perfection. The whole process was almost entirely forced with excessive amounts of medicine powder, but after a set of procedures, he did not spend a total of 100 taels of silver. In comparison, there is a medicine called bloodgrass in the meat training method, which is outrageously expensive. Just a small section costs 10 taels of silver, and this section will only be used for 3 or 4 days at most. In other words, for ordinary people who practice this wild bull meat training method, the prescription alone will cost nearly 1,000 taels of silver in a year. Of course, different meat training methods have different prescriptions and prices. Perhaps some meat training methods with less effect will have much cheaper prescriptions, and only 200 or 300 taels of silver will be enough in a year, but this wild bull meat training method is really expensive. Even with Shenmue's current wealth, he still felt a little pain after buying some of them. The soup was boiled. The herbs worth several taels of silver finally boiled out a small bowl of deep red soup. Shenmue didn't care about the bitterness and drank it in one gulp. Then he followed the posture of the wild bull meat training method, first standing on the ground with both feet, slightly bending his upper body, and lifting it up. With the use of strength, a stream of qi and blood naturally surged in his body. At the same time, the soup he drank was like a ball of hot flames, burning and surging in his body, rising up with the movement, all the way to his lungs, and surging to his mouth and nose. Hum. Shenmue finished practicing a set of wild bull's horn movements and let out a dull hum, like the hum of a wild bull after exerting its strength. At the same time, a white mist visible to the naked eye suddenly gushed out of his mouth and nose. Then Shenmue stabilized his upper body, sank his knees, and his blood surged from top to bottom, reaching between his legs. Then he held his hands on both legs. The thighs on the sides were pulled up and stomped on the ground, making a dull sound. At the same time, a syllable came out from the mouth and nose again. Ha! Thick white mist overflowed from the mouth and nose, and went straight forward like a wave of air. After just one complete cycle, Shenmue immediately felt different. Perhaps his blood and qi were too condensed and thick after repeated training of grinding the skin. In just this round, some of it penetrated into the skin and flesh. Shenmue was not happy about this change. He still had a calm face and returned to the original posture. Then he bent his torso slightly again, and then he was bull-horned again, and then he was trampled by the bull again. Hum. Ha. Even the breathing was staggered, making a dull sound of hum and ha. It was obviously a person who was training his body there, but at this moment he seemed to have turned into a bull monster, raising his head and stomping his hooves, humming and ha, breathing and lifting, pushing, kicking and trampling. Just like that. Shenmue continued to practice, and soon an hour passed. The surging blood in his body finally weakened, and the effect of the medicine he drank was gradually exhausted. When Shenmue stopped practicing, he felt the changes in his body. In just 1 hour, his strength had improved significantly. It was obvious that the effect of the first practice was the most obvious. In addition, he had a solid foundation. Whew! Shenmue exhaled a white mist again. Then he called up the system panel. Rough bull meat training method, unsuccessful, experience, 5 points. This meat training method is slightly different from the skin grinding method. It is not entirely the effect of the medicine. The two movements of the rough bull's horn and the rough bull's trampling are also very important. The accumulation of experience is mostly due to both. Shenmue looked at the system panel and nodded slightly. The improvement requirements of this meat training method are still the same as those of skin grinding and knife skills. It is still 100 points of experience to improve to a small success. In other words, he can completely break through the skin grinding level and enter the meat training level in a maximum of 20 days. With his skid of copper and steel and his solid foundation, once he makes some progress in physical training and then masters the 2 levels of sword skills, his strength will make a huge leap. He will be not far behind someone like Min Bowie. Jushiali. North Street. This is the northernmost area of Jushiali. It may not be as prosperous as the streets in the center of Jushiali, but it is closer to the inner city, so it is also where some wealthy and powerful people live. It was nightfall. Walking along this wide North Street, you can see high walls and courtyards on both sides. Some courtyards are brightly lit, which seems to be a completely different world from the dark slums. The road here is flat and the bluestone walls are clean. In one of the courtyards, several burly men, one of them was holding a sack in his hand. The sack kept twisting. There seemed to be something alive inside. He was easily carried by one hand. He came all the way to the inner courtyard and knocked on the door of the inner courtyard. The door was opened, and a young man in his 20s or 30s wearing silk and satin stood there, saying lightly, "Bring it?" "Yes." The strong man under his command grinned, put the sack on the ground, and then opened it. What emerged from it was not a wild boar or other animal, but a girl of about 13 or 14 years old, with a terrified face. The girl was wearing ragged clothes, patched up, and obviously from a commoner's family. Her skin was slightly yellowish, and she was not very pretty, but in this world, among poor families, it was rare. "Well, it's okay, better looking than last time." Wei Luan forcibly pinched the girl's chin, observed her with a scrutinizing look, then let go, and nodded with a tone that seemed to be quite satisfied. The strong men under his command laughed and said, "We have been looking for this for a long time. It is mainly because it is difficult for those peasants to raise any good goods." "Okay, I will give you a credit." Wei Luan laughed and said, "I will give it to you after I have fun. But be gentle. If you kill someone like last time and have no chance to sell it to Dongqing for money, the money will be deducted from your monthly salary." "That's right, we must be careful this time." The strong men under his command laughed and rubbed their hands, showing some expectation. The girl with bound hands and feet and a white cloth stuffed in her mouth listened to the conversation between Wei Luan and several guards, and her frightened eyes gradually became a little desperate. Wei Luan stretched out his hand and pulled the girl up by the rope on her body and carried her into the house. The girl struggled desperately and kicked the ground with her feet, but she was no match for Wei Luan's strength and was soon dragged into the house. Bang! The door closed suddenly. The guards outside were laughing. After walking a little further, they chatted about some dirty words, waiting for the reward later. However, what happened in the house at this moment was not the scene that the guards had imagined. Wei Luan carried the girl into the house, just closed the door, and was about to say something, but his voice stopped abruptly, because an iron sword was placed on his neck at some point. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his hand involuntarily let go of the person, and he didn't even dare to raise his voice. "Master. Master, what do you want? If you want silver, I will give it to you right away." Wei Luan was terrified. There were so many guards outside, and he only opened the door, and a masked bandit appeared in the house, and directly put a sword on his neck. How could the security of this outer city be so bad? "Give it to me." Standing behind Wei Luan was a man wearing a black cloak and a mask, who spoke in a cold tone. "Yes, yes." Wei Luan responded repeatedly, walked carefully to the inner room, opened a box, and took out 30 gold leaves and about 100 taels of silver from the box. The man in the black cloak said coldly, "Is that all?" Wei Luan said with a sad face, "That's all. The old man only cared about his own enjoyment and didn't leave me much money when he died. This is what I saved by living frugally. Other families go to the Red Street to play every day, but I can't bear to go." "Oh." The man in the black cloak nodded, and suddenly the iron sword in his hand loosened and pierced directly into Wei Luan's throat, causing his words to stop immediately, and blood splashed instantly. Wei Luan obviously didn't expect that he had already taken out all the silver and money, but the robbers still wanted to kill people. He couldn't help showing an unwilling look, and made a hoarse sound in his mouth. He wanted to call the guards outside, but he couldn't make a sound. Plop! The whole person fell to the ground, twisted and struggled for a few times, and gradually stopped moving. The kidnapped girl next to her looked at the scene in horror, and she did not show any joy because of this scene. To her, whether it was Wei Luan or the robber who killed people and robbed money, they were all terrifying villains. The man in the black cloak did not look at the girl next to him. He only collected the silver and gold leaves bit by bit, weighed them, and calculated them together. The value of silver was about 400 or 500 taels. Only after collecting all the silver did he glance at the girl next to him, but that was all. He ignored her and raised the iron sword, opened the window next to him, and climbed out of the window. Only the bound girl was left lying next to Wei Luan's body, panting violently. It took only about a cup of tea. There was a chaotic noise outside, as if a fight had started, but it lasted only a short time, about a dozen breaths, and everything returned to silence again, and no one could even shout. The girl curled up there in fear and terror, staying next to Wei Luan's body for a whole night, until the next morning, when the door was kicked open with a bang, and a team of officers walked in. "Hey, there's still someone alive." Lu Song showed a hint of surprise. Li Tai looked at the situation in the room with a thoughtful look, walked over and used a knife to pick open the linen cloth in the girl's mouth. At this time, the girl, who had spent a night trembling in fear and terror, looked at the officers in front of her and then burst into tears, crying loudly. After a while, City Guard Division. In Chen Mu's hall, Lu Song and Li Tai reported the matter in a low voice. It was the daughter of a Zhao family in Xiahe Street. Wei Luan had his servants kidnap her at night. When they were about to commit a crime, they were attacked by bandits at night. They were all killed along with more than a dozen guards. The chief inspector also went there in person and examined the body. He said that all the wounds were caused by swords. The swordsmanship did not seem to be very good, but the strength was amazing. It was different from the previous incidents. It should be the same person. It is estimated that it was either a notorious bandit or someone from the inner city who came here to do justice and punish evil. Let's leave it at that. Lu Song and Li Tai recounted the matter in detail. Chen Mu listened calmly, waved his hand at the two of them, and said, "Okay, I know." Min Baoi had actually made a decision on this incident. There was no need to investigate further and he did not need to be told. However, the most work Lu Song and Li Tai did on weekdays was to tell him about the big and small things that happened when he was not in the City Guard Division. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. You can continue as usual." Chen Mu stood up and walked out. Lu Song and Li Tai both bowed. Soon, Chen Mu returned home alone and came to his bedroom. From the bottom of the box inside the bed, under a few floor tiles, he took out a bundle. In the bundle were about 60 or 70 gold leaves and 200 or 300 taels of silver. There was also a rough iron sword without a scabbard, inserted vertically into the ground. "Finally, I am rich. Well, I should send some more money to Yuer. She also needs expenses now." That's right. Wei Luan was killed by Chen Mu. Including the guards of that courtyard and the servants, all died at his hands. It has been 5 months since Chen Yu went to the inner city to practice martial arts. It seems a long time, but in fact it is not as long as the time he spent in the past to practice the Quangfeng sword technique from Deshang to perfection. But during this period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds and has been climbing all the way. Today's system panel is also quite rich. Martial arts, Quangfeng sword technique, perfect. Fierce wind sword technique, perfect. Spiritual wind sword technique, perfect. Experience, 1125 points. Quangfeng and fierce wind sword techniques are both perfect. Now he can use the two sword styles of Quangfeng on one sword at the same time. Because Quangfeng and fierce wind are similar in nature, the two sword styles are quite compatible and not awkward to use. As for the spiritual wind swordsmanship, it was another martial art of the Xuanfeng lineage that he found later. Although it was a sword technique, firstly, the sword and the knife were inseparable, and secondly, he had a system panel, so there was no problem of being unfamiliar with different weapons. Moreover, compared with the Quangfeng sword and the Lifeng sword, the spiritual wind swordsmanship was his most secretive method, just like killing Wei Luan and a kind of guard. which was all spiritual wind swordsmanship, and no one could associate it with him at all. After Min Baoyi personally examined the injury, he defined it as a strong man who practiced swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had not yet reached the level of power, but his physique was very strong, at least he had perfected his flesh. This kind of physique was stronger than his skills, and they were generally people with a very good background. After all, as long as you have money, you can keep training your physique. As long as you can take out a few thousand taels of silver, no matter how talented a person is, you can also train a perfect body with perfect flesh, but small families don't have this wealth. But because of this, Min Baoyi's judgment can be said to be a hair's breadth away, 1,000 miles away. Rough bull muscle training method, great success, experience, 243 points. Chen Mu's current muscle training method has only reached the level of great success, and is still some distance away from perfection. But because he has perfected all three skin grinding methods, his skin is as hard as copper and steel, which is like adding wings to a tiger in the realm of muscle training. Even if he has only reached the realm of great success in muscle training, when he bursts out with all his strength, he is comparable to the ordinary perfect muscle training. This is the essence of Min Baoyi's misjudgment. In fact, with Chen Mu's current skills and methods, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he confronted a person like Min Baoyi. Once he used the double force, it would not be difficult to win the battle. It was precisely because of such strength and confidence that Chen Mu gradually became active. Because he spent too much money on practicing the flesh training method and the skin grinding method, he was a little short of money, so he went straight to the path of killing and robbing. In today's world, what can make money the fastest? Of course, it is robbery. And such incidents can be said to be one after another, almost every day, and it is impossible to distinguish them. The city guard department can receive similar news every day, but basically they are too lazy to check it, unless the wealthy family is robbed and puts some pressure on the city guard department through their relationships, then they will seriously check it. As the head of the city guard department, Chen Mu knows the situation in Zhejiali very well, but at least he is very familiar with it. It is very easy to find a suitable target. People like Wei Luan are his target. It was not all because the other party had committed countless crimes. Chen Mu had always disliked hypocrisy and was too lazy to find a pretext for his murder and robbery. Killing was killing. He went to Wei Luan because he had no other complicated background. Once he died, everything would end. Min Baoyi's subsequent reaction to the incident was basically consistent with his judgment. As for the girl who was lucky in misfortune last night, he didn't have too many thoughts about it. After all, this was not a refuge. He was not interested in bringing people home casually. An old servant and a maid would be enough. It would be enough to kill Wei Luan, his guards, and servants. The ropes on his body were not untied to prevent him from running around. As long as he stayed in the house, he would naturally be discovered by the city guards the next day. After hearing Lu Song and Li Tai say that they had returned home, Chen Mu didn't have too many waves in his heart, and he didn't need the girl to know him and repay him in the future. This is the outer city. The homes of ordinary people are in danger every day. The wealthy families were also terrified and had to hire many guards, fearing that strong men would come to kill and rob. It can be said that only in the inner city is there a peaceful place. Not only is there a guard patrolling day and night by the city lord, but also the major families. The guards of the court also patrol the streets and alleys of each family on a daily basis, and there are many martial arts schools and martial artists. Once something happens, it can be said that the person can be pulled out immediately. Just like Tang Quan, a person who has perfected his physical training and mastered the situation, he is no worse than Min Baoyi. He even fled to the outer city after committing a crime, but was forcibly pulled out in the end. Even if it was not Chen Mu who met that day, he would have lived a little longer by chance, but he would still not be able to escape in the end. Chen Mu thought about it, took out 20 pieces of gold leaves from the pile of silver, put them in a small bag, and then buried the other gold leaves in nearly 200 taels of silver under the floor tiles. Then he used a box to press the floor tiles, and put about 30 or 40 taels of scattered silver ingots and lumps in the box. Silver is very heavy. Therefore, generally wealthy people will not carry silver with them. They usually carry this kind of gold leaves. One piece is worth about 10 taels of silver, and 20 pieces are 200 taels. The silver can only be carried by servants for pocket money. Shen Yu is now in the inner city, learning martial arts at the Yu Family Martial Arts School. Although she entered the school through Su Hongyu's relationship, her daily food, clothing, and medicines are provided by the Yu Family Martial Arts School, but she still needs some money for emergencies, such as accidentally spraining her tendons and bones while practicing martial arts, so she needs to buy some good medicine for tendons and bones. Chen Mu had asked someone to send Shen Yu dozens of taels of silver earlier. At that time, she was still relatively poor, but now she is finally a little more wealthy. She plans to go to the inner city in person and give these 20 gold leaves to Chenyu, so as not to make her very embarrassed. 200 taels of silver may seem like a lot, but in fact, it is nothing to Chenyu. After all, the Yu family martial arts school, those who can enter to practice martial arts are either the direct descendants of the Yu family, or the external forces with some status like Min Baoi, or the wealthy families with a fortune of millions. A few hundred taels of silver are just a drop in the bucket for them. Therefore, he is not worried that this little money will cause any trouble to Chenyu. He simply packed up. Chenmu changed into casual clothes, but still kept the sword by his side. He then took the gold leaf and went out to the inner city. It was the first time he went to the inner city to see her in nearly 5 months. After such a long time, it was estimated that the little girl's resentment towards him was like a surging river, endless. Yuqing is very big. If you want to rush from the edge of the outer city to the inner city, you even need to ride a horse. The Zhixiali where Chenmu is located is not far from the inner city, just right. In addition, he is now strong, so he walks quietly and does not show off. He soon crosses the streets. The closer the streets are to the inner city, the cleaner and more spacious they are, and the more popular they are. Of course, this is limited to broad daylight. Because in broad daylight, places near the inner city are basically patrolled by officials everywhere, and families with a little money and power will hire guards, and gangsters can basically not survive here. But at night, such a wealthy place is more attractive to thieves. After all, no matter how close this place is to the inner city, it is still just the outer city. At night, no one cares, including the city guards. Inner city. Chenmu kept walking north along the streets and alleys. After an unknown period of time, he finally arrived at the inner city of Yucheng. This was also his first time in the inner city. In the past, I had only heard people talk about it, but I had no direct feelings about it. Now, when I saw it, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked, because the walls of the inner city were much thicker and taller than those of the outer city. I'm afraid it was far beyond the walls in his previous life. I don't know what material the entire wall was made of. Under the sunlight, it even had a faint luster of gold and iron. There was a deep moat dug outside. No wonder the inner city is a completely different world. With such a tall and solid wall, even if the outer city is in turmoil and burns to ashes, it will not affect the inside. Chenmu looked up at the towering wall for a moment and shook his head slightly. Then he walked straight to the gate of the inner city. The gate of the inner city was also guarded very strictly. Anyone entering and leaving had to be carefully inspected, and ordinary people were not qualified to enter. If ordinary civilians wanted to enter, they had to spend a lot of money to buy a special inner city waist badge. Chenmu came to the gate of the city and showed the waist badge of the head of the city guard to the gate guard. The gate guard looked at the badge, then handed it back to Chenmu, saying expressionlessly, "Go in, but remember to come out before nightfall. You can't stay overnight in there." Chenmu nodded, indicating that he understood. He had learned from Min Baoi that the badge of the chief can enter the inner city, but not eligible to buy a house for long-term residence. Even when the inner city is heavily guarded, the messenger is limited to entering and leaving within a single day. Only when you become a messenger can you be eligible to live in the inner city for a long time and buy a house. Of course, if Chenmu really wants to go to the inner city and has enough money to buy a house in the inner city, it is easy to find Su Hanyu to handle it. Chenmu is just thinking about buying a house in the inner city. Any mansion costs tens of thousands of taels of silver, which makes him temporarily discouraged. Enter the inner city. At first glance, it is indeed a different world from the outer city. The open street has a flat road surface without any potholes. There are restaurants and shops on both sides, with exquisite decorations. People coming in and out are either wearing silk and satin, or wearing clean robes, with a leisurely look. Chenmu is also wearing a green robe. This is the most decent long gown he bought with 10 taels of silver. It is very common in the inner city. Mixing in the crowd, it does not attract any attention. Continue to go in. There were no single houses to be seen. All the residential areas in the back streets were large courtyards. A cursory glance showed that there were at least 3 or 4 courtyards in the mansions, and some even occupied a large area. Although it was his first time in the inner city, Chenmu did not lose his way. The Yu family martial arts hall was easy to find. It was on the Yu family's territory, and the Yu family occupied a large area in the east of the inner city. He had known about this for a long time. Soon, Chenmu found the Yu family martial arts hall. Although it was called a martial arts hall, it was actually a very open area, consisting of many complex courtyards nested together, and divided into the east and west sides. The large area on the east was the men's courtyard, and the much smaller area on the other side was the women's courtyard. Chen Mu walked around and came to the main gate of the women's courtyard, walked over and knocked on the door. Who? After a while, someone opened the door halfway. It was a woman in her 30s, with a solemn expression. When she saw Chen Mu standing outside the door, she frowned and looked at him. Chen Mu quickly explained his purpose. Oh, Chen Yu. The woman nodded, her brows slightly relaxed, but she did not let Chen Mu in, only letting him wait by the door. After a while, the door opened again, and a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Chen Yu, who had not been seen for 5 months. Chen Yu, who had been away from home for a long time. In just 5 months, she had changed a lot. Not only had she grown half a head taller, but her previously immature baby face had also grown up. Although she was still immature, she looked more like a girl. Whether it was her complexion or other aspects, she was better than before. Brother! Chen Yu came over happily, but she did not throw herself on Chen Mu as she did in the past. Instead, she was a little more reserved like a girl and just looked at Chen Mu happily. Chen Mu looked Chen Yu up and down, revealing a hint of a smile. He sighed in his heart that the little girl had grown up a lot, and judging from her complexion and appearance, she was obviously doing well in the Yu Family Martial Arts Academy, so he felt much more relieved. The outer city is too chaotic, and I have not been able to find time. How have you been here during this period? Chen Mu habitually touched Chen Yu's head, and then took her to a large banyan tree not far away. Chen Yu still looked a bit honest, looking up and said, "It's okay, it's just that practicing is very tiring, but I met a lot of people, and Master Yu also took good care of me." Brother must have had a hard time practicing swordsmanship. At first, she didn't think much of Chen Mu's swordsmanship, she just knew that Chen Mu worked very hard. Now that she is learning swordsmanship in the Martial Arts Academy, she feels the difficulty. After practicing for nearly 5 months, her swordsmanship is only a small success, and it is still a little short of the great success. And I heard that the level from great success to perfection is the most difficult level, and few people can pass it. As long as you can practice swordsmanship to perfection and develop sword momentum before the age of 25, you will have a different status in the Yu Family Martial Arts Hall and become a so-called inner courtyard disciple, and you will also get more resources. Yeah. Chen Mu listened to Chen Yu's words and said calmly, "It's not easy to practice martial arts. Every drop of sweat brings a harvest. I have been able to practice to my current level after going through many hardships." Chen Yu learned that she has now practiced a raindrop sword technique, which has been practiced to a small success, and the skin grinding technique has also been practiced to a small success. She is steadily moving towards the great success. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 months, both the sword technique and the skin grinding technique will be practiced to a great success. This progress is indeed very good. Generally speaking, there are relatively few people who can practice the sword technique and the skin grinding technique to a great success within a year. For example, Ren Yen from the City Guard Division has been practicing martial arts in the inner city for a long time. Now it has been more than a year, but he has not yet reached the level of both techniques. It seems that you are indeed gifted. You are not exaggerating to me. Chen Mu smiled. Chen Yu shook her head, blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Mu and said, "Brother is amazing. He can practice sword moves by himself. I didn't know it before, but now I know how difficult it is." She didn't say the second half of the sentence. She didn't know it before. After listening to the martial arts masters and sisters in the courtyard, she knew that Chen Mu was a person with extremely high comprehension, but unfortunately he was late in contact with the body tempering method for a few years. It might be difficult for him to enter the Yijin in the future. If Chen Mu was like her, and could practice martial arts from the age of 15 or 16, he would not only practice sword moves, but also the body tempering method would at least enter the stage of training flesh. He would be able to train flesh before the age of 25, and then there would be a great hope to enter the Yijin. Unfortunately, at that time, Chen Mu and she were still poor people who had to curl up in a quilt to keep warm in the cold winter. How could they have the financial resources and ability to practice the body tempering method? Until now, they finally made a name for themselves with sword skills, but they have wasted their best time. She practiced martial arts in the Martial Arts Academy here, and her hard work was almost the most in the entire women's academy. Not only did she know that it was a hard-won opportunity to practice martial arts in the Yu Family Martial Arts Hall, but she also knew that Chen Mu had spent a lot of effort to send her here. Chen Mu missed many years, but she was just the right age. Maybe Chen Mu also had regrets in his heart, she thought so she was not only practicing by herself, but also practicing with Chen Mu's regrets and expectations, so naturally she didn't want to waste a bit of time. Naturally, she couldn't say these words to Chen Mu. "Didn't you say in the letter that you have a good understanding, even the masters in the academy praised you, don't you have the confidence to practice the sword moves?" Shenmue really didn't know what Chinyu was thinking. If he knew, he might just laugh at it. It would be good to give her more motivation. At this time, he looked at Chenyu and said with a smile. Chenyu puffed out her slightly sized chest and said, "Of course I have confidence. Don't look down on me, brother. In a few years, I might be stronger than you. Okay, I'll wait." Shenmue smiled slightly, then took out the small cloth bag with gold leaves from his arms and handed it to Chenyu. As soon as Chenyu got it in his hand, he knew what was inside, and said hesitantly, I don't actually need much money here. The Martial Arts Academy will give me the resources for training. Brother, you should keep it." As she said that, she was about to push it back to Chenmu. But Chenmu he just shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know much about the Martial Arts Academy, but even if there are resources for practicing, they must be provided regularly and quantitatively, and no additional tonics will be issued. This little money is nothing to me now. You can use it first, and write to me when it is not enough." The silver money in his hand is enough for the time being, and compared with the system panel to assist in practice, Shinyu needs to lay a good foundation. At the age of 15 or 16, even if there is an extra prescription for nourishing qi and blood at every meal, it will be good. Really? Shenyu pinched the small cloth bag with her little hand and said hesitantly. She knew that Shenmu was now a poor man and was different from before, but she knew that there were gold leaves in the cloth bag as soon as she pinched it, which was at least 200 taels of silver. Although she saw a lot of them in the yard, and others took out gold leaves casually, she had only walked out of the poor days for a few months after all. Why would I lie to you? Shenmu laughed, stretched out his hand and patted Shenyu's little head twice, saying, "Okay, go quickly, I'll come to see you next time when I'm free, or you can come to me yourself when you have mastered martial arts. Generally, if you have mastered the skin grinding and the skills, you are considered to have a certain level in the outer city. Many police officers in the city guard division are probably at this level. However, Chunyu is a girl, and it will be more troublesome in this world. She must practice skin grinding to perfection before she can have some power to protect herself." He is not worried about the martial arts academy. Shenyu's personality is also very conscious and she will not run around. Okay. Shenyu hesitated for a moment, but still put away the small bag and said goodbye to Shenmu reluctantly. Shenmu watched Shenyu return to the martial arts academy until the door closed, then turned around and quickly disappeared into the streets. On the other side, in the martial arts academy, as soon as Shenyu entered the door, a girl who was about the same age as her, but with fair skin and delicate appearance, who was obviously born in a wealthy family, was peeking through the crack of the door and whispered to Chenyu, "Yeah, is that your brother?" "Yes." Chenyu dragged Yu-Ru back. Yu-Ru let Chenyu drag her, tilting her head and said, "Did he really practice the sword moves by himself? In our yard, and next door, many people were forced to practice by their masters, and they couldn't practice for several years. But it's no wonder that Sister Hong Yu values him. It's a pity that Shenmu was not a person who practiced martial arts in this yard in his early years, otherwise he would definitely be in the inner courtyard now, and he would be with Su Hongyu in the future. You-like characters can stand on their own when they go out, and just now I secretly took a look at her, and she does look a bit similar to Chenyu, and there is a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Okay, let's practice martial arts quickly, otherwise you will be scolded by the master later." Shenyu took Yu-Ru into the inner courtyard. Shenmu sent some silver money to Chenyu, and seeing that she was doing well in the Yu family martial arts school in the inner city, he was completely relieved. After that, he did not stay in the inner city for long and soon returned to the outer city. However, Yu city is too big, and the sky has become dark after this trip. But now Shenmu is not afraid of anything. Not to mention the dark sky, even in the outer city late at night, he has wandered in night clothes more than once. After all, there are very few people in the outer city who can really threaten him. At the level of training flesh, he is almost not afraid of anyone. Only those like Su Hongyu, who have entered the realm of Ijin, can pose a threat to him. But how many people are there like that? Su Hongyu, the chief of the Nanchang District City Guard General Office. There is only one person like him in the entire South City District. As for the various gangs and forces below, if their leaders can have perfected their physical training and skills, they are basically at their best. There are almost no leaders who can reach the level of Ijin. The reason is very simple. If they can reach the level of Ijin and skills, they can be independent wherever they go. They don't even bother to be the leader of a gang. They can join the forces in the inner city with dignity. Even if they can't be the chief officer, they can still be the deputy chief officer or some other positions. Walking in the dim streets, Shenmu walked like a dragon and a tiger, with an indifferent expression. At this time, there were basically no pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, there were some people, who were also some gangsters and black gangs that appeared at night. Seeing Chen Mu wearing a clean robe, with a knife on his waist, walking so swaggeringly in the streets, they all showed fear and avoided him. Although it is difficult to judge strength at a glance, aura does exist. Chen Mu is now strong and confident, and the aura he exudes when walking is naturally different, enough to scare people. And these gang members can survive for a long time basically by relying on their eyesight. Naturally, they can tell at a glance that Chen Mu is the kind that is extremely difficult to mess with, so they naturally avoid him without any extra thoughts. I wonder how long this chaos will last. Chen Mu whispered in his heart. In the past, he was of low status and did not know enough. Now, as a leader, he can chat with Min Baoi casually, and naturally he knows more. For example, Yuqing is basically out of the control of the court. The reason why it still maintains a normal order is that the major families in the inner city have a tacit understanding with each other. The sky is getting darker. Chen Mu also quickened his pace. He was not worried about encountering any danger, but when he quickly passed through several streets and alleys, a gray shadow suddenly passed by and rushed towards his face. Chen Mu moved quickly, raised his hand and drew his sword, and a flash of knife light passed, and the gray shadow suddenly split in two from the center, and fell to the ground with blood splattered. It was a huge gray-haired rat. Chen Mu slowly put down his sword and shook his head slightly as he looked at the two halves of the still twitching gray rat corpse. Such a large gray rat could actually appear in this day and age. He didn't know what it ate to grow so large, and even dared to attack people. Just as Chen Mu was thinking for a while, a chirping sound came from nearby, and 7 or 8 small rats, only half the size of a fist, came out from some gap and pounced directly on the corpse of the big rat, gnawing it recklessly, making a creaking sound. This scene made Chen Mu feel uncomfortable. He put away his sword and left quickly. Until the sky was completely dark and entered the night, Chen Mu finally returned home, knocked on the door, shouted twice inside, and the old servant carefully opened the door from the inside. "Master!" Seeing that it was indeed Chen Mu outside the door, the old servant opened the door completely and saluted carefully. Chen Mu stepped over the threshold and said, "Nothing to do today?" On weekdays, people would often come to visit him, such as Gong and other messengers, who would sometimes come to him for a drink, but he would basically turn down any that he could. The old servant closed the door and carefully talked about what happened today. Chen Hong came to see him today, and it seemed that she had something to do, but she had already gone out to the inner city. "Didn't you ask what it was?" Chen Mu asked when he heard that Chen Hong had come. The old servant lowered his head and said, "Master, how dare I ask about your affairs?" "Well, okay, let's talk about it tomorrow." Chen Mu nodded and walked towards the inner courtyard, but just as he reached the door leading to the inner courtyard, a scream came from the courtyard, with a bit of fear in crying. Swish! Chen Mu's face changed slightly, and his pace quickly quickened. He flashed into the inner courtyard, only to see Ni retreating with a look of shock on her face. In front of her was a gray-skinned rat that was at least 2 fists big, and it was about to pounce. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu's heart suddenly relaxed. He thought something had happened, so he raised his hand and swung a knife at it. The huge gray-skinned rat's head and body were directly separated, and its limbs twitched wildly. "Clean it up," Chen Mu ordered the old servant. The old servant responded quickly and went to clean it up. Chen Mu looked at Ni, who was still a little frightened, and laughed. "I thought something had happened. Why are you scared by this thing? How could a child from a poor family have never seen a mouse? Even a young girl shouldn't be scared like this." Ni's face was still a little pale. She hesitated for a while before she caught her breath and whispered, "I've never seen such a big one, and it bit the broom." It seemed to be a little bigger, about the same size as the one he met in the alley before. When Chen Mu heard Ni's words, the smile on his face faded and he frowned slightly. This kind of huge gray-skinned mouse was not uncommon, but encountering 2 in a row in one day was a bit too much. Coupled with the previous nest of little mice, he had a bad feeling at the moment. Could it be that the outer city was going to have a rat infestation? But in this world, poor families have no food for the mice to eat, and even these mice have to go to the table themselves. Moreover, this is a world with force, which is different from his previous life. He must be worrying too much. Thinking of this, Chen Mu shook his head, walked over and reached out to touch Ni's little head, and comforted her. "Okay, go back to the house, it's okay." Ni nodded timidly, then followed Chen Mu into the house, helped Chen Mu undress, and fetched water to wash his feet. After finishing her work, she seemed a little uneasy about what happened just now, so Chen Mu let her rest on the small couch next to her. After Chen Yu went to the inner city, Ni lived with him and slept on a small couch outside. On the one hand, she was too young and a little timid and afraid, and on the other hand, the small couch outside was originally a resting place for maids. Chen Mu didn't care much about these things, but Chen Yu said that it was nothing when there were few people in the family. If Chen Mu was promoted step by step in the future and there were more and more servants in the family, there would still have to be strict rules. Chen Mu also listened to Chen Yu's arrangements. The next day it was dawn. Chen Mu had just woken up and washed up when the old servant came to report that Chen Hong had arrived. It seems that something is really wrong. Chen Mu pondered for a moment and asked the old servant to invite the person in. Then he went out to greet her. Soon, Chen Hong walked into the yard with a worried look on her face and said, "Sha Mu, Yuying got lost yesterday. We searched for her all day but couldn't find her. She didn't come back at night. Girls these days. Can you help find her? She's missing?" Chen Mu was slightly startled, then said, "Don't worry, third aunt, wait for me to ask for you. It's really common to lose someone these days. Not to mention women, even men who look a little effeminate may get lost. For ordinary families, if someone is missing, they are basically really missing and can never be found again. But for some powerful families, they can still find someone. For example, Chen Mu now has at least several ways to find someone. It's just that he hasn't come back for a day and a night, so the situation is not good, but he can only comfort Chen Hong first." Soon, Chen Mu changed into a uniform, left Chen Hong at home to wait for news, and went directly to the city guard. When he arrived at the city guard, he frowned after learning about the situation, because the disappearances have occurred very frequently during this period, probably starting in the last 2 or 3 months. Those poor and dilapidated families came to report missing people, and the city guard often just included them and symbolically sent people out for a patrol, but in fact they were just strolling around casually, and they didn't look for people at all, and they didn't care about such things. In the past 2 or 3 months, the number of missing persons has increased so much? Chen Mu pondered with the case in his hand, and then said, "Let's go, take a few people and ask the gang with me. There are all kinds of people, good and bad, and there are people who specialize in human trafficking. From the South City to the East City, they are immediately transformed from decent people into slaves and lowly people. In many cases, the city guard department turns a blind eye to these. To put it bluntly, they have received benefits from these people and maintain a tacit understanding with each other. If the other party arrests someone who should not be arrested, the kind of person with a little background, or someone finds a connection, then the city guard department will also go to the gang to investigate and question the person. Normally, there is still a chance to find him back. But this is the channel of the gang kidnappers to follow. If it is like Wei Luan, who randomly arrests people and does it on his own, it is often difficult to investigate, unless the entire city guard department's spies are mobilized to investigate carefully one by one. After a while, Chen Mu brought Lu Song, Li Tai and 7 or 8 officers to an alley west of Jushiali. This is the territory where the bandit gang is active. The bandit gang sounds like a gang, but in fact it is very chaotic inside. There are thieves and kidnappers, and they are not only active in Jushiali, which is completely different from relatively complete gangs such as the Red Gold Gang and the Black Crow Cult. It can even be said that the bandit gang has been suppressed by gangs like the Red Gold Gang, because the Red Gold Gang collects safety silver, that is, protection fees, while the bandit gang steals and kidnaps people, which will destroy the Red Gold Gang's income. The bandit gang entrenched in this generation also gave the Red Gold Gang a lot of benefits to be able to operate here. "Hey, good morning, officer." A man with a shifty look outside the alley had seen Chen Mu and his group coming, but he didn't run away. He smiled and stood up and saluted, and bowed to Chen Mu and others. Chen Mu did not speak, and Lu Song next to him asked coldly, "Where is your leader?" "Master Wu is inside. May I ask if you are here to find someone or something?" the man asked in a low voice with his head down. Lu Song scolded, "What can you do? Lead your way." Yes. The man glanced at Chen Mu and Blue, and responded with a smile, saying, "Please." In fact, he did not really want to ask the purpose of Chen Mu and others coming here, but just wanted to delay a little time to give the people inside some time to report and react. After all, it is definitely not a good thing for the messenger to come to the door. And the messenger who came was a messenger with a group of people, so he had to be more careful. The man carefully led Chen Mu and others into the alley. The alleys in this area are very narrow and complicated. Walking is like a maze. After turning around for a few times, they finally arrived at a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, a man in his 40s or 50s with graying temples and a pipe hanging from his waist came out and smiled at Chen Mu, saying, "This must be Mr. Chun from the city guards. If you need anything, just call me. Why bother coming here in person?" Others might not understand, but as the 5th master of this generation of gangsters, he knew that Chen Mu was not only on good terms with Min Baoi, but also had a close relationship with Su Hongyu from the city guards. The future is limitless. He can still deal with ordinary policemen and even police chiefs normally, but Chen Mu is completely unwilling to offend. Is it Master Wu? I've heard a lot. I have a relative who is missing. I need your help to find someone. The person is Zhang Yueying, a girl, less than 20 years old. Chen Mu spoke in a calm tone. Master Wu smiled and said, it's a small matter. You tell us and we'll do it right away. Xiaolu, go and find someone for me to see who is so blind that he has touched Master Chen's relative. Someone immediately responded and hurried away. Master Wu bowed to Chen Mu and said, it will take some time to find someone. This humble house is a bit simple, but I have hidden a few bottles of good wine. Master Chen, why don't you sit down and rest to moisten your throat? No need. Chen Mu said indifferently. Okay, then you take a rest. Master Wu responded with a smile, and a group of people waited for news in the yard. About half an hour passed. A thin man who had run away earlier came back and hesitated for a moment when he saw Chen Mu, but he still came to Wu Yi first and whispered a few words in Wu Yi's ear. After hearing this, Wu Yi frowned slightly, then smiled bitterly and said, Officer, Xiaolu asked the kidnapper's men, and no one has seen your relatives. The people over there should not dare to go against my wishes, and most of them really don't know. Don't know? Lu Song stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, among these 9 items, there are things and people missing, and there are things that your 5th master doesn't know? Wu Yi was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He looked at Chen Mu, hesitated again, and then said, Officers should also know that there have been a lot of missing people in the past 2 or 3 months, but in fact most of them have nothing to do with us. As for where these people went, we really don't know, but if we have to say, we actually have some doubts in the direction. Go on. Chen Mu said lightly. Wu Yi looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then walked a few steps forward to Chen Mu's side. He lowered his voice and said, it seems that something is wrong with the Black Crow cult, but this is just our guess. He didn't want to offend Chen Mu, nor did he want to offend the Black Crow cult, but since Chen Mu had come to him, there was really nothing he could do. The Black Crow cult? Hearing Wu Yi's words, Chen Mu frowned slightly. Compared to the bandits and Wu Yi, the Black Crow cult was more difficult to deal with. A lot. According to what he has learned during this period, the Black Crow cult's territory and power in Zhixiali are not as good as the Red Gold Gang, but the problem is that the Red Gold Gang is only entrenched in Zhixiali, while the Black Crow cult has entrenched and infiltrated several nearby Li. If it was a normal situation involving the Black Crow cult, he would not want to pay attention to it, but since Chen Hong came to him for help, he would still help her. Chen Mu thought about it, looked at Wu Yi again, and said, are you sure? Wu Yi smiled awkwardly and said, we are in this business. He actually didn't have any evidence and was not very sure, but being at this level, all kinds of news came to his ears. The most wrong thing in the past 2 or 3 months was the Black Crow cult. Okay. Chen Mu nodded, turned around and left with Lu Song and others. Seeing Chen Mu leave, Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The thin man next to him came closer and said, Fifth Master, why are you so polite to him? He's just a charioteer, not a police officer. You know nothing. Fifth Master slapped the man on the forehead in anger. In his eyes, Chen Mu not only has a background, but also has great strength. He will definitely be a figure in the future, at least he can get a police officer, which is completely different from those charioteers who just eat and wait for death. Otherwise, he would never have revealed the news of the Black Crow cult just now. Otherwise, if the Black Crow cult knew about it and made trouble for him, wouldn't it be inexplicably causing trouble for himself? Chen, where are you going now? After leaving the alley, Lu Song asked in a low voice beside Chen Mu. Fifth Master's voice was very low just now, and he was relatively close and didn't hear what the other party said, but he could guess from his expression that he must have told Chen Mu some useful information, otherwise Chen Mu would not leave so easily. Chen Mu thought for a while and said, go to the Red Gold Gang. Yes. Instead of looking for the Black Crow cult, he should look for the Red Gold Gang. It was unclear whether the information Wu Yi had said was true or not, and the Red Gold Gang and the Black Crow cult had always been hostile to each other and had clashed with each other many times. The person who knew him best must be his opponent. The Red Gold Gang must know something about whether the Black Crow cult had secretly arrested people or done anything, and it was even possible that they knew more than Wu Yi, and they would definitely not hide it from him. After all, the other party was only too happy for him to cause trouble for the Black Crow cult. Somewhere. A slightly old temple. There are no gods or Buddhas in the temple, only a black sculpture with a crow body and a human face. Some ragged poor people, with numb and gray expressions, are knelt and prayed in front of the sculpture, one after another, and the incense burner in front of the sculpture is also burning continuously. There are some gray mice in the corner, squeaking and scurrying around in the shadows. Behind the temple, in a yard of neither large nor small, many people wearing strange black clothes are coming and going in a hurry. Deputy leader, there is some trouble. In a secluded small room at the innermost part, a member of the Black Crow cult, dressed in black, was crawling on the ground, reporting something to a man who was also dressed in black, but with the pattern of black crow wings embroidered with red silk thread on the lapel. The deputy leader sat there, opened his eyes and looked over, and said calmly, "What's wrong?" It seems that one of the people arrested this time has some relationship with a messenger from the city guard. The prostrate members carefully reported the situation. It seems that they have been alerted, and they are sending people to investigate this matter. The deputy leader frowned slightly and said, "Where is the person?" The member reported in a low voice, "It has been sent to the headquarters." After hearing this, the deputy leader showed a thoughtful look and said, "Then pretend that you don't know about it. The person has been sent to the headquarters, and it must not be sent back. Any news from the headquarters will be a big trouble if it leaks out. As for the involvement of a messenger from the city guard, that's nothing. Once the thing can be done, let alone a messenger from Jushiali, even the South City District headquarters will be affected? Okay, don't tell anyone about this, you can go down." The deputy leader waved his hand. The member responded solemnly, got up and left. The headquarters of the Red Gold Gang. Compared to the narrow and crowded alley where the bandits' gang stayed, the place where the Red Gold Gang was located was much more spacious. They occupied a large area, and several nearby courtyards were connected together. When Shenmue led his men to arrive, he could even hear the shouts of some people practicing swords and martial arts in the backyard. When the gang members outside heard the purpose of Shenmue's visit, they immediately went in to report. After a while, someone came out and respectfully led Shenmue and his party into the courtyard, and all the way to the westernmost side, a small courtyard with obviously more exquisite decorations. "Master Chen, you are indeed a handsome man, a young and promising man." A man in a dark robe was standing in the yard. Hearing the movement behind him, he slowly turned around, looked about 40 years old, with a pair of eyes that were very bright, but he was the leader of the Red Gold Gang, In Hong. As the leader of the largest gang in Jutiao, he had hundreds of gang members under his command, and his power was comparable to that of the city guards. He also had a background from the inner city, and his status was comparable to that of Min Baoi. I have heard of the name of gang leader In for a long time. Shenmue walked into the yard and motioned Lu Song and others to wait outside. The Red Gold Gang was obviously also very concerned about the Black Crow cult. When they heard about his purpose, the leader In Hong came to see him in person instead of sending a deputy leader. This was evident. Shenmue did not waste words and explained his purpose in a few words. After listening to In Hong, he pondered for a while and said, "If it has nothing to do with the thief gang and it is not caused by anyone else, then it is most likely related to the Black Crow cult. To be honest, even members of my Red Gold Gang have disappeared from their place and their whereabouts are still unknown." "Oh?" A strange color flashed in Shenmue's eyes. After a brief thought, In Hong said, "The Black Crow cult created a Black Crow god to defraud the people and squeeze oil money. We have always despised them. Recently, there have been many disappearances that are vaguely related to them. Among them, there are relatives of people in my gang who have disappeared. Then my gang members went there to investigate and then they also disappeared. For this reason, I personally went to negotiate with the Black Crow cult, but they evaded me. For the stability of Jiutiao, it is really inconvenient for me to fight with them. After all, I don't have any evidence," In Hong said with some shame. Shenmue naturally only listened to half of In Hong's words. What for the stability of Jiutiao, what there is no evidence, is pure. It's nothing more than not wanting to fight with the Black Crow cult and let others take advantage of it. When In Hong said this, he looked at Shenmue with a burning gaze and said, "The Black Crow cult is so bold that they even dared to touch the people from the city guard. I suspect they have a bigger conspiracy behind the scenes. Lord Chen can report this to Min Chaisai. If the city guard comes forward, then my Red Gold Gang will definitely be willing to cooperate in the investigation." The intention of this sentence is very clear. What disappearances, what conspiracies, are probably all nonsense. In Hong wants to take the opportunity to join forces with the city guard to completely clear out the part of the territory occupied by the Black Crow cult in Jurjiali. After all, the power of the Black Crow cult spreads across multiple li, and its power is larger than that of the Red Gold Gang. Although the Red Gold Gang has the so-called inner city backers, to put it bluntly, they are just some house dogs trained by the big men in the inner city, and they are driven and used when needed. If the Red Gold Gang wants to develop, In Hong can only rely on himself. If they can take advantage of this opportunity to provoke the city guard to take the lead, then the Red Gold Gang can naturally follow suit and beat up the Black Crow cult and throw them out of the 9 paths. It's not necessarily a conspiracy. Shenmue naturally knew In Hong's purpose. He was not provoked by In Hong's 2 or 3 words to become a gun for the Red Gold Gang. He said in a flat tone, it's just abducting and trafficking some people. What can a small sect do? After hearing this, In Hong chuckled and said, Master Chen is in the city guard, and the news may not be as well informed as us. Master Chen may not have noticed that there are many gray-skinned rats in this city recently. For no reason? When Chen Mu heard In Hong's words, a strange color suddenly appeared in his eyes. As In Hong said, he had indeed encountered quite a lot of gray rats in the past few days. Not only that, but they were also very large, fierce, and dared to attack people. It was very unusual, but he did not connect this matter with the Black Crow cult. In Hong said with deep eyes, although the people I sent disappeared for no reason, I still got a little information. In addition to worshipping the Black Crow god, the Black Crow cult also has an unknown guardian god, and this guardian god is in the form of a gray rat. This sentence finally made Chen Mu's eyes flash. Disappearance case, guardian god, gray rat. In Hong's information was mostly true. If only one or two things were related to the Black Crow cult, it would be nothing, but including the disappearance case, the gray rats everywhere, and the hidden so-called guardian god, all the signs and clues gathered together, it really gave people a vaguely ominous feeling. Especially when it comes to gray-skinned rats, Chen Mu has seen them with his own eyes, and he knows the harm of rats. In his previous world, they were the source of countless plagues. If the Black Crow cult wants to use these gray-skinned rats to do something, it must be a very bad incident. The investigation of Zhang Yueying's disappearance unexpectedly involved such a thing, which made Chen Mu more serious than ever. After a brief contemplation, he immediately bowed to In Hong and said, I will report all the situations to the officer, and I will take my leave first. In Hong also raised his hand and smiled, then I will wait for good news. Please also inform Officer Min. If there is any action from the City Guard Department, I will obey it here. Sir, what's wrong? Lu Song and others saw Chen Mu coming out of the yard, his expression became extremely solemn, and they all came closer. Chen Mu did not say much, just shook his head, led everyone back to the City Guard Division, and asked people to find Min Bowie. Coincidentally, Min Bowie did not drink with others today, but listened to music in the tea house on the back street. When he learned that Chen Mu had something to find him, he smiled, threw some copper coins on the table, and followed the messenger who came to report the news all the way back to the City Guard Division. As soon as he arrived at the City Guard Division, he saw Chen Mu waiting for him at the door with a solemn face, so he was slightly startled, realizing that there might be something serious, nodded slightly to Chen Mu, and did not ask directly at the door, but took Chen Mu directly into the hall. Soon, arriving at the innermost part of the City Guard Division hall, after dismissing the left and right, Min Bowie asked Chen Mu, what happened? It's like this. Chen Mu quickly reported his repeated investigations and various situations. After hearing this, Min Bowie's face became solemn, guardian god. In fact, no matter whether it was the missing cases or the appearance of gray-skinned rats, he knew everything clearly. After all, there were spies everywhere in Jiujiao. It was just 100 people missing in a few months, which was not a big deal in his eyes, so he ignored it, and he didn't care about the gray-skinned rats at all. But now, he got another piece of information from Chen Mu. The gray-skinned rats and the missing cases are very likely to be related to the Black Crow cult, which gives people a vague sense of foreboding. After a short silence, Min Bowie stood up and said in a deep voice, this matter is indeed unusual. I have to report to Lord Su first. You stay in the City Guard Division and wait for news. After saying that, he hurried out. All kinds of clues involved the Black Crow cult, which was not something that he, as an officer, could decide on his own. After all, the power of the Black Crow cult itself involved multiple Li, and it was not a local gang in Jiujiali. If it was just to mobilize some troops to investigate the Black Crow cult, that would be fine, but if a large-scale operation was to be carried out, it would have to be reported to the higher authorities. After Min Bowie left, Chen Mu was left sitting quietly in the hall, but his eyes were rather sharp. He could ignore ordinary things, but if the Black Crow cult really had any crazy ideas, they must be nipped in the bud. After all, any of the events that could be imagined were quite terrifying, and once they happened, the entire outer city area could be turned into a hell on earth. After waiting for half a day, Min Bowie finally returned to the City Guard Division. The news he brought to Chen Mu was that Su Hongyu attached great importance to this, but asked Jiujiali not to make any big moves for the time being, and just keep an eye on the Black Crow cult secretly, and she would do something else. Send some more people to investigate the matter in detail. After receiving this instruction, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Su Hongyu didn't care about this matter and ignored it. After all, the people in this world might not have as strong reactions to some disasters as he did. Although Su Hongyu did not immediately order the Kuzhou Castle guards to take action, but first sent people to investigate, as long as he paid attention to the matter, he would not let it go. This matter is no longer a simple case of Zhang Yuiying's disappearance. Chen Mu's attention to it is also far more than usual. Don't worry, the small black crow cult can't cause any trouble. Min Baoi saw that Chen Mu still had a solemn face, so he smiled and patted Chen Mu on the shoulder. And your distant cousin, I also asked my people to help you check. As long as she is in Jushiali, she can't disappear out of thin air. Chen Mu heard this and bowed to Min Baoi to thank him, but Min Baoi waved his hand indifferently and said, "Why do you and I need to thank each other? When you are free, just treat me to a drink." Seeing that it was getting dark, Min Baoi stood up, talked with Chen Mu for a while, and left the city guard division together. Chen Mu returned home quickly. Chen Hong was still waiting at his house. When she saw him coming back, she hurried forward to ask for news. It was naturally not appropriate to talk more about the Black Crow cult. Chen Mu only said that he had some clues and had asked the police to investigate. Now he could only wait for news. After comforting Chen Hong, he sent her back. It was night. The dark curtain was shrouded and the moonlight was dim. The Black Crow cult's headquarters was dark and gloomy, with no candles to be seen, as if everyone had gone to bed. A dark shadow appeared silently outside the building, and there was almost no trace of it under the night. The figure moved swiftly, moving calmly on the eaves and corners, examining every building in the area. Strange. Chen Mu stopped on a roof, looking at the pitch-black Black Crow cult's headquarters, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. For him now, with his strength, he naturally trusted himself the most. After nightfall, he quietly went to the Black Crow cult's headquarters to investigate, but after a round, he did not see any abnormal signs. It's not that he doesn't trust Su Hanyu's actions, but the Black Crow cult itself has territories in several li, which is relatively involved. It's not clear which area Su Hanyu is investigating, so he might as well investigate it secretly. The whole area was dark, as if everyone had already gone to bed. Compared to gangs that were active at night, the Black Crow cult didn't even have a sentry post, as if it was just an ordinary sect that prayed during the day. It was bright, and he could hear every slight movement. Lying on the corner of the eaves, he could almost hear the breathing of someone sleeping in the house below. After a short contemplation, Chen Mu dodged a few times and found a more remote house. He exerted a little force with his palm and shook the window open. He flipped into the house. There was only a bed in the house, and a Black Crow cult member was sleeping. Chen Mu grabbed the other person's throat, waking him up from his dream, but he couldn't make any sound. Then he didn't ask any questions, but directly carried the person, flipped out of the window again, and quickly left the Black Crow cult station until he reached a remote alley. Then he threw the person down and said coldly, "I ask you questions, or you will die." The Black Crow cult member was already scared to sweat and his face was pale. Just now, he was carried by Chen Mu between the eaves. He knew that the person in front of him was at least a martial artist at the level of physical training. In the Black Crow cult, he was at least a leader, or even a deputy leader. He couldn't resist at all. "Yes. Yes," he answered in a trembling voice. Chen Mu asked in a deep voice, "Where are all the people you caught?" What people?" The member of the sect answered tremblingly, his face still full of confusion. Chen Mu frowned, and seeing that he didn't seem to be playing dumb, he continued to ask, "You got so many gray-skinned rats, what do you want to do?" "Gray-skinned rats?" The member of the sect was even more confused, with a blank face, and said in a trembling voice, "I have seen many gray-skinned rats these days, and Lu next door even killed and ate one." After hearing this, Chen Mu calmed down and continued to ask, "I heard that in addition to the Black Crow god, your Black Crow sect also worships a guardian god?" After hearing Chen Mu's words, the member of the sect was even more confused, as if he was in a fog, and had no idea what kind of guardian god there was. As expected, ordinary members of the sect didn't know anything when asked. Chen Mu looked at his reaction, but he was not surprised. It was impossible for Yin Hong to make up a guardian god. After all, it was meaningless. Since he could reveal such information, it must be true. Now that the ordinary members of the Black Crow cult know nothing about anything, it shows that the matter involving the so-called guardian god is a relatively secretive level in the Black Crow cult, which makes it more problematic. This uncle, The member looked at Chen Mu tremblingly, but stopped talking halfway, his throat was crushed. Chen Mu threw it indifferently. There was another nameless corpse in the ditch. Once upon a time, he was responsible for dealing with such corpses every day, but now he has become the creator of nameless corpses. He doesn't know who will clean up and deal with it tomorrow morning. In the dead of night, the Black Crow cult lost an ordinary member, but it did not attract any attention. Or rather, the entire Black Crow cult station was just like an ordinary family. When Chen Mu returned, he still did not see anything unusual. It was still pitch black, with no candlelight, and no suspicious whereabouts. Shenmue asked another person out for questioning, but he still did not know anything. He knew that the people in this station were probably like this. Even if he asked one by one, he was afraid that no one knew about it, and perhaps the people who knew about it were no longer here. But, from the second person, Shenmue also learned a piece of news, that is, in the eyes of these ordinary members of the Black Crow cult, the incense master and even the deputy leader of the Black Crow cult often appeared and disappeared suddenly. This is not a weird world, where people suddenly appear and disappear suddenly. Shenmue immediately thought that there must be something going on underground in this Black Crow cult station, and there must be a hidden tunnel or dark room. But the ordinary member was at a loss and had no idea about it. No wonder the Red Gold Gang's personnel who were sent to investigate the Black Crow cult all disappeared. Shenmue looked thoughtful. At that moment, he made up his mind and stopped running around. Instead, he quietly crouched on the eaves of a tall building and waited quietly. He didn't know how long it had been until the sky was turning pale. Finally, on the west side of the Black Crow cult space, in a very secluded courtyard, there was a sudden movement. Some figures wearing the black robes of the Black Crow cult came out of the house. Shenmue had explored that courtyard before. At that time, he was very sure that there was no one in the house, but now more than a dozen people suddenly appeared, and they were obviously the Black Crow cult's incense master, deputy master, and other high-level people. Obviously, the abnormality was there. Shenmue only took a quick look, and after noting the location of the courtyard, he quietly withdrew and took advantage of the fact that the sky had not yet completely brightened. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the Black Crow cult space. Because they were far away and very cautious, and didn't make any noise, no one noticed the group of Black Crow cult leaders walking out of the yard. They were even talking in low voices as they walked. "In Erdaeli, we caught a spy from the government last night. It seems that the city guards have already set their sights on us. Be careful in your actions from now on. If we fall into the hands of the government, you know what to do." Several incense masters looked at each other, their eyes were numb and empty. The deputy leader continued in a deep voice, "Keep an eye on this side of Jutao. If there is any big move by the government, even if we give up this place, we can't reveal the location of the headquarters. It will only take some time for the guardian god to come to the world, and this entire outer city will be ours. With the ability to destroy everything together, even the big shots in the inner city can't do anything to us. Everything for the Black Crow god." Several incense masters muttered in a numb tone, and then scattered out of the yard. There are some things underground in the Black Crow cult's base. This information is very important. Shenmue reported it to Min Baoi as soon as possible. Min Baoi naturally trusted Shenmue's information and did not ask much about the source of the information. He quickly reported this information to Su Hongyu of the City Guard General Office. In the following days, Shenmue did not do anything more. He basically did everything he could. It was impossible for him to risk his life to explore the underground of the Black Crow cult alone. Providing a clear direction and entrance has greatly reduced the difficulty for the above. And Su Hongyu was also very vigorous and resolute. Only 3 days later, the order from the general office was issued. Mobilize the 3 shifts of the Juzhou City Guard to cooperate with the other 2 city guards to attack and capture the Black Crow cult's base. The sky was dark and it was drizzling. The entire Jujiali City Guard Division was in a state of solemnity, with nearly 200 officers gathered here. Almost all 3 shifts were present. Some officers who didn't know what was going on were still discussing with each other, looking nervous and solemn. In the hall inside, Officer Min Baoi and 5 officers including Shenmue were all present. They were gathered around a square table with a very rough and simple map on it. On the map, the parts of Jujiali, Erdaeli and Watangli were roughly drawn, and the locations of the Black Crow cult spaces were marked respectively. It can be seen that these 3 bases are basically at the edge of each li and adjacent to each other. According to the information from the headquarters, the 3 bases of the Black Crow cult all have hidden underground areas, but the underground areas are currently completely unknown to us. According to the map, it is possible that the 3 bases are connected to each other through tunnels from underground. Therefore, this operation is for the 3 divisions to move together to ensure that no one can escape from the 3 places. Min Baoi pointed at the map and spoke in a deep voice. Gong stared at the map and said sarcastically, "A bunch of rats in the gutter, they really know how to dig holes." Although there was sarcasm in his tone, in fact, including Min Baoi, everyone knew that the Black Crow cult might not be so easy to deal with. The key lies in the completely unknown underground part. It can be said that there is almost no threat in the above-ground area. The troops of the 3 divisions can easily flatten it. The other party has no strength to resist them openly. After all, the headquarters will always send people to support, and even Su Hongyu may be in charge in person. The problem lies in the underground. How big is the underground part? Are there 3 independent places or merged into one place? Are there more entrances and exits? Are there many traps and mechanisms buried? These are more serious issues. This kind of underground structure, once there are traps such as poisonous fog and poisonous water, let alone ordinary servants, even a person like Min Bawi who has perfected his physical training will have no good way to deal with it. If you are not careful, you may be caught. There is no problem with the above-ground part, but the underground part. As far as I know, the Black Crow cult has existed for at least 7 or 8 years. If the nest is hidden underground and has been arranged for many years, it is still very difficult to deal with. Qin Bei frowned and said. Zhong Chang also nodded and said, so our operation this time is to occupy the above-ground part of its base first. In fact, after the personnel sent by Su Hongyu clearly found out the underground passage hidden by the Black Crow cult, they did try to explore further. However, all the spies who entered the underground passage lost contact directly. In this case, it is meaningless to send more people to investigate, which made Su Hongyu decide to launch a general attack immediately. According to the information currently known, the missing persons, the gray-skinned rats, and the unknown underground structure are already a great threat. After being exposed, not to mention the outer city area, even some high-level people in the inner city are somewhat dissatisfied with it. Therefore, this operation did not encounter any resistance. Even He Mingxian did not stop it, but watched coldly. If you have no objection, then let's go. Min Bawi said calmly, after we take down their headquarters, we can discuss the underground issues. As soon as he finished speaking, many officers responded. Then they left the hall, led nearly 200 officers, and marched out of the City Guard Department to the Black Crow Cult headquarters. City Guard Headquarters. Su Hongyu, wearing a white flying fish suit, led dozens of people and walked straight out of the headquarters in the drizzle, disappearing into the streets of the southern city. On the 3rd floor of the headquarters, He Mingxian stood at the window, watching Su Hongyu leave, standing with his hands behind his back with a cold expression. Sir, will we not interfere in the affairs of the Black Crow cult? A man wearing a dark green uniform stood by and watched Su Hongyu disappear from his back, and couldn't help but whispered to He Mingxian. He Mingxian looked down at the South City district in the drizzle and said lightly, if she wants to do it, let her do it. I also have some clues about the Black Crow cult. I can roughly guess their purpose. This has caused dissatisfaction among some people above. Interfering in this matter will not do us any good. Besides, the Black Crow cult has been entrenched for many years, and the headquarters is located underground, so it is not so easy to deal with. Although destroying the Black Crow cult will definitely make some money, after all, it is a force that has been rooted for many years, but after understanding its thorny aspects, He Mingxian decided not to intervene. There is no need to fight for things that may be thankless. Now Su Hongyu is basically dispatching her own people. If the Black Crow cult is more insidious and cunning, Su Hongyu may suffer heavy losses this time, and her power in the City Guard Department will be further weakened. It will be even more difficult to suppress him as the Deputy Director General. In the continuous drizzle, the city guards moved solemnly and fiercely. Almost every household closed their doors in panic. Wherever they went, the streets and alleys were empty in an instant, without a single person. However, this large-scale operation was not to search for bandits or collect taxes, but to seize the Black Crow cult's headquarters. Many officers almost did not stop along the way and went straight to the Black Crow cult's headquarters. Soon, the officers of the city guards in Juzhou village, led by Min Bawi, all arrived at the Black Crow cult's headquarters. There were still shadowy figures in this street and alley. Some civilians with numb eyes hid some incense sticks in their arms in the drizzle and rushed to the Black Crow cult's temple to burn incense. When they saw a large number of officers appear, they were still numb and had no reaction for a while. Go! Min Bawi drew out his saber with a clang, pointed it at the Black Crow cult's headquarters, and said in a deep voice, the Black Crow cult deceives the people, extorts money, kidnaps people, and is guilty of 10 unforgivable crimes. Commander-in-Chief, take down all the members of the Black Crow cult. Following Min Bawi's order, 5 officers, including Chen Mu, had already led a group of people to quickly surround the entire Black Crow cult headquarters, and then suddenly attacked it. Chen Mu walked in the drizzle, and did not even encounter any decent resistance along the way. He did not even need to draw his saber to attack. The officers around him, including Lu Song and Li Tai, quickly ended the battle. It only took a moment. The Black Crow cult's headquarters, about 100 people, were killed or captured, and some poor people who were bewitched by the Black Crow cult were temporarily detained in a yard and guarded by Qin Bei. And Min Bawi, Chen Mu, Gong and others came to the courtyard that Chen Mu had investigated earlier, which was where the secret passage leading to the underground of the Black Crow cult was located, and ordered a group of officers to search carefully. The courtyard was soon turned upside down. Soon, a hole was found in a wall of the inner room, but the mechanism could not be found. Everyone back off. Min Bawi looked carefully, waved his hand, and signaled the people who were still searching to back off. Then he drew out his sword with a clang, and suddenly swung it out twice, slashing on the wall. With the sound of snapping, the hard and thick wall was chopped into pieces by Min Bawi's sword like tofu, revealing a dark passage diagonally downwards in the back. It seems to be here. Min Bawi squinted his eyes and looked into the depths of the passage. He saw that the passage was very deep and there was no sight of what was at the end. Gong said in a deep voice, "This place is unknown, and there may be no dangerous traps. I think we should interrogate the Black Crow cult members first to see if we can get some useful information before taking the next step." Min Bawi put away his sword, nodded slightly, and said, "That makes sense." Chen Mu also looked at the passage in deep thought. He had hardly encountered any decent obstacles along the way, and the many Black Crow cult members he had captured were almost all ordinary people, and there was not even a single incense master among them. The more this was the case, the more it showed the importance of this underground passage. The high-level members of the Black Crow cult must have retreated into this passage, and the ground part had been completely abandoned by them. Zhong Cheng and Gong, you two will guard here, and Chen Mu, you take people to search various places to see if there are any other clues. I will go to Qin Bay to see if I can interrogate some clues. Min Bawi quickly made arrangements. Everyone responded and quickly took action. Chen Mu was familiar with the Black Crow cult's base because he had visited it once at night. He led Lu Song and others to search the place room by room. However, they found nothing. When he returned to the yard, he happened to see Min Bawi coming over with a gloomy face. It was obvious that the interrogation had also yielded nothing. The Black Crow cult members who were caught didn't even know about the underground altar and secret passages. They were just like the two people Chen Mu had randomly picked that night. They didn't know anything. Gong, go and arrange some people to go down and investigate, Min Bawi said in a deep voice. Since there were no clues anywhere and nothing could be found out from the interrogation, they could only send people to explore. Anyway, there were still many Black Crow cult members who could be driven ahead. If they explored step by step, they would be able to dig out the underground sooner or later. Gong also nodded with a gloomy face. Of course, he didn't like to explore underground when he knew nothing, but there was no other way. He quickly caught a few Black Crow cult members and ordered them to go down together to explore in batches. After a while, the first group of people who went down came back, all of them covered in blood. One of the 4 policemen was seriously injured, and the other was slightly injured. They were attacked by the hidden arrows in the tunnel. As for the Black Crow cult members who led the way, they were all killed. After asking for the details, Gong waved his hand and said a few people went down to rest and recuperate, and then another group of people was replaced. They drove some Black Crow cult members in front and went down to explore again. This was repeated. After half a while, more than 10 officers were injured and more than 30 Black Crow cult members died. The general situation of the secret passage below gradually surfaced, but it was still not explored to the end. According to the clues, this passage is very long and has long been far away from their current location. The direction is probably towards the Erdeoli. According to the map, it should be more accurate to lead to the center of Erdeoli, Jojioli, and Wutonli. It seems that their headquarters is really located in the center of the 3 places, Min Bawi said in a deep voice. Just when he was about to order someone to convey this news to all parties, there was a sound of footsteps outside. What's the situation? A cold voice sounded, but it was a voice that Chen Mu was very familiar with. When he turned around, he saw a woman wearing a white flying fish suit and a bamboo hat walking into the yard in the drizzle, followed by a dozen officers. It was the long-lost chief of Nanchang district, Su Hongyu. The drizzle was like a curtain, adding a layer of hazy beauty to the cold jade face under the bamboo hat. Greetings to the chief officer. The officers in the courtyard did not dare to look at him anymore, and they all saluted respectfully. Min Bawi also saluted, and then quickly recounted the current situation. Su Hongyu nodded slightly after hearing this, and said, I will dispatch some people to guard there, and stop exploring the other 2 places. I will open a gap from your side and then attack in. There are passages in the 3 places, and each passage has traps. Naturally, there is no need to waste manpower to advance in 3 directions. It is enough to open the passage in Jujiali and attack the opponent's main altar. But at this time, suddenly, a figure wearing a straw raincoat hurried over. It was Shoa, Su Hongyu's personal maid whom Chen Mu had seen several times before. She came to Su Hongyu's side with a serious face and said something in Su Hongyu's ear. Really? Su Hongyu's face changed slightly. 90% true. Xiaohan nodded solemnly. Su Hongyu's face suddenly darkened, and she said in a deep voice, "No need to investigate, gather everyone and follow me to attack immediately." Min Baoi and others who were closer also heard Xiaoyi's whispered report, and their faces changed. Chen Mu also heard it, and his eyes turned cold. The information reported by Xiaoyi was: the Black Crow cult was using some secret method to cultivate and control a kind of grayskin demon rat, and called it the Guardian God. This rat itself was not very strong, but once it bit a person, it would cause convulsions and epilepsy at the least, and madness at the worst, and it would bite others, almost like the source of the plague. Now this grayskin demon rat has not been cultivated yet, and only the subbody is infested in the city. Once it is completely completed, it will spread rapidly throughout the city. At that time, the lives and deaths of the millions of people in the outer city will be controlled by it, and it can destroy everything with a single thought. By then, even the major families in the inner city will have to be cautious, and the Black Crow cult will become a force that can negotiate with the major families in the inner city and seek power from them. Sure enough, Chen Mu was not surprised at all at this time. He had long anticipated that the Black Crow cult wanted to make some big noise, but the other party's actions were indeed crazy. If the entire outer city population of 1 million was kidnapped and used as a threat and bargaining chip, it would indeed be possible to force the major forces in the inner city to make certain concessions. After all, although the masters in the inner city did not care about the lives of several people in the outer city, if it was the entire outer city, it would be a completely different concept. Moreover, this method is difficult to stop with pure force. Even if there are beings at the level of Ijin or even Jiangu, it is impossible to completely strangle the grayskinned rats that are everywhere in the entire outer city. Su Hongyu also realized the seriousness of the problem. At the moment, she had no time to worry about the situation and mechanisms in the underground passage. She had to kill the Black Crow cult's delusion in the cradle before things got out of control. Swish! Su Hongyu rushed into the underground passage first, and someone immediately followed with a torch in the back, followed by Min Baoi and Chen Mu and other people from the Ninjo City Guard Division, and a group of people entered the passage in a mighty manner. The passage was not particularly narrow, and could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. However, the whole passage was filled with a smell of corruption and blood. After everyone rushed forward for a while, some corpses soon appeared in the passage. These were the members of the Black Crow cult who had gone down to explore the passage before, and they were shot by some sharp arrows. Su Hongyu only took a quick glance and ignored them, and rushed forward all the way. After walking for a while, 2 forks appeared in front of them. Min Baoi behind him immediately said, "The left and right are traps and dead ends." This was also discovered by risking lives in the previous half an hour. With the help of the underground conditions explored before, everyone avoided many traps in the tunnel, but because Su Hongyu was moving very fast, they soon came to a completely unfamiliar area. Swish! I don't know what mechanism was triggered, and there was a burst of air-breaking sound in front of the passage, accompanied by a cold light. "Be careful!" someone warned. But the leader Su Hongyu did not retreat. With a flick of his hand, the soft sword came out of its sheath, and a sword light burst out in the narrow passage, like countless raindrops gathering into a semicircular barrier. There was only a series of clanging sounds of metal colliding, and all the darts that attacked were shot down by Su Hongyu. With a person in the Ajin realm leading the way, ordinary traps were almost useless. Whether it was darts, hidden arrows, or some mechanisms that sprayed poisonous water and poisonous mist, many were cut off by Su Hongyu's sword before they were triggered. Even the poisonous water sprayed from the front could be almost leak-proof. All the sword flowers were blocked, and they pushed forward. Then they moved forward again. Finally, a very spacious stone chamber appeared in front of them. There were still some chaotic footprints in the stone chamber. Obviously, there were people here just now, but they had all evacuated. In addition to the passage that everyone came in, there were 4 other branch roads in the stone chamber, leading to different directions. This should be near their headquarters, Min Baoi said in a deep voice. He had been estimating the distance along the way. There were obvious and chaotic footprints on the 4 branch roads, which obviously led to different areas inside. "Don't delay, divide the troops and act, and kill anyone who resists," Su Hongyu said in a deep voice, and her figure flashed, and she rushed into the passage on the far left alone. Xiaoyi was about to say something, but when she saw that Su Hongyu had disappeared, a hint of helplessness flashed across her eyes. But she quickly looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Su Chaisai, you take the people to go the second way, Min Chaisai, you send some people to go the third way." The man called Su Chaisai was the chief of the general office and also Su Hongyu's men. He responded and immediately led the people behind him to rush into the second passage. Then Min Baoi looked behind him and quickly said, "Gong, Zhongchang, you take the people and follow me. Shenmue, Shinbei, you follow adjutant he. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the people into the third passage. Shinbei obviously knew Xiaohe's identity. She was not an adjutant, but Su Honyu's personal maid. She had a higher status than Min Baoyi in Su Honyu's eyes, and her strength was not weaker. He had no objection to this, and Shenmue had no doubts about it. Xiaohe also looked serious at this time. With a wave of his hand, he led Shinbei, Shenmue and others into the fourth passage. After walking forward for dozens of steps, the front suddenly opened up, but it was a dark prison. Some skinny, half-dead prisoners could be vaguely seen groaning in the prison. Those who disappeared in the past few months are probably here. Shenmue's mind flashed through his mind. Although it is not clear what the Black Crow cult did to capture these people, judging from the scene in front of him, it is nothing more than using these people to cultivate those gray-skinned mice, or drawing blood, or some other cruel means. But just as Shenmue's eyes swept through the cages one by one, trying to find a familiar person in them, suddenly a creaking sound came, and soon it became continuous and gathered into a rustling sound, which made people feel creepy. Everyone's face changed instantly. Their eyes looked together to the depths of the prison in front of them. But just as everyone's attention was focused on the prison, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the passage, as if something heavy had fallen, accompanied by a muffled sound. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a large rock falling, blocking the retreat. Seeing this, some policemen began to panic and get confused. Don't panic. Shinbei and Shenmue spoke at the same time. Both of them spoke in a steady and powerful voice, without panic. Shinbei is an old policeman for many years. He is also the only one among the policemen of the City Guard Division who has mastered the sword power except Shenmue. However, he is now over 35 years old, and his body tempering method has stopped at the minor success of training the flesh. He has no chance to go further, and he is not enough to be promoted to a policeman. But in terms of strength, he is still the strongest one in the City Guard Division of Kujo Village except Min Baoyi. With the realm of training the flesh and the realm of sword power, he can be said to have experienced many battles. Naturally, he will not panic when facing the change of the situation. Shenmue, let alone, has strength as his biggest confidence. Just like the passage before, if he were to lead the way, he might not be able to push all the traps like Su Honyu did, but most of the traps pose no threat to him. With a copper steel skin and well-trained body, those hidden arrows are almost invulnerable to him, and poisonous water is also basically invulnerable. The poisonous fog is a bit tricky, but with his sword skills, he can also destroy the source of the spray before it disperses. Even the tunnels full of traps are not a big threat to him, let alone in such an open area. The two chiefs spoke at the same time, and immediately calmed down some of the panicked officers behind them, but Xiaohe did not speak. Looking at the reactions of Shenmue and Shinbei, a trace of approval flashed in her eyes. Shinbei was okay, after all, he was an old chief in Jutiao, and his strength was not weak. She also knew the details, but Shenmue was able to remain calm at this age, which showed that he was calm and composed, which was basically consistent with Min Baoyi's evaluation. Given time, he will definitely become a capable subordinate. If there is still a slight possibility to break the shackles of Ijin and step into the third level of body tempering, Ijin level, then he will be able to become Su Hongyu's right-hand man and play an important role. That should be the so-called guardian god of the Black Crow cult. Xiaohe looked ahead and spoke slowly. As the voice fell, a large number of gray-skinned rats emerged from the depths of the prison in front of him. They were of different sizes. The largest one was almost twice as big as the one Shenmue had seen before, and it was no longer the size of an ordinary rat. These gray-skinned rats surged in like a tide, directly submerging the prisons one by one. Those half-dead prisoners were almost drowned without even being able to scream, accompanied by waves of creaking and gnawing sounds, which was creepy. Kill! Shinbei raised his sword and shouted coldly. Then he took a step forward and took the initiative to face the surging rats. He was a person who had practiced meat for a short time and had perfect sword skills. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the gray-skinned rats. Even if they were distorted and looked a little bigger, they were still just some rats. The flash of the sword immediately caused blood to splash everywhere. At the same time, Xiaohe also took action immediately. In her hand, she held a soft sword similar to Su Honyu's. When she turned and swung it, it was like a drizzle. Every time the light flashed, a gray-skinned rat's head was shattered. It was accurate and sharp. Shenmue seemed ordinary. Compared with Xiaohe and Shinbei who rushed directly into the rat tide, he just stayed where he was and launched the wind sword to smash all the gray-skinned rats that approached one by one. At a glance, in the chaotic prison, Xiaohe's figure was the most eye-catching. The sword light was swaying like raindrops, and a large number of gray-skinned rats' heads exploded. No rat shadow could get close within a radius of 10 feet. That should be the dripping rain sword force. The body tempering method should have reached the perfection of training the flesh. It is indeed not inferior to Min Bowie. If I don't use multiple sword forces, it will not be easy to win against a person like her. Shenmue silently observed Xiaoyi's movements. His judgment of his current strength basically came from Min Bowie's attack in the alley when he was ambushed earlier. In fact, he still knows very little about this kind of person who has perfected the training of the flesh and has a skill. At this time, looking at the power of Xiaoyi's sword skills, after an assessment, the opponent should not be much different from him in terms of strength and agility, but his skin is made of copper steel, and his toughness is far beyond that of ordinary people. If it is a life and death fight, if only one force is used, he will probably be the one who survives in the end. But if the double force is used, even if it is not a crushing, it is an absolute suppression. Shenmue roughly understood his current strength level. In terms of strength and agility, he was almost the same as the average flesh training perfected. In terms of skills, he mastered the double potential. There were very few flesh training level people who could beat him. The copper steel skin and abundant blood that were cultivated by the 3 skin grinding methods brought about extraordinary changes. At the flesh training great success level, he had the strength comparable to Xiaoyi, Min Bowie and other flesh training perfected people. Although there were many gray-skinned rats, they could not withstand the strangulation of Xiaoyi, Qinbei and Shenmue. Although the servants who followed them were mediocre in strength and most of them could only do some freehand fighting of horizontal chopping and vertical chopping, they had no problem dealing with gray-skinned rats with swords in their hands. But just when the number of gray-skinned rats gradually decreased, about a dozen people wearing the cloaks of the Black Crow cult, each carrying a metal and wood device, appeared behind the countless gray-skinned rats. While approaching this side, they pointed the devices in their hands at Xiaoyi and others. Not good. Xiaoyi's face changed immediately when she saw the weapon in the other party's hand. She immediately abandoned the gray-skinned mice and rushed out. She leaped up, the blade in her hand flashed a little light, and she rushed towards the Black Crow cult. But before she could get close, she saw that the more than 10 Black Crow cult members, the instruments in their hands sprayed a black and red liquid together, which fell on her head and face, accompanied by a pungent smell, but it was the poisonous water that she had encountered in the passage. Swish! Xiaoyi retreated immediately without hesitation, and the sword in her hand swung into a curtain, while retreating, blocking a small amount of black and red poisonous water. The black and red poisonous water fell to the ground and poured on some gray-skinned mice, immediately making them squeak, twisting their bodies, and gradually being eroded into a pitch-black color. A dozen Black Crow cult members kept approaching with poisonous water instruments in their hands. Trouble. Qinbei saw this and his face suddenly became ugly. If it were in an open area, these poisonous water devices would not be difficult to deal with. The distance they can spray is no more than 10 feet, which is easy to dodge. The threat level is not even as high as that of a crossbow. But now the passage behind is blocked. In this prison, the other party is arranged in a line. In this way, they can advance step by step, with almost no room for maneuver. Instead, they are more threatening than crossbows. In the passage before, it was Su Hongyu's personal force that was relied on. A soft sword waved up the curtain, which was almost like an absolute barrier, and it was truly impossible to get a drop of water in. It pushed forward all the way. It was not just the power of the dripping sword force, but also relied on her physique in the Aegean realm as a foundation to bring the swordsmanship to that level. But there is no Su Hongyu here. His swordsmanship is the heavy mountain opening swordsmanship, and the sword force is the heavy type. He is not good at dealing with this kind of poisonous water. Xiaoyi and Su Hongyu are from the same school, but from her reaction just now, it is obvious that she cannot rush forward against the poisonous water head-on. A dozen Black Crow cult members approached step by step, while Xiaoyi and Qinbei retreated step by step with gloomy faces, and soon retreated to the same level as Shenmue, with dozens of city guards behind them. There was no place to cover his body nearby, and Qinbei's face was uncertain. He had already started to think about the officers behind him. If it didn't work, he could only rely on the officers behind him as human shields. As long as they used their bodies to block a part of the poisonous water, they could rush forward and kill the opponent. Qinbei, Shenmue, do it. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, Xiaoyi suddenly spoke in a deep voice and rushed forward again. Her swordsmanship was not as good as Su Hongyu's, and she could not block the poisonous water sprayed by more than a dozen people, but if Shenmue and Qinbei were to contain a part of them on both sides, then she could still rush forward with a little risk. As long as they could rush forward and form a melee with the front and back attacks, this poisonous water team of more than 10 people would immediately be in disarray and at the mercy of others. Qinbei hesitated for a moment, but immediately rushed forward from the left, attracting poisonous water sprayed at him by several people in front of him. Chen Mu on the right also rushed forward, also drawing some firepower. Xiao He waved a sword curtain and attacked from the middle. Qin Bei was the first to retreat. He almost symbolically swung his sword a few times when the poisonous water was sprayed, and then quickly retreated. He was unable to resist it head-on, but this still played a role in attracting firepower, so that there were fewer poisonous water devices attacking Xiao He. Pieces of black and red poisonous water were blocked by the sword curtain she swung, as if pouring on an umbrella. With a splash, countless poisonous water was dispersed by Xiao He's sword curtain, and the whole person also rushed into the array of the poisonous water team. With the sword light in his hand, the two closest people were immediately killed. At the same time, Xiao He also felt a sudden numbness in her waist and a burning pain. After all, there was still a little poisonous water that could not be completely blocked, but with her perfect body tempering realm, a little bit was not that serious. What surprised Xiao He was that when she swung her sword and chopped, she caught a glimpse of Chen Mu's figure on the right-hand side, just like her, and rushed into the array of the poisonous water team. Every knife saw blood, and several people were dead on the spot in an instant. How reckless! Xiao He's heart sank slightly. Even she couldn't block all the poisonous water. If she got a little bit of it, Chen Mu's situation would probably not be very good. Moreover, compared to her, she had reached the realm of perfect flesh training, and could withstand a little bit of poisonous water, but Chen Mu had only practiced the body tempering method for only half a year, and he might not have perfected the skin grinding yet. If he got some poisonous water, the consequences might be quite serious. Even if he was treated in time afterwards, it would definitely greatly delay his practice of skin grinding, and his future would be bleak. Swish! Swish! Xiao Yi's sword flashed, and she had already killed into the poisonous water team. In a close fight, the poisonous water was no longer a threat. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died in her hands, and the remaining few people on the other side died under Chen Mu's knife. After killing all the members of the Black Crow Poison Water team, Xiao He immediately reached out and tore off the piece of clothing soaked in poison water from her waist. She quickly treated the area that was stained by the poison water. When she saw that the fair skin was only slightly red, she breathed a sigh of relief. This was not serious and no special treatment or detoxification was needed. Then, she quickly came to Chen Mu and was stunned at first glance. There were only 2 traces of black and red poison water on Chen Mu's body, one on the upper thigh and one on the lower abdomen, which was much better than she expected. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she immediately reached out and tore the clothes in those 2 places without waiting for Chen Mu's reaction. Wait! Chen Mu saw Xiao He tearing his clothes right away, and his mouth trembled. He dodged her grab at his thigh, but the part of the clothes on his lower abdomen was torn into pieces by her little hands, exposing the skin inside. The delicate abdominal muscles exposed there were a very healthy wheat color, no different from the rest of the skin, with almost no obvious changes or damage. Only by looking closely could one see a little bit of almost insignificant light red outline. Xiao He was completely stunned. Perfect skin grinding? No! Not just ordinary perfect skin grinding, even she was not so relaxed when facing poisonous water. After taking the anti-poison pill she carried with her, there was still a red mark left, while Chen Mu could hardly see any changes, and the impact was minimal. This kind of membrane that is difficult to be eroded by poisonous water is not achieved even by ordinary people who have reached perfect skin grinding. This is a copper steel skin that only people with extraordinary talents can cultivate, which is the limit of the first level of skin grinding. Although Xiao He followed Su Hongyu out of the inner city and saw all kinds of talented people, some with extraordinary comprehension and some with natural copper skin, but like Chen Mu, who has cultivated skin grinding to this level in just half a year, is also a very rare existence in her impression. The key is that Chen Mu's comprehension is not low, and he has also cultivated the sword power. Xiao He looked at Chen Mu deeply. After coming to his senses, he did not investigate further immediately. Instead, he suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Qin Bei and said, "Captain Qin, there is a living person here. You come to interrogate him. The others search everywhere to see if there is any other way out. There is no rush to release those in prison for the time being." Qin Bei was also somewhat surprised at Chen Mu's bravery at this time. Even he did not dare to rush forward like Xiao He did in the poisonous water. Chen Mu dared to rush into the array of the poisonous water team with Xiao He, which made him admire him a little. Seeing that Xiao He seemed to be dealing with the places on Chen Mu's body that were touched by the poisonous water, he took a breath, quickly stepped forward, grabbed the living person of the poisonous water team, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he took him aside for interrogation. The other officers also explored carefully under the order. At this time, Xiaohe and Shen Mu walked aside, took out a white pill and handed it over, saying, "This is a poison-repellent pill, which has the effect of dispelling most poisons. You should be fine if you take one." "Thank you." Shen Mu thanked him. In fact, judging from his feeling, the poisonous water basically could not penetrate his skin membrane and was completely blocked outside, but for the sake of insurance, it would be okay to use a poison-repellent pill. A moment later, the interrogation of Qin Bei came out. After all, he was the chief who was responsible for interrogation. After a round of interrogation, he finally learned most of the situation of the Black Crow Sect's headquarters. First of all, the headquarters is divided into multiple areas. In addition to the central forbidden area, there are 4 parts: the prison area, the storage area, and the place where people usually live. The place where they are is the prison area. They are responsible for detaining people sent from outside here, and extracting some blood from people every once in a while and sending it to the forbidden area. In addition to the road that led in, there are 2 other roads leading to the residential area and the forbidden area, but these 2 roads have been blocked. Their mission is to trap and eliminate Chen Mu's team. After learning the situation, neither Chen Mu nor Xiaohe panicked. This kind of trap can only trap them for a while, just like the road they came in from was blocked, but it only took them some time. It can be opened, and it is impossible to be trapped to death. After a brief thought, Xiaohe asked Qin Bei to take the officers to quickly open the passage to the forbidden area. At the same time, Chen Mu received a report from the officers, saying that inside this prison, there was another area separated by thick iron plates. It was also a part of the prison, but the prisons over there were all women. Then he followed the officers to check and saw a prison built with iron plates, where about a dozen women were imprisoned. They looked relatively young, no more than 20 years old, and the expected situation of dishevel did not appear. At this time, many women gathered together with excitement. When they were first caught, they thought they were going to be trafficked to some place of prostitution, but the result was even more terrifying. They were imprisoned in the dark underground. Although they had never been violated, people came to draw blood every day. They were in a state of panic and despair. When the city guards came in, it was like a ray of dawn shining into the ground. Chen Mu took a quick look and stopped at one of them. His face looked vaguely familiar, so he asked, "Zhang Yueying?" "Yes. It's me."